Hello, you're watching Manwacaster. Get ready for an amazing story.
In the heart of the location that had tragically become a mass grave for countless individuals, our story unfolds. Many lives were sacrificed in the relentless pursuit of victory in an insurmountable war. Among the survivors, their sole aspiration was simply to live. In this world, there seemed to be no purpose beyond this primal instinct. Enduring unimaginable hardships, one individual pressed on, emerging as the central protagonist of our tale. As he strode toward the source of an intense, radiant light, he believed that, after 98 previous failed attempts to complete the mission, he might finally reach the conclusion of his arduous journey. Upon entering the room, the fearless warrior was confronted by a formidable assembly of guardian golems. He couldn't help but question whether this was, in fact, the 20th mission. Behind this imposing line of golems, a shadowy passageway beckoned, leading our main character to wonder if these sentinels were guarding the path to something more significant. With determination in his eyes, our protagonist initiated the summoning of his weapon. He knew that the gleaming guardian golems wouldn't permit his passage to the room without a challenge. As he summoned his weapon, a crimson scythe materialized in his hands. The moment the guardians beheld the scythe, their eyes radiated with a newfound intensity, as if they had been awakened from a dormant state. These formidable beings commenced their march toward our hero, brandishing their colossal weapons with a purpose. Their coordinated assault began as they sought to strike him down. Fortunately, our main character's agility served him well, enabling him to evade the devastating blows with nimble movements. This proved to be the perfect moment for a counterattack. Our hero, with unwavering determination, uttered the incantation, Seal of Death. Instantly, a magical circle bearing a grim skull symbol materialized directly above the guardian golem. Empowered by this ominous seal, our protagonist cloaked himself in a fiery, dark aura, his newfound swiftness eclipsing that of the guardian golems. Utilizing this surge in speed, he launched the decisive blow to secure victory. The attack he delivered left an enormous, gaping fissure on the colossal guardian's body. After this successful strike, our hero strategically put some distance between himself and his opponent, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that his plan had unfolded flawlessly. Hitting an adversary marked with the Seal of Death skill triggered a notable response, enhancing the damage inflicted by an astonishing 100%. With one of the guardian golems finally vanquished, the remaining sentinels charged menacingly toward our protagonist. In the face of these colossal monsters, he appeared as inconsequential as a mere insect. Yet, intimidation did not deter him. Suspended mid-air, our hero imbued his weapon with a sinister, dark aura intended to counter the holy being's skill known as the Night of Death. Gradually, the guardian golems found themselves enveloped in an all-encompassing shroud of darkness. The radiant light that once bathed the temple was devoured by this inky veil, rendering the holy beings blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, our protagonist unleashed a devastating slash, an attack that generated an immense surge of energy capable of erasing an entire horde of monsters in an instant. Despite landing his attack, our hero remained composed, but it became evident that even his large-scale assault had left the guardian golems completely unscathed. The holy beings charged arrows infused with pure ice and fire energy, launching them with incredible precision towards our protagonist. These arrows came perilously close to grazing him, each strike threatening annihilation. Faced with this relentless barrage, our hero realized that he needed to further elevate his speed to evade the impending danger. With unwavering determination, he leaped directly into the path of the charging guardian golems, meeting them head-on. Our protagonist's speed reached godly levels, enabling him to create afterimages that confounded the golems. In response, one of the golems equipped multiple arrows into its bow, releasing them with such incredible speed that they exceeded the very bounds of light, striking down nearly all the illusions our hero had conjured. In the midst of the dire and intense confrontation, our hero maintained his composure and even had the audacity to smile and taunt the guardian golem, asserting that it would take more than their attacks to hit him. However, his smug expression quickly faded as a brilliant light materialized beneath him. Our protagonist realized that an unexpected magic seal on the ground had triggered a trap, summoning a colossal mass of ice that ensnared him, immobilizing him completely. The exceptional speed he had bragged about just moments ago had vanished. Determined to break free, he exerted his utmost effort, gradually causing the ice to exhibit cracks. While he struggled to escape, the guardian golems drew near the trapped hero. One of them, wielding a massive spear, prepared to unleash a devastating strike. The ice remained unyielding, but the cracks became more pronounced. Then, our hero's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue as he activated another skill, Moonlight Destruction. A radiant red light sliced through the ice wall that had entrapped him, setting him free. The attack not only liberated our hero but also struck the guardian golem positioned before him, revealing the true power he had kept in reserve. Activating this skill also triggered a transformation and enhancement of his equipment, and he confessed that the situation had brought him perilously close to failing the mission. Having expended considerable time and effort battling the guardian golems, our protagonist made the critical decision to conclude the encounter with a single, decisive blow. The dark and ominous aura surrounding his scythe grew increasingly aggressive, signaling the impending climax of the confrontation. Recognizing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guardian golems prepared their most potent attacks. Seals, arrows imbued with formidable magic, and physical weapons charged with powerful energies were all readied. In response, our hero executed a powerful forward stomp, amassing an immense force to bolster the impending strike of his scythe. Infused with an overwhelming dark force, our hero unleashed his Moonlight Destruction skill once more. However, this time, the potent aura surrounding him was enhanced by another skill, the Red Moon. The resulting slash was akin to the one that had shattered the ice, but had a significantly larger area of effect. The colossal beings that had once dominated the area were cleaved through like soft butter, their lifeless bodies tumbling to the ground. Our protagonist touched down, relieved to see that these formidable adversaries were finally vanquished. With the guardians defeated, he advanced toward the room they had been guarding, delving deeper into this mysterious place. An odd sensation washed over him, prompting him to assess his surroundings, which appeared to be a new temple. Yet, it seemed eerily empty. Uncertain of his next course of action, he decided to approach the door at the far end. As he drew nearer, the magic circle drawn just outside the door began to react. With resolve, our hero positioned himself in the center of the circle, eager to discover what would transpire next. As our hero waited, a wistful smile played upon his lips, contemplating whether this might finally be the run that sees him complete the game on his 99th attempt. However, his optimism quickly crumbled as a notification appeared, revealing that only 1 out of 5 players were standing on the magic circle. The cruel reality dawned on him that, to enter the boss room, a full party of 5 players was required. In that moment, all the hardships and sacrifices he had endured felt like they were slipping into oblivion as the notification informed him that failure to meet this requirement would result in his death. A golden light enveloped him, trapping him within a barrier, his frantic efforts to escape proving futile. In his last moments, he cursed the absurdity of this final requirement, but it was all in vain. His body began to disintegrate, and he could only wonder if this was truly the end. His expression shifted as he grasped that this was indeed the conclusion. The final second counted down, and the game notified him of his death. However, in the midst of despair, an item called the Rune of Regression was activated. This last surviving hero would be sent back to the time before the first mission began, marking the 100th time the rune had been used. As a result, the Rune of Regression would now disappear, but our protagonist would embark on his 100th regression, starting over once more.
Enjoying the show? Please help us reach our 1,000 subscriber goal.
Today was the last day of the year and a lot of people have gathered in this place for the countdown towards the new year. As it came down to the last 5 seconds of the year, one person emitted this bright blue aura around his body. His face was shown and it was evident that he felt some discomfort. This guy looked at his hands and realized something. And that was when he came back to his previous life. His hands trembled as he figured that this was the same time before humanity got swept away inside a damned game. This individual clenched his fists as he remembered that he had almost cleared the said game. He was already in the 20th round. In his mind, he wished to have the powers to stop the time. Because right now, there's only 2 seconds before the disaster hits their lives. He also recalled what the system showed to him right after dying in his previous life. This right here was his 100th time of using the rune of regression. It had already reached the limit. As the last second of the year reaches, this guy who will be our main character thought that since this seemed to be his last chance for regression, he would surely finish the game. He then prepared himself for what was about to happen. RMC also thought of the last requirement that he was not able to fulfill on the 20th round of the game, and that was the thing that he needed to bring 4 more people with him. He then started to check his surroundings as he wondered who would be the best people for these roles. Several minutes before the countdown, another individual was shown. This guy was now with his friends. They were also right in the middle of the city and were about to celebrate the new year. And while waiting, one of his friends wondered what he should do after their graduation. This bald guy thought if he could just be a delivery man. The same person then directed the question to his friend. It was then revealed that the name of this guy was Young Min. He smiled as he answered the question. He commented that he plans to be a gangster. His friends heard him and it made them confused. They didn't think that Young Min was really serious about this thing. In Young Min's defense, people only live once, so he should do everything he wants. Uneasiness grew on these guys' faces as they realized that they should keep their distance to Young Min after graduation. Being related to a gangster was never a good thing. The bald guy then asked Young Min what will happen to his personal shuttle after graduation. This question painted the image of a poor and gloomy guy in his mind. Young Min then laughed as he revealed that he will not let his shuttle go even after graduation. His friends joined as they found this really funny. This one even added that he should play with that guy for as long as he wanted. And while they were talking about that shuttle, one of Young Min's friends revealed that he just saw that person. This was the same time that RMC's body was enveloped with this bright light. The same 5 seconds he regressed back to his 100th chance. Young Min smiled and confirmed that his friend was right. But as he stared at the person who he used to bully all their high school days, something felt different. This got Young Min confused. This guy right here was not the same shuttle he knew. RMC's face now has this more confident look and it seemed like he was more mature. He also dared to stare at Young Min. This one then commented that RMC was really different from his usual self. Young Min got really annoyed as this was the first time that RMC did this. He was about to teach him a lesson, but his friends stopped him. They reminded him that this was now officially the first day of the year, and he would have a lot of chances in the future. Their statements made Young Min calm down, and he decided that he would let RMC off the hook for today. The 4 of them then continued celebrating as they figured that they were adults now. They also greeted each other with a Happy New Year. But then, a mysterious voice saying that humans were interesting has been heard. The voice claimed that humans dared to celebrate the new year even though they didn't know what situation they were in. And since the mysterious voice has been heard by everyone, they tried looking for the source of it. A majestic creature with white wings and white dress then emerged. This one was also enveloped with this bright light. Her voice also had this soothing effect. This one who looked like an angel then smiled as she felt amused on how humans were acting now. She claimed that for their race, humans were just like monkeys inside their cages. All of the people that have gathered right in the middle of the city were then captivated by the appearance of this mysterious being. They even thought that she was too beautiful. That was the same for all of them except for RMC. He got his gaze on the angel and thought that she had finally appeared. He still hated this scenery even though he had gone through this 99 times. The angel tried stopping herself from laughing but she just couldn't help it. She then claimed that all of them were trash for having the luxury of being love-struck by her appearance. The angel also added that they should not think about these useless things as she had no plans on being around them for a long time. Her fascination and smile grew more as she figured that since these humans could clearly see her, they should also be able to hear her properly. One of the guys that grew tired of her laugh then shouted towards her and asked for her identity. This guy even mistook her as someone who was just cosplaying as an angel. And while that guy was whining, our MC kept himself quiet. The angel still had the same smile, but this time, she got speechless. Her eyes then turned red and gave this sinister look on her face. She commented that this scene was really annoying. Something then happened to the same guy who was shouting at her a few seconds ago. The head of this one suddenly bursted. The person who was standing beside him got blood all over his clothes. His body also started to tremble. It took them a few seconds before they processed what really happened. A loud scream was then heard along the area. Young Min was one of the guys who saw what happened and wondered what the hell was that. The angel has spoken again. But this time, her sweet voice was gone. She then warned all of the humans to never dare to speak informally to her mighty self. She also added that these ones didn't have any right to ask any questions. They should also never act arrogantly in front of her or else, they would suffer the same fate as the previous human. The angel then continued her speech while giving the idea that humanity right now belongs to a much inferior race. RMC could only sigh as they reached the part where the angel would explain why these things were now happening to them. With a more bright smile and vibe, she informed everyone that they will now be playing a game from now on. For 20 rounds, on the first of every month, their souls will be transported to a new dimension to participate in a game. She etched the idea that this was the only thing that humans would do now. For the next days of their lives, they would be focusing on completing the given quests. If they managed to complete all those quests, they would receive some rewards and would be returned back to the real world. Hearing this made some people confused. They thought that their lives could be spared once they completed the said quests. The angel read the same thoughts that the humans had and she chuckled as she told them that even if they could complete the quests, not everyone would have the luxury to survive. RMC continued standing there as the mechanics of only half of them being allowed to survive was revealed. He was the only one who had a calm expression. As for all of the people around him, they all felt as if their lives were about to end. The angel continued her speech and suggested that humans should really not need to worry as she won't take all of them. RMC could only sigh in this situation. And while listening, RMC thought that he never had imagined playing the same game over and over again. Upon hearing the condition, one of the elderly smiled and claimed that he was safe. This action then annoyed the ones whose age group were included in the said game. He claimed that it was just like pouring an oil into the fire. Yeoman then stepped in and stopped them from arguing. He reminded these guys that they should not create any ruckus as they could end up like the guy who died. The wings of the angel then spread out as she claimed that they should now start. She also revealed that the number of participants for the game would be around 1.9 billion. Her face grew more excited as she told the humans that since the explanation was done, they should now proceed into the game proper. The whole area was then enveloped by this white light. Everything vanished, except for the bodies of the participants. RMC was clearly included. The angel then revealed that the participants had just entered a place called individual spaces where they were the only ones who could see it. She then instructed everyone to shape their bodies so they could be prepared for the soul transfer. This phase right here was just like how players customizes their characters that will be inside the game. They only have one chance to do this, so they really need to choose wisely. As for RMC, he thought that he would be choosing the same thing he had last regression. The looks and characteristics of his previous avatar were now being chosen. Even his nickname inside the game was the game. And it was Black Scythe. A few seconds after completing the customization, players were transferred to a whole new place. This one was an open field. The avatars of the participants slowly materialized. This right here was the same look that our MC has chosen over and over again. He now had this black hair and crimson red eyes. His build was also a lot taller than his real body. This also marked his 100th time inside the game. Since he had the same body from his previous regressions, he felt like this was his real body. He didn't even need to adjust to it. As for the other humans, their avatars also have been transported inside this new world. Some of them were even amazed at how they have customized themselves. RMC observed how these guys have intentionally made their avatars good-looking. But this was one of the mistakes someone could make in the beginning. In this other world, the strong prey on the weak. And if their appearance is too noticeable, it's easier to become a target. And this was a costly mistake because if someone dies in game, they will also die in real life. Seascapes was then shifted to a certain individual who he had been waiting to arrive. And it was none other than Huang Yongmin, the bully that made his high school life miserable. Black Scythe was a bit disappointed because he had already expected young men to buff himself inside the game. When all the players were transported, the angel appeared once again and greeted them. She also noticed that these humans looked like they got really fond of their new looks. She then got excited as she wondered how these handsome and beautiful faces would turn into after they felt fear and despair. Right now, all of the humans that were in Seoul were transported here. There will also be around 1.8 million people who will be participating, which made other people wonder why they could only see a few of it. The angel laughed as she thought that this was what makes humans inferior. Her mood also shifted as she revealed that this space was not the only one who would cater to all the participants. There were also other angels that were now proceeding with the round. And without further ado, the angel has started explaining more information about this game. Players could access a type of status window as long as they could think of summoning it in their minds. This was an example of what it contains. The one in front of us was the status window of Black Scythe. There's really nothing to be noted here because it was just the beginning of the game. RMC also sighed because all of his max leveled stats in his previous life were all gone. The angel asked everyone if they had all seen their status windows. She noted that this was a reminder of how trashy they are. And for them to be able to survive till the end and clear the 20 rounds, all they needed to do was to get stronger. If someone could really achieve this feat, the angel revealed that the reward will be anything that they could wish for. On top of that, they will be exempted on the games that will be played. Other people started thinking of the things that they really desire. That reward was really tempting. And to start things off, the angel smiled as she revealed that she prepared a little something for everyone today. The players accessed their inventories and saw something notable. There's now one item that was placed inside. It was a random rune. The angel explained that this rune could only be used once. Players could already use it even if they were just level 1. And this was the only item given to them in the beginning. Players could also consume this item once they thought of the word use in their minds. Yeoman was the first one to use it and his face was amazed by what he saw. The angel then laughed once again as she noticed that some of the players were not pleased with the things that they got from the rune. She then explained that they can't really do anything about it but to accept as this was their luck. And after explaining the runes, she flicked her fingers as they were about to get into the real thing. Light particles started to materialize all over the place. All of the players were then informed by a notification about their first mission. And it was something that was kinda expected for players to encounter at the start of the game. All they needed to do was to kill 100 goblins each. Out of all the participants all over the world, only half of them would be allowed to survive after this round. A few moments later, the first goblin has been summoned. The players saw this and they commented that this really looked like a virtual reality game. This angel then warned everyone that they should not get excited about it. And this was because she just summoned a whole bunch of them in one go. The whole area was starting to get filled with these rays of light. The calmness on their faces then faded. People started to panic as they saw the numbers of the goblins in front of them. With a more sinister expression combined with an ominous aura, the angel has announced the battle between 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins. This will be their fight to the death. As soon as the statement ended, the horde of goblins started making their way towards the humans. The speed of these monsters were remarkably fast. Some of the players didn't know how to react. But as most of them started stepping backwards, notable footsteps were heard. Black Scythe has stepped in front of the battle with no fear at all. The people behind RMC then started wondering what this guy was thinking. Facing the goblins head-on was just too dangerous. As the monster drew closer, the calm expression that Black Scythe had was gone and it was replaced with this murderous look. RMC dashed towards the goblin and performed a powerful kick. Black Scythe has noted that when someone was a part of a group, the first impression was the most important, and what he had done just now made all of these guys shocked. All he wanted to do was to imprint the image of his power on their minds, and the best thing to execute this was to defeat the very first goblin. With that powerful kick, the body of the goblin got sent a few meters away. RMC then picked up the dagger that this monster was holding. In his mind, he really needed to avoid being swarmed by pesky flies, so he needed to show them how strong he is. And aside from that, there's still one more important thing he needed to get. That one was the attention of the angel that was assigned in their group, which right now looked amused on what RMC had displayed. Blackscythe had no other way but to show a bit of a performance in front of everyone. The two goblins that dashed in his way got slashed in an instant. Other players were now wondering if Blackscythe was some kind of a secret agent in real life. They also thought that his nickname was really cool. And since RMC had displayed his strength against the goblins, they got the idea that maybe these monsters were the weakest mobs they could encounter. Some of them became complacent and thought that they could also easily defeat these monsters. But that quickly changed as one goblin had managed to get near this one player. With just one attack, the said weakest mobs managed to take them down. The reality about their situation has finally kicked in. This was really not the part where they could chill and expect that they could easily survive. And while that guy was being killed by the goblin, all the people started to disperse and run for their lives. RMC got a glimpse of how the others were doing. This scene was one of the things he branded as the greetings of Inferno. At this point, no one would ever mistake this for a game anymore. Right now, there's only one thought on people's minds, and that was the concept of survival. The once carefree humans that dominated the food chain had been turned into preys. The first instinct upon seeing this danger was to run away with no sense of direction. Blackscythe recalled that this was the same mistake he had made the first time. And only after the second regression did he finally manage to face the harsh reality. And that was no matter how fast someone could run, they could never escape this dimension. This lady was not aware that there's this invisible wall that would hinder them from covering more distance from the goblins. She then stopped on her tracks and wondered what she should do next. This situation was also a wake-up call for the modern people. With everything being given to them easily by the use of technology, their instincts of killing other creatures were almost non-existent. Some of them would hesitate on taking their first kill. However, having second thoughts inside this game would be proven to be fatal, because it could give the monsters the smallest chance to turn things around and have their counterattacks. A few minutes have passed and some of the humans have exceeded their limitations. But they were still in a dire situation. The angel continued watching the fight with amusement. She claimed that goblins may be just the size of a human kid, but players would still have a hard time killing them, especially when they come in swarms and armed with daggers. But as most of the people were struggling, a certain individual caught her attention. And that was Blackscythe. This made her wonder what's the deal with this human. The angel then checked his progress and found out that our MC had already killed 70 goblins. It then annoyed her because the system could only show the progress of this player to her, nothing more, nothing less. But she decided to let this matter go, as she didn't expect that some of the mere humans would have a noble like her be interested in watching over them. The battle against these monsters continued, and every time a player defeats one goblin, they would gain experience points and golds, which would eventually make them level up. As for RMC's progress, he has now killed 75 goblins, and he continued to show his remarkable skills while dodging all of the goblins' weapons. Another horde was now rushing towards him, but every single one of them just met a quick and powerful thrust from Blackscythe's dagger. This guy's hand was now tainted by the blood of the monsters, which made some of them hesitate from attacking and approaching him. But our MC didn't show any mercy and continued the onslaught. One attack was enough to defeat them. His eyes grew more intimidating as he looked for more goblins to slay. This was also the time when Blackscythe had noticed that the goblins were backing out against him, and since no one was attacking him, he thought he could use this time to take a breather first. He checked his status window once again and revealed that he was now level 4. He also has 6 extra stat points. Players would receive 2 extra stat points when they level up. And our MC allotted all of it towards his agility stat. And that was because this stat would not only raise his dodge rate but also increase his attack and movement speed. Nothing's more important than agility in the beginning. After that, Black Scythe thought that with this kind of progress, he would surely get the attention of the angel now. He wondered how he should end the first mission. One circling dagger was then thrown and landed on one of the goblins. RMC addressed the goblins once again and asked if they would really not come at him. This provocation proved not to be effective as the goblins were still not moving on their positions. Black Scythe sighed as he realized this. He knew that he had really no other choice. But in a swift movement, RMC vanished from his position across this group of goblins just to get the dagger he threw on this one. These monsters took them a few seconds to realize what happened. But as they turned around, they were met with this devastating round slash. All of them were cut in half. Killing the group of goblins has sealed the deal for RMC. He leveled up once again. The system also notified him that he just finished the requirement for the first mission. A ray of golden light then surrounded Black Scythe. This confirmed that he was done. RMC thought that the first round has always been this easy. All he needed to do was to exert additional effort to get the attention of the angel. After that, he was congratulated by the system for being the first one and completing the quest in their given zone. Black Scythe also got first place across all the zones. His total time was 10 minutes and 21 seconds. This guy had this satisfied smile on his face as he managed to get the rank 1 again. This will be proven to be useful because the top 3 players who would finish each mission would get some sort of reward. His reward for being the rank 1 in his given zone was this lowest rank rare weapon selection coupon. As for the reward of ranking first all over the zones, our MC got this special reward selection box. These items would clearly ensure a huge advantage against the other players. And the first one that Black Scythe decided to use was the weapon coupon. The system then showed him a list of following rare weapons in which he could choose from. He then felt ashamed as he was now back on using these low-ranked weapons, but still thankful to have these in the beginning. RMC then clicked one of the choices, and the weapon that he chose was the stiletto. This weapon was considered to be the best dagger available to beginners. It also has an attack power of 15 and additional agility stat. After receiving the item, RMC threw the dagger he got from the goblins. As for the other reward, he planned on opening it later. And while Black Scythe was busy checking all the rewards he got, the other players were still being hunted by the goblins. RMC also checked his status window and noticed something different this time. This guy was referring to the title he received earlier called Last Time Regressor. He thought that he had never seen this in the past 99 tries. Back when they were asked to use the rune, RMC had also consumed his. And the rune he got was the Rune of Regression, which was the same thing he got from the very first time. This was the item that allowed him to reach up to this point. Upon consuming, the rune was immediately imprinted to his body. The only thing that was different now was the error that the rune was receiving. RMC had already expected this because he knew that he couldn't regress infinitely. The rune is also confirmed that this was his 100th regression which caught the attention of Black Scythe. This was also the time he got the title of Last Time Regressor. In this game, titles are superordinate concepts of runes. Last Time Regressor could only be obtained at the 100th regression of a certain individual and it would allow the user to stay in soul form for 1 minute. The user could then be resurrected at any desired point in time with his health restored. He then remembered that the skill of resurrection could only be seen as the priest's skill. Even that only restores up to 30% of their health. RMC figured that the title he got this time could really be proven to be useful. And having something like this in his disposal would really help him clear the game this time, since this title was one of a kind and seemed to be really rare. Black Scythe decided to set it in private. This setting will prevent any other players or beings from seeing this information. RMC stretched out his hands as he figured that the other players that passed the mission should be coming out soon. He also wondered how Yongmin was doing. As he searched the area, he saw this guy who luckily was holding on. Black Scythe then figures that Yongmin will be surviving this round too. After a few more moments, several golden lights have appeared all throughout the area. The angel was still watching and smirked as she figured why the battlefield felt a little boring for her taste. Turns out, the number of goblins have really decreased as more and more people were able to kill 100 of them. The thrill of fighting a horde of monsters was gone. This holy being then apologized for her mistake. She promised that she would make it more fun again. Hearing her ironic words left the other survivors in tears. They knew that this meant some trouble. Meanwhile, the bodies of the dead players have started fading away. More people have also noticed this, and they wondered why this was happening. And while they were worrying about their friends and comrades, another bright light had been summoned. This was the first time that seeing a golden light didn't mean salvation. Another horde of goblins have started rushing towards the players. Their faces were now filled with fear. These ones were already tired from the previous batch. The angel revealed her maniac face again and told them that she just refilled another 50,000 goblins for these humans to feast. Since they really didn't have any choice but to fight, the remaining players met them head-on. The peaceful open field soon turned into a bloody one. Monsters did their best to fulfill their role in this mission. But at the same time, players gritted their teeth and found a way to survive. As time passed by, the number of humans who were passing the mission increased. Yeoman was also shown, but this guy used other people to be his shield against the attacks of the goblins. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Another 1,000 participants just passed. And all the while, Blackside just sat there and closed his eyes. He was already fed up with this scene. People losing lives had been a common situation as this was his 100th time of playing the game. Once the participants had passed, they were not allowed to help the ones that were still taking the mission. This angel had continued watching this like it was some kind of entertainment. A few moments went by and RMC opened his eyes. This was because they were notified that the whole 5,143 participants had already cleared the mission. There were also these unlucky ones who survived but didn't manage to kill 1,000 goblins. They wondered where all the monsters went. The angel took all of their attention as she announced that the quest was completed. She then started apologizing to the unlucky ones as what was about to happen next was purely the rules of the game. Their bodies started fading as well. These guys were bound to die. Some begged for another chance as they only needed a few more goblins to kill. But their pleas were not heard. This holy being clapped her hands as the first round of the games concluded. She told the ones who survived that they should all be happy because they passed. She chuckled as she congratulated the remaining humans. She also wished them best of luck towards the next mission. Before the players could leave, the results of the mission were shown. The one who got first place was RMC. As for the other players, they all have some interesting nicknames. The system announced the achievement of Blackside. Another 1,000 gold will also be given to him aside from the 2 earlier rewards. RMC received the gold and it informed him that he could use the currency on buying some items once he reached level 10. He also noticed that there were now more eyes that became wary of his presence. And that was really his plan. He wanted to show everyone that he's in the first place. The angel then butted in and commented that she had never expected that the one who'll be ranked first will be inside her zone. She then addressed Blackside and wanted him to answer her question. This holy being asked how he became this strong and inquired if he received a powerful rune. But before she could finish her question, she stopped herself and figured that this question was a mistake. Blackside then teased her and asked if she could see his room by looking at his status window. The angel panicked and then lied about this information. She pretended that she could also see the room that our MC received. But the only one who knew that this was just an alibi was this guy who just smiled at her and didn't answer her questions. This situation was now becoming more unpredictable towards the angel. She had no idea that this man had lived in the same situations 99 times. RMC then held his head up high as he revealed his dissatisfaction towards the reward he got from getting the first place of this mission. He commented that they were too stingy. This statement shocked everyone that was around him. They didn't expect someone would even dare to ask for more rewards in front of this merciless angel. And as expected, the mood of the angel turned sour as she asked RMC what he just said. But this scene didn't intimidate Blackside even for just a bit. He even complied and repeated the same words he said a while ago. He would like to have better rewards. RMC's smug attitude was slowly getting on the nerves of this angel. But as everyone was already panicking in the back of their minds, these two just stared at each other. As for this angel, she wondered if this human was already underestimating her just because he ranked first in this mission. She can't accept the fact that a mere human dared to ask her some demands. She then raised her hand as she planned to blow him up. But she stopped as she remembered that she just used that authority previously. This means that she will not be able to kill RMC. Another idea came into her mind as she was staring at Black Scythe. She knew that this should be enough to get rid of him. The angel then slowly approached RMC while repeating his demands. She even descended and walked on the ground. She explained that usually, things like that would be rejected right away. But she informed Black Scythe that she would think about it. And that would require them to talk in private. Other humans could wait for them until they came back. As they walked further away from the others, some of them commended Black Scythe. His negotiation really worked with an angel. They now wondered what kind of rewards he will be getting next. And among the people who stared at RMC's back was Youngman. This guy felt the gaze and returned the favor. This confused Youngman and wondered if there's something he was not getting. But then, RMC continued walking while having this grin on his face. Meanwhile, these two have already covered considerable distance away from the other participants. They were now inside the forest. The angel then commanded RMC that he should walk closer to her since she was getting tired of checking if he was still with her. In the back of her mind, she was already belittling the humans. She thought that this race needed to be yelled at before they understood things. She also branded them as greedy and stupid. And while walking, she thought that there's really nothing she could do about the rewards because she was not even the one who set them. And since she thought that Black Scythe had become too greedy, she planned to teach her a lesson. Right behind that rock was the place where the system couldn't detect them. So she wanted to kill him when they reached that point. The angel knew that there would be consequences if the higher-ups found out that she killed one of the participants because of her personal reasons. But right now, she was just too annoyed not to act. And to make sure that this will really be a flawless plan, she isolated our MC so there will be no witness. This angel had this maniac smile as she was getting too excited. She thought that this human should have just kept quiet. She then turned around to check RMC. She also asked what kind of rewards he was hoping to get. But as she fixed her gaze towards Black Scythe, all she saw was a fist heading at an extreme speed towards her face. And the satisfying punch has landed. Fair and square. This was the kind of main protagonist I was waiting for. No matter if you are an angel or even a god, those who showed a bitchy attitude should be taught a lesson. Be taught a lesson. This holy being turned into holy shit in an instant. This was the time when she realized that she was not that almighty and invincible in front of humans. Her expression turned grim as she looked at the golden blood that came out from here. She wondered if a human had really dared to lay a hand on her. As soon as it became clear, she turned herself around to retaliate. But there's no one behind her. Black Scythe was already missing in her sight. That split second was all RMC needed to appear and to catch the angel off guard. Black Scythe grabbed one of her wings. And this immediately freaked the angel. She knew what was about to happen. But even then, she still screamed and asked what this human was about to do with her. She also pleaded for him to stop. The only thing was that RMC was really merciless. He didn't care about her and he snapped the wings like it was kind of fragile. The angel almost lost consciousness from the pain she felt in that instant. And as Black Scythe tore it even further, the golden blood splattered all over the place. Have you guys seen an angel without wings? Well, this is it. With a cold stare and expression, RMC told her to stop being a crybaby. Black Scythe didn't stop there and he grabbed another wing. He pulled this one again as the angel screamed. All of the wings were now done. Black Scythe commented that with this, she wouldn't be able to run anymore. He also asked if this feeling hurt the angel. And of course, she answered yes. It was like another limb was just torn from her body. RMC then revealed that in 5 more minutes, it would have been her who was asking these kinds of questions. If her plan worked out, she would have been laughing all this time. The angel then tried denying these claims and exclaimed that he had gone too insane. And that was the time when Blackside revealed the hidden dagger behind the wings. He claimed that this angel would have stabbed him in the back using this weapon. And because the angel got speechless, RMC confirmed her intentions. But she was still trying to talk her way out of the situation. Blackside then smiled and told her that she didn't really need to lie because he could already tell just by looking at her face. He also addressed the angel as Burial. Hearing this statement made Burial confused. She then asked RMC how he knew her name. But all this guy answered was she really didn't need to know. At the same time, he brought his newly acquired dagger out of the storage space. Burial panicked upon seeing this. She asked why RMC had brought his weapon out all of a sudden. She then threatened RMC about blowing his head off using her skill. She claimed that just by snapping her fingers, things could end badly for him. But Blackscythe already knew that she can't use the said skill anymore as she had already used it a while ago. This was also the reason why he got confident. As for Burial, all she could do was grit her teeth. She had no other options now. But this angel didn't just give up. She claimed that other angels would know if she was killed and her comrades will take revenge against Blackscythe. The only problem was that RMC knew that all angels are egoists who don't care for other people's business. And they wouldn't also care if one of them was killed or not. RMC was about to execute her now, but she tried giving him reasons not to do it. She claimed that doing this wouldn't benefit him at all. On top of that, Blackscythe wouldn't be able to return home. But as we have said earlier, he already knew that all of these words were not true. As for the final offer, the angel claimed that she could give him all the information this guy needed for all of the missions. But Blackscythe didn't really need it. He had already ran through all of these things 99 times and all of the events were already imprinted into his mind. Besides, if he needed information, he could have just tortured her until she spits out all of the knowledge she had. After that statement, the angel was put to a state of shock as the dagger on our MC's hand landed straight to her chest. This right here is a clear statement that people should really be careful as they could mess up with the wrong person. Burial fell on the ground as soon as the dagger was pulled out of her body. A system notification then appeared and it confirmed that our MC had just defeated an angel. He was also the very first player to have done this thing. As a reward, he was granted the title of First Angel Slayer. On top of that, 2 items materialized on his hands. One of them was called the Angel's Blood, and the red rune was called the Rune of Slaughterer. Blackscythe immediately used the rune, and it was imprinted onto his body. Back to the title of being the first Angel Slayer, its effect was that it would double all of the stats of the player. RMC then remembered that the first time he found out about the rewards of killing angels was when he was in his 13th regression. He got his revenge against one of them and the items appeared. As for the Butcher Rune, also known as Rune of Slaughterer, its effect was every time a target is killed, all stats increase by 1% and it has a maximum of 100%. Blackscythe smiled as he looked at the things he got. Each reward was already comparable to a unique item. He thought that the other angels would have been shocked as soon as they found out that he already acquired another rune. His expression changed quickly as he thought that there's still one more reason why he killed Burial. And that was to acquire this item that was enveloped with golden light. This right here was the Angel's Blood. It's a consumable item and it could change the user's class to Reaper. The only requirement was that the player should be at least a certain level. In this game, all players can obtain a class starting at level 10. At least a certain level. In this game, all players can obtain a class starting at level 10. There are a total of 30 different classes, and changing classes is simple. All the players needed to do was to acquire a class change item. It's usually acquired naturally through hunting or fulfilling simple conditions. But there's always exceptions, and that's when changing to a unique class, which is only given to one player who obtains it under special circumstances. The main example for this was the Angel's Blood, which would turn the player to a Reaper. And of course, unique classes are on a completely different level than regular classes. bonus stat, advancement runes, skill compositions, and many more. RMC was really glad to have everything back even though the first mission was not even done yet. As he checked his status window, he used the special reward from being ranked 1 in all of the zones. These were the choices he could get. And among these choices, the only thing he needed was the one that could help him reach level 10 as quickly as possible so he could change his class. And that was the 3x experience buff. This effect will be applied on the second mission automatically. Things were all going really well this time around. Blackside then looked at the fallen angel and figured that this was his last shot on clearing the game. To do this, he was willing to do everything that was necessary to make him stronger. After a few more moments, the first round of the mission has finally ended. The total survivors among all of the regions were around 900 million, and the ones inside the zone of RMC were around 5,000. This announcement also revealed that they will now be transferred back to their original body on the other dimension. The next mission will occur on February 1st, 2023. Young Min grasped for air as he woke up from his deep slumber. He immediately looked around and thought that he just slept right in the middle of the city at the New Year Bell event. His face was then filled with confusion as he thought of what just happened. All he could think of was that he just had this weird dream. This was also the same for all the other people who were present in that area. Yeoman checked his phone and he saw that it was already 5:20 a.m. It was the same amount of time passed in his dream. His friends were also starting to wake up and they complained the same pain from their head and body. These guys then exchanged information with each other and they have confirmed that the same dream happened to everyone. They also panicked as they wanted to know why these were all happening to them. All they could conclude for now was that this was really not a dream. More and more people are now starting to realize this fact, and they wondered if they would be sent again to another dimension on the first day of February. But as time passed by, some of them also noticed that the other people who were around them were not waking up. One of Yeoman's friend named Tasik was not moving. This guy then approached his friend and called his name. Tasik's face was then revealed. And it was already pale. The lifelessness of his body was already evident. This was the time when they tried denying this situation among themselves. But as they realized that it was all real, they started trembling. This guy told his group that Tasik was not breathing and he couldn't also feel his pulse. Yeoman was startled as he figured that their friend had died. A conclusion then came into their minds that maybe he was not able to survive the mission against the goblins. The bald guy then looked around the area and realized that there were still other people who had not woken up. Most of the men panicked as these people lying on the ground were all corpses now. Fear enveloped their body as they figured that only half of them had survived the onslaught. Yeoman could also be seen trembling. Sweat also foamed on his face as he thought that this situation was just too insane. It then occurred to this guy that no matter what the status of the people were, they were bound to live equally now. Regardless if they were born with a golden spoon in their mouth or not. The game has just eliminated the cry for humans to call life unfair. Yeoman then tried calming his friends down. He told them that they just needed to make sure that they could survive each mission. He also added that this thing that happened was the same for all of them. So they didn't really need to feel unfair about it. His comments made his friends think of him as an insane bastard. The bald guy sighed and told Young Min that he just fulfilled his dream of being a thug and that's the reason why he was not feeling anything. As for the others, they still have different things they wanted to do. The guy also noticed that Young Min was not listening to his words. Young Min was busy looking for someone around the crowd. And it was none other than RMC. In his mind, he knew that his errand boy was just there standing near them. But right now, he was nowhere to be found. Yeoman then concluded that maybe his errand boy didn't survive the mission. He smiled as he thought that this was just natural because that guy was just too frail and weak to defeat 100 goblins all by himself. But then, something caught his attention. Yeoman saw one guy that had weird equipment on his shoulder. He wondered what's the deal with this one and where the hell did he get those tacky clothes from. He swallowed his saliva as soon as he realized one thing. Young Men thought of using the status window like the one inside the game and it really appeared. Right now, this guy reached level 5 and all of his stat points were placed towards his strength stat. He can't believe that he could really access this feature even outside the game. His friend heard him talking about it and they also tried accessing theirs. These ones got the same shock reaction on their faces. All of the people who survived the mission then did the same. They figured that this kind of thing can apply in reality as well. To confirm this, Yeoman picked up one of the stones on the ground. He clenched his fist and he was able to crush the sturdy rock. He was fascinated seeing this scene. It was as if he was still dreaming. And after a few seconds, his fascination turned into something more grim. He claimed that this was just too awesome. After that, all of the news outlets in Korea have started covering the news about this unusual phenomenon. It was revealed that over 10,000 civilians suddenly lost consciousness simultaneously. A clip was also shown depicting the arrival of burial in the city. Someone also managed to record the second when one man's head just exploded right in front of them. And as the video progressed, the said angel had extended her arms towards the civilians. The next thing they knew was that these people suddenly fell asleep. Police reports also confirmed that most of the collapsed civilians were within the range of 15 to 29 years old. This phenomenon also happens all over the world. The people who were not included in the game have started panicking and posting their questions in social media. They were all confused. Some even claimed that these were just fake and just CGI. But one person knew that what's happening right now was about to change the whole world altogether. The first mission was done and more things will start happening. RMC claimed that this was just the beginning. The articles about deaths will also be flowing out non-stop. With just one night, 11% of the population has died. As this guy was heading back home, he thought that the real problem still lies elsewhere. The survivors of this weird phenomenon were now being called as players. And the cause of it was now being investigated. On top of that, the abilities of the so-called players have been transferred over into reality. Right now, it is a relief that there's still no player with a high enough stat to change things in their reality. But as time passes by, some of these players would level up and could end up becoming transcendent entities. No matter what modern weapons others use, they will never stand a chance against the players. All of them will soon be called human weapons. As for RMC, he had no plans on watching the world crumble into pieces. If he would leave everything out on their course, the earth would fall into ruin even before the 20th round. The only solution that this guy had in mind was that he needs to control the players. And that was by using overwhelming power. In his 99th attempt, RMC already had this overwhelming power with him. But the thing that made him fail was that he was fighting all battles alone. He needed another 4 players to complete the last one. With a more determined expression, he thought that he already had a couple of people with potential in his mind. He also thought of methods on how he could recruit them already. But because the game has just started, he wouldn't dare to act yet. In his mind, there's still more important things he needs to take care of. Ryu Min then went towards this apartment building. He opened one of the apartment rooms as this was where he lives, and upon entering, he noticed something inside. It was an empty cup of ramen. He claimed that a certain individual ate this unhealthy food once again. Ryu Min proceeded to open one door and he peeped inside. A guy that looked like him was soundly asleep. Their only difference was their hair. RMC smiled as he thought that his younger brother was able to sleep soundly even though he was still not home. The guy that was sleeping was Riwan. He's the younger brother of RMC who will be turning into a third-year middle schooler soon. Their family was claimed to be a typical one. But all of that changed as their parents passed away in a traffic accident. The only ones who were left for each other were the two of them. Even at a young age, Ryumin was forced to become the guardian of his younger brother. Ryumin had these noticeable bruises and bandages all over his body, and RMC never knew about these before he regressed. He then decided to start changing things around by turning the lights back on. Ryumin greeted his brother and told him that it was now time to wake up. His younger brother then checked his phone and saw that it was only 6 a.m. But him tucking back to bed was really not happening as RMC pulled the mattress below him. He claimed that they didn't have much time to spare and he would just explain things while they were going out. Ryun was still drowsy while asking his brother what's the reason behind all of these. His expression then changed as he heard his brother's voice turn into a more serious tone. This was because this guy revealed that the world was now in chaos. As for Ryun, all he knew was that his brother went out to watch the New Year Bell celebration. He asked if something happened. RMC then told him to come on out first and he'll tell him everything as they walk. A few moments later, these two were now walking down the street. Ryun stared at his brother intently, wondering if something bad happened. This was one of the rare cases his brother had a serious face. RMC then spoke and told him that one really had no idea what's happening in the world right now. This statement made one more curious and asked if something happened while he was asleep. Min then commanded him to take out his phone and check the current top search. This guy followed his older brother and really brought out his phone. He read the articles about an angel appearing and kidnapping civilians to another world. RMC then corrected him. He claimed that taking their souls was more accurate. One was then startled as he found out that his brother was one of the guys that were taken away. He also found out that RMC only survived because he was able to kill 100 goblins. One was about to check if his brother was just alright, but he was stopped as RMC told him not to worry about him. This one then exclaimed as he couldn't just not worry about his brother. Right when their parents died, everything changed. For one, the only family he got was his older brother. And even when they were still grieving, his older brother took all the responsibility. Ryuman had to be strong so they could continue living. And until now, his older brother was the only person he knew that became the most mentally strong individual ever. But even then, he still couldn't fathom the idea that his brother had really killed 100 goblins. He thought that his brother must have a weak side too. RMC then cut his younger brother's chain of thoughts as he already knew what he was thinking. Since he was doubting his physical strength, Ryuman revealed that inside the game were stats that improved their abilities. This was the reason he became strong enough to pass the mission. He also claimed that when Ryu-1 sees what he was about to do later, all of his doubts will vanish. But the worry in his mind still lingered. The younger brother then stopped walking and claimed that he would not be following RMC until he told him where they were going. With a more desperate expression, he requested to know this information first. The bruises that were tried to be hidden under these bandages then became more visible. RMC had this empty expression on his face as he remembered something in the past. He then uttered the name Bangtaju. Hearing this, Ryun was shocked. Ryuman turned around with this expression then revealed that they will be going to Bangtaju's hideout. The same place where Ryun's class's head delinquent was staying. RMC had finally revealed that he knew that his younger brother was being bullied. Ryuan panicked as he was not expecting him to know about it. He tried his best hiding it from him. This was because he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble for his older brother who was already having a hard time. But the burden really lies on Ryuan. He was constantly trying to apologize to his younger brother because he had let this situation happen. His past self really had no idea that this was happening. He was too caught up in being bullied himself and juggling his studies and work at the same time. The first time he learned about the truth was after returning from his very first round. RMC had spent the day sleeping as he was traumatized from his battle against the goblins. That day, Ryun went outside to go somewhere. The next thing RMC knew was that his phone was ringing non-stop. He reluctantly got up and answered the call and it was about Ryuan. His eyes widened in shock as the person at the other side of the call told him that she should immediately go to the hospital. Should immediately go to the hospital. That same day, he rushed as he found out that his brother got involved in an incident. Ryun came back to their house alive, but he was already blind from the beating he got from Taijayu. RMC had regretted that day and blamed himself for being too weak and foolish. He was not able to protect his only family in this world. But ever since he regressed, he changed Ryun's fate and saved him in every single timeline. He promised that no one would ever be able to hurt him again. Meanwhile, at this abandoned factory near their neighborhood, someone was being beat up. One person who had this blonde hair claimed that these three individuals that were in front of him failed to bring him 200,000 won each. And because their bodies hurt too much, they did not even have the strength to give out their reasons. This then resulted in this person continuing what he had been doing. There were also three other men who were just there standing and watched how their friend taught them some lessons. They thought that Taijaya was just too ruthless. One person claimed that even the students from the higher years didn't dare to mess with him, and that's the reason they shouldn't get on his bad side. Taijaya then commented that these guys were all useless as they failed his request. The money that he had expected to get from them was allotted towards a motorcycle he had been eyeing for a long time. He then approached the other three and asked them if they knew some ways to get some money. These guys then started brainstorming. But providing an easy way of having money would be really difficult. Until this guy thought of something. He then suggested that Taijaya should ask some money to his personal errand boy. The tall one with curly hair. Taijaya then smiled as he remembered Riwan. He claimed that he was already planning on calling him today as he will be celebrating the new year with him. These guys then teased Taijaya and suggested that he could just rob him blindly. But Taijaya revealed that Ryuan was practically homeless. He added that his errand boy wouldn't be able to bring him any money even if he beat him up. His house also looked worn down. Hearing this situation then disappointed these three. They kind of felt bad, especially when they found out that Ryuan didn't even have parents anymore. Taijaya continued telling them that the only family that boy has was his older brother. But then, Taijaya stopped talking as he fixed his gaze onto something. Turns out, Ryuan and RMC have finally arrived in this abandoned warehouse. Taijaya smiled as he realized that there's really nothing to be afraid of, especially with Ryuan's presence. He then approached Ryuan and told him that they were just speaking about him right now. But in an instant, this guy's mood changed and tried intimidating Ryuan. This guy then immediately apologized while his older brother was standing beside him. Taijaya noticed RMC's presence and wondered about his identity. He thought that his face was kinda annoying him a bit. He then addressed Ryuan and asked who's this person he came with. And because he was a little bit scared of Taijaya, he couldn't even answer him straight. RMC then spoke and introduced himself as Ryuan's older brother. Taijaya got annoyed because he specifically told Ryuan to never snitch on him. He then warned him that he would now be teaching his older brother a lesson as well. This fat guy then gave a look towards one of his minions. These three immediately walked and approached RMC's direction. They asked him if he was somewhat good at fighting. Ryuman just stood there while waiting for these guys to come closer. One of them even teased him for being a little bit shorter than his younger brother. But this stopped immediately as the guy met with Ryuman's fist. The other guys were startled because their friend got defeated just by one punch. This one tried to get revenge and charged right through. The only problem was that his attacks were always missing. RMC had enough of it, so he counterattacked. And it was a clean hit. The thug was then sent flying towards these metallic drums. As for the other one, he tried charging in as well. But as expected, a quick punch was given to his face. The three minions were now on the ground and were struggling to get up. Meanwhile, Taijaya still had this sinister smile with him. He claimed that this scene was too trashy. In his mind, Ryuman may have learned some boxing skills. But he wondered if that was already enough to fight against him. He then walked towards them and praised Ryuman for winning against his minions using some boxing skills. But as he stood in front of RMC, this one claimed that it seemed that he didn't learn that physicality is also very important in boxing. Ryuman just smiled as this person in front of him still had no idea what just happened around the world. Taijaya got curious, so he asked about it. But Ryuman just scoffed off. Having his question being ignored made this guy furious. He then charged a punch towards RMC. And as usual, these normal punches have no chance of hitting a player like him. Taijaya continued throwing these punches. He was getting annoyed the more he tried to hit him. His eyesight was already getting blurry from the exhaustion he was feeling. All of the punches he threw didn't hit his target. He also wondered what was happening as he couldn't even land anything. As for RMC, he charged his fist with this blue aura. He then commented that if Taijayu had been watching the news, he wouldn't dare to fight against him. After that statement, Ryuman's punch landed straight to this fatso's face. Again kids, you should never bully someone unless you want to experience these kinds of paybacks. Even with Taijayu's heavy body, RMC was still able to send him a few meters back. But it turned out to be not enough to make this guy unconscious. Taijaya then rushed towards Ryuman to have his counterattack. But he was not able to hit anything. The punch was thrown in this empty space. This guy wondered where his target went, and then right at the side of his face, a bright light appeared again. Another punch landed and he's not able to react. Even if he was clearly at a disadvantage, Taiji who was still claiming that RMC has no match for him. He then tried stopping the blood that was coming from his mouth, and then his tooth fell. This made him furious and shouted that he would make sure that he'll kill Ryuman. The fatso tried landing another punch, but it was easily evaded. RMC then grabbed his hand and directed it to another direction. This caused Taijayu to lose his balance and receive another barrage of attacks. And while this was all happening, the other guys who were being bullied by Taijaya were watching. This guy then thought that maybe Ryuman was targeting his face on purpose. He looked at his opponent and saw his smug and confident face. Taijaya was now wishing to land a hit on this guy even once. He rushed again towards Ryuman. He already had this struggling face with him while saying the word please. But then, a powerful kick landed. Taijaya was sent flying towards the wall. This guy was already at his limit. He didn't have enough stamina to sustain this fight. On top of that, the attacks that he had been receiving were not easy to take. With a more annoyed expression, RMC asked this bully if he was feeling hurt. Ryu Min had recalled the day when he saw his younger brother blinded. And even with all the regressions he had all these times, that was one of the scenes that he could never forget. The fatso was now asking RMC not to get any closer to him. He protected his neck from another kick and pleaded for Ryuman to stop. But then, all RMC did was to hold his hand, which made Taijaya confused. Ryuman smiled, but right now, his eyes were filled with terror. He exclaimed that this was the very same reason that he shouldn't have messed with his little bro. A streak of pain was felt after that statement. It was so sudden that it made this guy just stare at it. After a few seconds, the pain finally registered to his brain and he screamed loudly. Multiple fingers were now broken. And while he was still crying for the broken ones, RMC grabbed his other hand. Taijayu's eyes were filled with fear. He repeatedly screamed the word no. Seeing this kind of scene also made Taijayu's minions run away. They knew that they would be in a lot more trouble if they stayed. Ryuman also turned his head around because he didn't want to see what his brother was doing to Taijayu. RMC warned this guy again if he would mess with his younger brother. I think this was more than enough lesson for today. Taijayu was already regretting his decisions in life. All of his fingers got broken today. Hearing him confirming it made Ryuman smile. But he still has that creepy smile on his face. He then grabbed Taijaya's other arm and broke it once more. He said that he needed to make sure just in case this fatso thought of getting some kind of revenge. A loud scream was then heard all throughout the neighborhood. After that encounter with Taijayu, the two brothers casually walked out of the scene. Ryuman asked his older brother how he had done that. He thought that maybe he learned some kind of martial arts or something. But our MC denied this and told him that it was still because he became a player. The stats can be used to enhance their abilities in real life as well. And to really make his brother believe it, Ryuman tried summoning the weapon that he got last round. A golden bright light emerged and slowly took form. Ryuman was startled as a dark and sharp dagger really materialized. This guy was now beaming with amazement. Ryuman also added that all players could summon their weapons like this. And that's the time when Ryuman realized that the reason why his brother was moving too fast was because of the same thing. He didn't even have a hard time dodging all of those attacks. RMC revealed that he was able to move like that because his dex stat was around 11. Normal people only have around 3 and athletes are around 10. Ryuman asked what happens when his brother levels up more, but our MC pretended that he didn't know anything as he hadn't reached that point yet. This guy was now willing to lie about this information because of what happened in his previous transgression. Back then at his 11th transgression, he told his younger brother that he was a regressor. And this has put Ryumin in danger. Some players kidnapped him for the sake of controlling RMC. Even though he was able to save him that time, he wouldn't want Ryumin to experience that kind of trauma again. While staring at his brother, Ryumin thought that he should prepare more on protecting him against other players. To start things off, he asked this guy if he would want to have breakfast at the convenience store. Ryumin gladly accepted the invitation, so they went inside the QS24 shop. The younger brother called the attention of Ryumin as he was heading towards a different direction. He pointed out that the cup noodles were over that direction. But our MC headed towards the ATM first to withdraw some money. While clicking the buttons, he thought that this was all he had saved until now. It was a total of 133,201. This was only around $100. Ryumin withdrew 100,001. Ryumin was shocked to see that his brother withdrew so much money. This was the reality that these two brothers have lived a hard life. RMC just told him that he would need it for something later. Meanwhile, he asked Ryumin what he would want to eat. This guy hesitated on telling what he liked because all of the food in this area was expensive. But his older brother assured him that he could get all the food that he wanted. This was Ryumin's way of making up for him because all he had last night was just a cup of noodles. Even then, he was still hesitating because they might end up having no money for the upcoming days. When all things were sorted out, Ryumin got this chili pork belly. He claimed that he really wanted to eat this for a long time now, and the happiness on his face could already be seen. This made our MC smile, and then he told Ryumin that they should eat Hanu beef sometime and order it. Hearing this made Ryumin feel awkward again. He told his older brother that this chili pork belly was more than enough for him. Meanwhile, in this guy's mind, in a few more days they could already eat whatever they want. After a few moments, the two were now eating their breakfast. The pork belly really looked delicious. Ryumin then took his first bite. His face was glowing because of how tasty it was. And while they were eating, Ryumin stood up and told his younger brother that he just needed to do something important. Ryumin just stared at his brother and checked where he was going. A few seconds later, RMC came back with this ball pen in his hand. Ryumin was startled as he saw that his brother just bought a lot of NATO tickets. All of the remaining money that they had was spent on buying 20 tickets. The younger brother was really shocked as that would total to 100,001. But while this guy was panicking, RMC just continued to check all the numbers that he could remember. He commanded Ryumin to just wait and see. Ryumin got more confused as he saw what his brother was doing with the tickets. RMC just picked the same numbers over and over again. He then smiled and revealed that the reason why he did this was because these were the winning numbers. If I would also be a regressor, I would surely do the same. Later that night, the two were back to their apartment. Ryumin was glued to his phone as he was watching the NATO draw for that day. This guy was even biting his nails because he was too nervous. He thought that they may have just wasted 100,001. The drawing of numbers then started. Ryumin scolded his younger brother about this habit. But as the host announced the lucky numbers, Ryumin stopped. The first number was 3, then 8. The third number is 9, then 38. All of the numbers were the same ones that his brother had picked a while ago. And after a few more seconds, the screen had shown all the final 6 lucky numbers. They were 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1. RMC didn't even need the bonus number because all of the first 6 were correct. Ryumin then exclaimed that this thing was insane. He can't believe that his brother was indeed right about taking some NADA tickets. His eyes were slowly being filled with tears. He even asked his brother to pinch him because he thought this was just a dream. But RMC just smiled at his brother and confirmed that this was all real. Ryumin then teased him and asked if he would prefer this thing to be just a dream. A few more confirmations were needed to really make Ryumin believe it. He then stood up and raised the tickets that they bought. He shouted at the top of his lungs as he was just too happy. But his celebration was cut short as our MC advised him to keep quiet. Their neighbors might hear him. Ryun was just too happy to see his younger brother like this. He thought that he had the same reaction the first time he had bought the Nada tickets. He also screamed and celebrated the whole night. But as he regressed over and over again, this became the kind of annual event that he was obliged to do. This was all because he would eventually need a lot of money. Having the population cut off to 90% in just one night had really affected the economy of all the countries all over the world. And soon, item trade between players will also become available, which will all be done with a cash basis. Ryumin then asked his brother how much money they would get after exchanging all the tickets, and it was answered with an unsure response. All RMC cared about was this amount of money will be enough for them to shake the world. The next day, Ryumin went in front of the Namgyup Bank building. Since he had done this a lot of times, him walking towards the teller didn't make him nervous at all. He then approached this individual and casually told him that he came in here to collect the Nada first place prize. Hearing this statement immediately made this guy congratulate RMC. But as he stared at Ryumin even further, he thought that this guy looked like a high school student. He then asked RMC about the store where he purchased the ticket. And he answered it by saying QS24, Yaomui branch. His answer made this guy startled. He then remembered what his colleague had shared to him about the number of tickets that had won this round. There were 115 of them. This guy claimed that what made it even crazier was that all 100 tickets were bought inside one store. He then got the idea that only one person had bought all of the tickets that day. Regardless of the circumstance, he was advised that whoever would claim the winnings from this store, he or she should be treated like a VVIP. This guy was then cut off by RMC as he was seen lost in his thoughts. He quickly apologized and asked for Ryumin to just wait for a while. A few moments later, another person came in and he greeted RMC. He introduced himself as Gwon Junho, the president of the Namgyup Bank. The president of the bank personally greeted RMC because he was the one who won multiple Matto tickets. He also congratulated him in the process. Ryumin was then invited towards another place more quiet and was asked to follow the president. President Juno led him towards this room where the lottery ticket business team were placed. They entered the room and were greeted by a lady immediately. This one wondered who this guy was beside the president. She thought that maybe he was his son. But her question was immediately answered as the president introduced Ryumin as one of their VVIP who came in to claim his prize. He also told the lady that she should make him comfortable at all costs. The employee got more nervous upon learning that this guy just won 100 NATO tickets in one go. She then composed herself and decided to stay calm. After that, she offered Ryumin to sit first. She also asked him if he wanted to drink anything, but all RMC wanted was to get his winning prize right away. As part of the process, she will be confirming the Nada tickets first. Ryumin quickly handed her the tickets. There were really a lot of them, and while inspecting them, this lady couldn't help but think that this was too absurd. This was the very first time she had encountered anything like this. She even thinks that maybe this guy could see the future. After a few moments, she validated them and told RMC that they were all real. Ryumin then asked her how much he would be receiving, and just thinking about the number made her freeze. RMC patiently waited for a response. And it was revealed to be roughly 22.5 billion won. A perfect example of rags to riches, folks. After taxes, RMC was able to take home a whopping 15 billion won. Everything happened quickly after he had collected his reward. Ryumin got busy buying a new place for them to live in. That evening, he also opened a stock trading account. Around this time of year, Bitcoin was expected to go up by 500%, so he planned on investing in stocks after increasing his money with Bitcoin. A few days after, these two have already talked about their future plans. Raiwan saw some pictures of their new house. He claimed that he only saw this kind of big and expensive houses in photos. But one thing has bugged Raiwan, and that was the fact his brother preferred to just rent this house instead of buying it, even though they have more than to pay it in cash. It was then revealed to him that they didn't have any money anymore. His ever so intelligent and wise older brother has invested everything to Bitcoin. He allotted all 14 million won. Ryumin was part of the Deegans. And that statement made his brother act like a cartoon character. He froze and was not able to respond to anything. Ryumin then assured him that he just had to trust him as he already knew some things. This guy also prepared some kind of backup plan in case things went south. He revealed that he still has 4 sets of numbers that he saw in his dream. And he could just buy tickets again. Raewon's eyes glittered as he realized that he had only seen people dreaming about lucky numbers on TV. He didn't even think they were true. He then shook his older brother and told him not to forget those numbers at all cost. In Ryumin's mind, he couldn't forget those numbers even if he wanted to because he had already done this multiple times. After that, this older brother told Ryumin that they should now go to lunch and be ready to leave. This confused him and asked Ryumin where they would be going. This guy then smiled and revealed that today was the day they will be moving in. Meanwhile, somewhere in this random place, a punch just landed on a wall. It's so powerful that it even created cracks all over the point of impact. This attack was from Young Men. He smiled as he thought that putting all of his stat points in strength was really the best choice. On top of that, the rune that he got from the angel was the rune of strength. This allowed him to have his strength stat to be doubled in value, resulting on him having this kind of power. As he stared at the cracks that he made on the wall, he thought that even Mike Tyson would be jealous after seeing a punch this strong. Yeo Min grew more ecstatic as he thought that he should try using his newfound power in an actual fight. Later that day, the guy that wished to become a thug came knocking outside Ryu Min's house. Yeo Min was already becoming annoyed because no one was answering. His calls were also not being seen. Numbers that he saw in his dream. And he could just buy tickets again. Raewon's eyes glittered as he realized that he had only seen people dreaming about lucky numbers on TV. He didn't even think they were true. He then shook his older brother and told him not to forget those numbers at all cost. In Ryumin's mind, he couldn't forget those numbers even if he wanted to because he had already done this multiple times. After that, this older brother told Ryumin that they should now go to lunch and be ready to leave. This confused him and asked Ryumin where they would be going. This guy then smiled and revealed that today was the day they will be moving in. Meanwhile, somewhere in this random place, a punch just landed on a wall. It's so powerful that it even created cracks all over the point of impact. This attack was from Young Men. He smiled as he thought that putting all of his stat points in strength was really the best choice. On top of that, the rune that he got from the angel was the rune of strength. This allowed him to have his strength stat to be doubled in value, resulting on him having this kind of power. As he stared at the cracks that he made on the wall, he thought that even Mike Tyson would be jealous after seeing a punch this strong. Yeo Min grew more ecstatic as he thought that he should try using his newfound power in an actual fight. Later that day, the guy that wished to become a thug came knocking outside Ryu Min's house. Yeo Min was already becoming annoyed because no one was answering. His calls were also not being seen. His gut feeling tells him that his errand boy was still alive. He then remembered the night when he saw Ryumin before the New Year event. He thought that he would really never let this thing go, especially when RMC stared at him like he was just a fly. The anger that he was feeling grew more as he remembered that memory. He claimed that he would now be killing him for sure. In his mind, even if Ryumin became a player, that cowardly errand boy would still be weak and needed to be taught a lesson. Yeoman thought that our MC would be naturally hiding inside his house. But even with these aggressive knocks, no one was answering. He suddenly stopped as he thought of a plan. He leaned towards the door and purposely commented that since Ryumin was not inside, he would go for now. Yeoman was now waiting to hear even just one breath coming from the inside. He was already planning to destroy the door instantly. But his attention was then shifted towards this old man who asked him what he was doing in front of his neighbor's door. This guy really had this rough attitude and asked the old man why he would care. Young Min wondered if this old man was the landlord or something. And then this individual confirmed it. He was really indeed the landlord. The old man then asked Yang Min if he was there to meet a friend. And by getting this convenient alibi, he agreed and pretended to be RMC's friend. Young Min even asked if the landlord could open the door for him. As for his reason, he lost contact with his friend, so he came in here to check what happened to him. But then, the old man revealed that Young Min just got left behind by this friend of his. The landlord added that the room was empty now and the student that used to live there moved somewhere else. The only problem was that he had no idea where. This kind of situation then made Young Min even more furious. He thought that Ryumin ran without saying anything. Meanwhile, the topic of their conversation was now standing in front of this elegant and tall skyscraper. Ryuin commented that it was just too tall. This guy even got amazed as they entered the building using a rotating door. He also watched his older brother get the special entry cards issued to the owners of the building. His amazement grew more as he saw a security guard confirm their identification. This was his first time after all. While they were inside the elevator, Ryuin added that this place was just too amazing. The place that they will be calling their home now was at the 43rd floor of the building. These two arrived at the place and they were greeted by this spacious place. All of the things inside were also brand new. Raiwon also found out that this place was over 330 square meters. As they checked all the areas of this place, Raiwon commented that this place might be just too big for just the two of them. The contract for the place was 500 million won in deposits, and 22 million won per month. That price was over $16,000. And hearing this made Raiwon lose all of his strength. He remembered the time when they were already worrying about spending $5,000 on a convenience store. The younger brother then suggested that they should just get a much cheaper house. But our MC disagreed. He revealed that the more they spent, the better the security. And that's all that matters right now. And that was because every first of the month, players fall under narcolepsy, and this period of time is the most vulnerable for all players. Natural disasters would really be a threat. On top of that, there had been instances that assassins were hired by other players, and so, when the time comes, players would need to be in a really safe place. Ryumin knew that no matter how strong the player is inside the game, everything will end if they die in real life. After checking all the parts of the house, Ryumin asked his younger brother if he really liked it here. And his answer was yes. RMC then commented that he was happy because Ryuin liked it. But looking at his older brother's face, Ryuin thought of something. Worry then became evident on his face. He also became silent. After a few seconds, this guy suddenly apologized to RMC. And that was because he felt guilty for having his older brother risk his life every first day of the month while he was just here enjoying all the best things in life. But this gloomy attitude was really not needed for today. Ryumin quickly tapped his shoulder. He then assured him that Ryuin doesn't need to feel down because he would surely come back every time. And to clear the atmosphere, RMC invited his brother to eat at the Korean place on the second floor. While waiting for Ryumin, RMC's phone rang and he checked it. He saw that Young Min had finally noticed that he had already moved to another place. He also decided to ignore his calls as they will never be meeting in real life again. But it will be different in the other world. Their fate was destined to meet again. The day after moving in, Ryumin was still yawning as he walked out from his room. He then saw his younger brother having himself ready to go out. This guy revealed that he just ordered some rice cakes, so he will be going to grab them. Ryumin's statement confused RMC. Why rice cakes? This event hasn't occurred before. Regressing didn't mean that all things would happen the same way, but it still intrigued Ryumin. He then asked his younger brother the reason why he bought some rice cakes. And it was revealed that Ryuin had planned to give it to their new neighbors. This action had really been a common courtesy for Koreans. RMC also thought that it was really not a bad idea to be a good neighbor. Ryuin was then commended for his good thinking. Ryuin was about to go out, but then RMC suggested that he should go with him and hand the rice cakes together. And just like that, the two of them started ringing the doorbells of their neighbors. They also introduced themselves and greeted them with their warm and sweet smiles. The first neighbor to open up was this old lady. She quickly noticed that these two were siblings because they really looked alike. The rice cakes were then given. This was the start of them having a great relationship with their neighbors. Raiwon has displayed his good manners towards the strangers that were in front of him. This act then continued for a while. Ryun would always wear a smile while handling those rice cakes. And that was the same for RMC. This kid even returned the favor and politely accepted the rice cake. After a while, there's only one place left. And it was on the 44th floor. These two were eager to finish everything so they could rest. And while heading towards the last neighbor, RMC shared that the person who owned the floor bought both the 44th and 45th. That meant that whoever this person was should be at least mega rich. RMC then tried remembering the details, and all he could recall was that the person who lives here was a celebrity. Raiwon pressed the doorbell, but no one was answering. He thought that maybe they were not inside. And since they were already here, it wouldn't hurt to try again. But after a few more seconds, Ryun gave up. He was just about to suggest that they should just go back to their house, but he noticed something. This guy had recognized someone that was coming in their direction. The person that the two brothers saw was none other than the most famous celebrity in the whole Korea right now. This lady right here was Seo Rin, and she was considered to be one of the most beautiful actresses in the whole country. The two brothers were shocked to see the beautiful actress in front of them. One, he blushed as he commented how her beauty is akin to an angel, while Ryumin seemed to have no idea on who's in front of them. Immediately the bodyguard blocked their sight. He interrogated them on who they were and assumed that they were fans of Seo Rin. Ryumin nonchalantly told the guard that they are the new neighbors from the floor below Seo Rin. The bodyguard seemed confused until he noticed the rice cakes that Wani was holding. He then realized that the two brothers' intention was to introduce themselves. Wani merrily offered the rice cakes, yet he was rudely dismissed by the bodyguard by saying that Seo Rin doesn't eat such things. The bodyguard proceeded to swipe the card to the elevator and escorted Seo Rin to ride it. As she took a step towards the elevator, she took one last glance towards the brothers. When they were out of sight, Ryumin admitted that he doesn't know them, but he seems to dislike their rude behavior. Wani remained silent while keeping his gaze at the elevator. Ryumin told his brother not to be bothered by the likes of them. Wani answered him that he was fine while still looking at the elevator. Once he was out of trance, Wani exclaimed how amazing the encounter was, but his brother seemed to be confused about what he's talking about. Wani was baffled by his brother's reaction. He asked him what he meant when he actually saw everything. He placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and excitedly told him that he's talking about Seo Rin. Ryumin blatantly asked who Seo Rin is. Meanwhile, the news is bombarded with topics about the death of several famous artists. Seo Rin, who was reading that news on her mobile phone, sighed. She had a worried expression on her face as she wondered what was going on with their world. She's reading the news about the actor Gwang Min-ho, who took a break from his show called Criminal Land because of anxiety when she received a text message asking her if she had seen the news. She opened the thread and there was another message about their son by Gong Saeojin, who just died. She typed her response, yeah. And then the person who's chatting with her asked her if she's coming to the funeral tomorrow. She replied that she should be there since their son Bae looked after them really well. The person in the chat invited her to go together and she agreed. She put her phone down as she remarked how those sunbaes, who were much more famous than her, couldn't survive the first round. Looking really glum, she thought of how the rune saved her, otherwise she would have been on the news, too. She let out a breath as she realized how she thought of herself as a famous person, for thinking that if she died, her death could have made it in the news. She was consumed with her thoughts, particularly wondering if she'll be able to go far if it weren't for the sponsorships, since even the penthouse was provided for her. Unbeknownst to her, the bodyguard is already behind her. The bodyguard came closer as he asked her what she was thinking about. She was surprised with his presence and told him that it was nothing. The bodyguard casually sat on the couch beside and told her that he would lend an ear to her. Seo Rin admitted that she was thinking about how the world became so chaotic, and she expressed her worry that she might not survive the next round. The bodyguard assured her that she has nothing to worry about since she has him with her. He told her to stop worrying and rely on him. Seo Rin smiled when she expressed her trust to him. The bodyguard was looking in front of him while Seo Rin was staring at him. She remembered the time when the company first chose him as her bodyguard. She was wary of him since it felt like he was assigned to keep an eye on her, but if it weren't for him, she knew she would have died in the first round. The bodyguard looked at her as he vowed to protect her no matter what. She smiled and blushed a little when she expressed her appreciation. Immediately she brought up the topic about her neighbor downstairs. She goofily expressed how the rice cakes looked yummy, but he blatantly told her that she will gain weight if she eats that. She expressed her thoughts that the neighbors were just being nice to them and the bodyguard probably hurt their feelings. The bodyguard assured her that it's fine since the neighbors weren't just simply being nice. With a serious expression, he expressed that the neighbors are doing that because they want something from them, and had they accepted the rice cake, the neighbors would have bothered them continuously. She recalled how they look and, in her mind, she sees them as good people. Suddenly she noticed that one of the two looked like he was over 15. She remarked how he must have killed 100 goblins and survived the first round. The bodyguard answered that it seems to be the case. She held her arm as she expressed how amazing it was, knowing that he had gone through such a cruel experience, yet he looked calm. The bodyguard scoffed and reminded her that she was able to do it too. He explained that it wasn't hard to kill 100 goblins, and the ones who couldn't do it were just idiots. Saren kept her thoughts to herself, as she agreed that her bodyguard is indeed skilled, even by the standards of the other world. However, he is not on par with the guy who stood out called Black Scythe. He was ruthless, and she almost felt bad for the goblins while watching Black Scythe. She seemed to be curious about him as she wondered what his job is in the real world. She's confident that she could survive the second round if she joined him. She is enveloped with anxiety as she recounts that it was just luck that helped her survive the first round. She wondered if she'll survive the next round too. On January 31st, Tuesday, at 11 in the morning, Riwan shifted his attention from the vacuum. As Riman entered the door and announced his arrival, he warmly welcomed his brother. He asked him if he was able to get the money. Riman answered that he only received about 15 billion when it was 17 billion last time. He was curious if the bank said anything to his brother since it was his fourth time. Riman recalled that the manager of the bank was greatly surprised to see him again. The bank manager discreetly asked about his secret in winning the lottery, and he reminded him that he already told him last week that it showed up in his dreams. The bank manager seemed convinced and wished that he would have such dreams. Ryuan was left astonished with the story. He inquired if his brother would invest in Bitcoin again. Ryuman answered him yes, since their first investment had already grown to 150 billion. He politely asked his brother if they should sell their Bitcoin because he fears that the value will drop, but Ryuman confidently answered that it's not the right time yet. He warmly smiled at his brother and assured him that he's going to take care of it. And then he invited Ryuan to eat. They happily eat pasta in a restaurant and walked on the streets with food and grocery bags in their hands. Came January 31st, Tuesday at 11:55 p.m. Ryuman is still awake on his bed while Ryuan stays by his side holding his hand. Ryuan, engulfed with worry, squeezed his brother's hand and demanded him to come back alive. Ryuman confidently smiled at him and assured him that he had nothing to worry about, and made him recall his power that was unleashed to the bully named Bang Taiju. Ryuan knows that his brother can take care of himself, but he still can't help but worry. Ryuman patted his brother's head and told him to get some sleep instead of worrying. He assured him that by the time he woke up, he had already returned from the other world, and told him that he will see him later. Right on time, his soul glowed vibrantly as he got transported into the other world. Under the dark gray sky, other players started arriving too. One player asked if they had successfully arrived, while another player expresses his amusement on the super-fast travel, while others cower with worry. They looked around their surroundings since the venue seemed to be a new one, until one of the players noticed Black Scythe, the one got the first rank in the last round. Ryuman paid attention to his surroundings and noticed that many people were able to recognize him and they kept their distance from him. He also spotted Yongmin among the players. And then he became impatient as he started to wonder when the angel would appear. Raimon had a fierce expression, and the angel descended down from the sky as she confirmed if everyone had arrived. The players noticed that the angel was not the angel that they first met. They started to panic and wonder what had happened. The angel explained that the angel who was in charge of the first round had an accident and couldn't come, and the angel told the humans not to panic. She had a sinister look on her face as she told them that she would be their guide, and she declared that since everyone has arrived, she will start the instructions for the second round's quest. The players are engrossed on their screen, where it displayed the details of the second round of quests. They are tasked to pick a zone representative within the next 3 hours. The players seem to be confused with the instructions given. As they were looking at their screen, they began to express different ideas. One player thought that they were to fight monsters again, while another player seemed to be shocked at the number of people who passed. Another player even speculated that all of them get to survive the round. The angel noticed the confusion among the players, which led her to explain. She explained that the second round is not a combat round, and they only need to choose a zone representative. The zone representative has the authority to demand and force people to do things, such as forcing them to crawl or die. She commented on how amazing the authoritative power is. In 3 hours, the players just need to use that time to choose the zone representative. One player dared to ask if that's all there is to it. The angel confirmed that once they have casted their vote, they will be counted as someone who passed and will be sent home, since this round is kind of a rest round. The players rejoiced with the idea of doing a simple task and not having to fight and die. With that, the angel urged them to discuss who they will choose as the zone's representative, and the timer started. With smiles on their faces, the players confirmed with each other if they will live as long as they vote after 3 hours. They were amused with the simple task and the authoritative power that they could possibly wield. Young Min is disappointed that he doesn't get to fight in this round. One of his friends encouraged him to let it go since they will get to live once they casted their vote. He told him that it's not something to complain about. But Young Min is frustrated that he invested on his strength stat, but doesn't have the opportunity to use it. Ryumin overheard the conversation and concluded that Young Min must have received the rune of strength. He looked around and took a mental note of how Hwang Yongmin's rune and the current situation is happening the way it always was. He walked away from the crowd who was occupied with discussing who to vote for. That's not the important thing for him right now. He knew that if there's a main quest, then there must be a sub-quest. He remembered that the second round sub-quest/hidden quest is to obtain a class. He gripped his dagger with the goal to level up real fast. This is important to be able to obtain a class. A goblin showed up, and he taunted it to come forward, and then it made a loud, eerie noise as it advanced forward. Ryumin rushed forward for a counterattack, and he successfully cut the goblin's head off. A notification screen showed up indicating that he successfully defeated the hobgoblin. His current kill count is 1/100, and his triple XP buff is in effect. More notification screens appeared indicating that his experience is raised to 9%. He received 15 gold, and all stats will be increased by 1% due to the effects of Rune of Slaughter. He realized that it was a good decision to go into the forest to hunt. He knew that where there is one goblin, there would always be more. And he was right. Several mean-looking goblins showed up. This made Ryumin smile. He stood in the middle of the forest, waiting for the goblins to attack. He stood calmly and confidently while he hit the goblin in the head, followed by slashing it with his dagger. The notification screen appeared to inform him that he has defeated a hobgoblin, and his current kill count is 5/100. The bodies of the dead goblins were scattered in the forest. Another notification appeared indicating that all stats will be increased by 50% due to the effects of Rune of Slaughter. He had successfully leveled up, while the timer indicates that there are still 2 hours and 24 seconds left until voting. He wiped his jaw, and while wondering if it had been half an hour, he opened his stat window, and it showed that he's currently at level 9. He decided to increase his agility. The points would be useful in strength if he is Hwang Yong-min and the Rune of Strength. He knew that it's not the best idea in all classes. His agility increased to 24 from 18. He knew that players would end up dead if they aren't fast enough to dodge a critical attack even if they are really strong. There are 4 components to stats. Those are strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength affects physical damage, stamina, and defense power, while intelligence affects magical damage, mentality, and calculation speed. He looked at his stat window again, and his agility is now at 30. Agility affects attack speed, movement speed, and improves dodging. Luck affects the chance of critical damage, item drops, and extra gold rewards. All those things are important, and for him as a Grim Reaper class which uses both physical and magical damages, it's best to raise all stats equally. He seemed to notice something behind him. He turned around to see who it was. He couldn't fully believe that someone dared to follow him. He didn't notice earlier since he was engrossed in the fight. The situation is unsettling for him since this hasn't happened before. He raised his dagger and demanded his company to show themselves and reveal their intentions, otherwise that person should have prepared for death. Slowly a footstep can be heard, and a woman revealed herself. Ryumin recognized that it was the actress that he had met before. He wondered if she's really the one following him. The woman apologized for following him. A man also appeared and expressed his apologies. He explained that they didn't follow him with bad intentions, and he encouraged him to calm down. He read the man's name, which is displayed as Insang Chul. He had a grim expression on his face when he remembered that Insang Chul is Ma Jian Rak's right hand. Ma Jian Rak is the oldest son of the nation's biggest corporate who goes by the username Heavenly Demon. He's one of the people that Ryumin is after. He knew that if he had him by his side, it would be easier for him to get stronger. To add on that, he also needs a priest who has a connection to Mag Jiangrok to be on his side for the 20th round. Ryumin didn't expect to meet Mag Jiangrok's right hand early. On top of that, the puzzle pieces seemed to fit perfectly since Ma Jianrok's company sponsored celebrities. Either way, he disliked that the future had changed. He asked them how long they had been following him and she deeply apologized for that. He asked about their reasons for following him. Soran told him that they had done it, not for any bad reason, but because she wanted to offer him something. Soran looked nervous as she communicated that they knew he got the first place in the first round, and so she wants to suggest for them to team up together. Ryumin scoffed at the idea of forming a team. He mocked her by saying that the idea is only applicable if she is also useful for him. Soran couldn't deny what he said. Ryumin straightforwardly told them that he doesn't need them since he's fine on his own. He suggested for them to go back and stop wasting his time. He turned his back and made it clear that he doesn't have any desire to form a team. They stared at his back. And Sanchio clicked his tongue and commented on how arrogant Ryumin is. Erin let out a sigh and dropped to her knees. She expressed how Ryumin is in the first place for a reason. She finds his aura intimidating. And Sanchio expressed that people wouldn't be intimidated if they have a knife on their face. Erin is sad that her plan to be on the same team as Ryumin didn't work out. Sanchio reiterated that he already told her that people like Ryumin have strong egos and don't ever work in teams. Erin couldn't help but think that it was a shame. Sanchio countered her and told her that it was not shameful. What is a shame for him is that they wasted their time following Ryumin. Siren changed the topic by saying that she didn't expect monsters to show up in the forest. She suggested that they hunt monsters for the remaining time. And Sanchio thought that it was not a bad idea, and they went on with their plan. The forest had tall trees and lush bushes. A goblin in the bushes heard noises which caught its attention, and all of a sudden Ryumin attacked the goblin. He's annoyed that he's already busy enough, and they still have the nerve to ask him to team up with them. His dagger penetrated the goblin's body. He stayed focused on what's important at that moment, and that is to level up. A notification screen showed that he had defeated a hobgoblin. His current kill count is at 60/100, and all stats will be increased by 60% due to the effects of the Rune of Slaughter. All of a sudden, a pack of wolf-like monsters showed up. He felt excited and lucky to have faced many gnolls at once. The gnolls simultaneously attacked him. They leapt in the air and prepared their weapons. Ryumin stood confidently while gripping his dagger, and in swift successive movements he injured the gnolls using his dagger, and the dead bodies of the gnolls scattered on the ground. A notification screen indicated that he had defeated a gnoll. His current kill count went up to 65, and all his stats will be increased by 65% due to the effects of Rune of Slaughter. With that, he had leveled up to level 10. His efforts paid off since the notification window informed him that he had already fulfilled the conditions for class selection. Notification windows successively appeared to indicate that he had leveled up and is now at level 10. With that, he had met the conditions for advancement. Booman also gained access to the shop. And hidden subquest. The subquest window shows that they need to advance before the voting time to acquire advancement items and obtain a class. And when successful, they will receive a daily item of 50% sale ticket. The people who saw the subquest for the first time usually get confused. They didn't know where to find the advancement item or what the options were for the classes. Everyone knows that getting a class is great, but the problem is that no one knows how to obtain the advancement item, since it can only be obtained after meeting special conditions. Warriors need to raise their strength to at least 10 and kill monsters within the same hour to obtain their advancement item. Berserkers need to hunt for a period of time while bleeding. Assassins need to successfully backstab monsters multiple times. If they can't advance, they will be stuck forever as a beginner, so it's better to advance quickly. A notification window displays that Ryumin is the first player to advance, and that he obtained a random gold pouch as the first advancement reward, and the perks of being the first player to advance is that they learn the neutral skill tracking as the first advancement reward. A notification window explains that the neutral skill tracking helps in tracking the location of the desired target. However, the face and nickname must match for them to be a valid target. The price for this is 20,000 gold. While looking at his screen, Ryumin had a smile on his face. Since he had received the gold, he thought of testing the tracking ability. He chose to track Yongmin. Notification window displayed that the nickname and the face match, and tracking. The target's location had commenced. Yongmin's location has been confirmed. Ryumin is 190 meters away from him. A glowing line appeared on the ground, and the notification window displayed that he can take the target by following the arrow in front of him. Since he is just 100 meters away, Ryumin thought that it could only mean that Yongmin also entered the forest. This made him wonder, since Yongmin was 2 kilometers away in the previous attempt. He asked himself if she should go see Yongmin. In a different part of the forest, Sankal and Aaron looked exhausted as they caught their breath. Aaron groaned in pain when she suddenly collapsed face down on the ground. She had an injury on her leg and she told Sankal that she can't run anymore. Sankal reminded her that they have to keep going, otherwise they will be caught. Sankal pushed her to stand, even if it hurt. Aaron apologized and expressed that the place where she got hit by an arrow feels like it's burning. Sangcho scowled at his theory that, if they get hurt in the other world, the body in the real world would be the same. He gave her hope, saying that if she can survive, she'll be able to return home. Aaron felt determined to endure the pain. All of a sudden they heard a voice asking them where they intended to go with that kind of injury. Their voice shocked them, which made them instinctively look at the direction where it was coming from. The person who talked was Yongmin, and behind him are 3 men with a similar sinister smile. He taunted her, saying that the injury she received doesn't hurt enough yet. Sancho felt cornered in this encounter and he cursed and clenched his teeth in anger. He's upset that they were caught because of Aaron, whom he called a damned bitch in his mind. He wondered if he had no options left but to fight. He assumed a combat stance as he drew out his weapon. Yongmin seemed shocked and impressed by this gesture. He and his lackey smiled. He called Sancho an old man and asked if he wished to fight them. The 4 men all had smug looks on their faces. Yongmin told him to use his eyes and look at them to see how many of them are there. Sancho flared up and desperately asked why they were being treated that way when they didn't do anything to him. Yongmin's mocking expression reflected his denial of any wrongdoing. Sankal questioned why they had suddenly attacked them. Yongmin told him that wanted something from them. Sankal and Arin were baffled. Yongmin revealed that what he wanted was the girl next to him. With a sinister expression, he informed Sankal that they didn't care about a man like him. Their focus was solely on Arin. The 3 men who were with young men talked to each other, wondering if the girl was truly Arin. One of them said that both the nickname and her face clearly pointed to it being Arin. Another one suggested that it might be someone else trying to imitate her because they wanted to be like her. The men continued talking about who cares it when the physical appearance looks just the same. Aaron wore a horrified expression on her face. Yongmin told Sankal that if leaves Aaron behind, he will be freed unscathed. This only fueled Sankal's anger further because, in his mind, Yongmin should have mentioned it from the beginning and he would have left her without hesitation. He cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking that he had no intention of risking his life for that woman. However, he's facing one major issue. If he can't protect Aaron, he will disappoint his employer named Director McGiantglock. He assumed a combat stance, relaying that he's not going anywhere without her. Yongmin seemed amused with his gesture and confirmed if he really meant that he wanted to fight. Sangchul threatened them by saying that what they were doing was a criminal act. This made Yongmin burst into laughter. He commented that it was really funny and mockingly asked what laws were in place in the other world. He even asked if he's going to report him when he went back to real life. He dared him to try it and asked what proof he would be able to show. He suggested that since they are in the other world, his face might be different from the one that he has in the real world. Pissed with their taunting, Sankyol couldn't deny that Yongmin was right. He realized that Yongmin won't back down with just words, and that left him no other option but to fight, even if he's already injured. All of a sudden, his attention shifted to something else. He was surprised to see someone familiar. It was Black Scythe. He's casually leaning on a tree while watching them. Yongmin seemed surprised with Black Scythe's sudden appearance. Black Scythe faced Sangchul and asked what they were doing there. Yongmin answered that he should just keep going on his own business, but Black Scythe cut him mid-sentence to tell him that he's not talking to him. Black Scythe then again asked Sangxiol about the current situation. Sangxiol didn't hold back in reporting the situation. He told him that those guys were aiming for Aaron and ambushed them. He asked for help and claimed that he will be in debt to him forever. Black Scythe turned to look at Yongmin. He asked if what Sangxiol said was true, but Yongmin dismissed him by saying that it doesn't matter if it's true or not, and he should just go on his way. Yongmin reiterated that this situation is not Black Scythe's business. Black Scythe emitted a red sinister aura around him and took a step towards Yongmin and told him that he knew these people. Yongmin and the men showed a hint of fear and asked what Black Scythe held his weapon as it slowly took a form, and he informed them that he wouldn't just leave a wounded person alone. This infuriated young men while both Sankyo and Arin were relieved and thankful. At the back of his mind, Black Scythe knew the situation benefits him as well. If he helped, Mag Yonlak would have a good impression of him. And if a conglomerate like Mag Yonlak owes him, then the reward will have a snowball effect, and he'll be repaid with much greater favor. In addition, he's also decided to help since he disliked young men. Young men and his men seemed alarmed by Black Scythe's movements. He told him to back off, and threatened him that he would kill him if he took another step. Black Scythe smiled and asked them what's the problem, and if they didn't want to fight him. Young Min was boiling with anger. In his mind, Black Scythe seemed foolish for asking that. After tearing apart the goblins in an instant and securing the top rank last time, he wondered if Black Scythe would be willing to face such a monster if he were in the same situation. His eyes widened in shock. Black Scythe dropped the blade of his scythe on the ground and told Young Min to tell him if he doesn't want to fight. The four men followed the movement of the blade of the scythe with their eyes. Feeling terrified, Young Min asked if Black Scythe would let him go if he told him the truth. Black Scythe crossed his arms and told him that he would consider it, if he gets on his knees and earnestly beg for his life. Young Min's expression changed to despair when he realized that what Black Scythe wants is for him to humiliate himself. When his friends Na Rin are watching him, he doesn't want to fight if he can avoid it, but he feels really annoyed. He scoffed at Black Scythe. All of a sudden he realized something, that he's strong enough to break a wall with his bare hands. He thought that if he's lucky, he might even be able to send Black Scythe flying in just one punch. This idea made him smile. With a smug look on his face, he told Black Scythe, "You're crossing the line, you bastard." He clenched his fists as if he were gearing up for a fight. He assumed that Black Scythe won't be able to survive that, since there's no way a human could endure something that could break a brick wall. Unexpectedly, Black Scythe withdrew his weapon. Young Min was confused on why he would toss aside his weapon. Black Scythe confidently explained that, it's a bit unfair that his opponent will come at him bare-handed while he's wielding a weapon. He expressed that winning that easily would be boring. This infuriated Young Min, and he commented that Black Scythe was being ridiculous. In an instant, Black Scythe advanced towards Young Min to attack him. Young Min lifted his fist. He was thrilled with the idea that Black Scythe was being stupid for putting away his weapon and exposing his head. He punched him with all his might, while he screamed, "Die!" Yet to his surprise, Black Scythe swiftly evaded his fist, and his abdomen was hit with a powerful kick. It was so forceful that it sent him flying away in the distance. With one foot lifted, Black Scythe watched Young Min's body in the air. Young Min groaned and crouched in pain while cursing at Black Scythe. Black Scythe told him to stop swearing, because his ears would rot, and then he kicked him once again. Young Min groaned while he caressed his face when he was kicked. Black Scythe grabbed his shirt. He held him at arm's length with one hand and delivered consecutive punches with his other hand. Young Min received the blows and thought that what hit him wasn't a fist. He felt as if he's getting pummeled by a hammer. He wondered if Black Scythe is as strong as him. He assumed that Black Scythe doesn't have a strength rune like his, so it's a puzzle to him on why he's so strong. He gazed upon Black Scythe's calm but serious face. One of his friends called his name while the other one instructed the archer to shoot Black Scythe. The archer positioned himself and drew the bow, and instantly released a powerful arrow that moves really fast. Aren immediately yelled for Black Scythe to dodge the arrow. The archer seemed afraid, and yet he dared to shoot another arrow. Black Scythe immediately made his way towards the archer. He maintained a zigzag path to evade the arrows that were fired towards him while he approached the archer. He's already at an arm's length distance, and told the archer that he must have been lucky when he was hunting because he received a bow. Black Scythe drew out his weapon and told him that it's unfortunate, since he encountered him in a fight, and without hesitation, Black Scythe cut the archer and blood splattered in the area. The archer had a horrified expression, and he groaned in pain and shouted loudly, "My arm!" The two remaining men felt frightened, but they assumed a combat stance and warned Black Scythe not to think that he could mess with them and simply walk away. The man cursed at him as he ran towards him attempting to stab him with the dagger. Black Scythe responded with a mocking smile. Then he activated the insignia of death. A red mark of an eye with a skull in the middle appeared above the man's head. Black Scythe gripped his weapon. He swung his scythe with tremendous force and emitted blades of wind in red hue. This hit the man's shins and screamed in agony as he fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere. The other man who saw this looked intensely terrified. Black Scythe rapidly advanced towards him with incredible speed, and he told the guy that since they attacked him with a weapon, it means that they have a little bit of resolve. He swung his scythe with tremendous force once more, and the man loudly screamed as his arm received a cut from the scythe. Black Scythe looked at the man, and he had the insignia of death. As he expected, it has twice the damage buff so he can even cut armor in one go. The men lay on the ground in pain and clutching their severe wounds. While Black Scythe looked at them in his mind, he commented that it had been easy, but it can't end that way. He has to instill fear in them so that they can't come crawling after him again. They groaned because of the pain, and when they saw him approaching them, they begged him to stop and spare them. He swung his scythe again to clean the blood from it. The guy shrieked. Black Scythe let out a breath and concluded that he's done with the guys and is ready to move on to the next. His intense gaze shifted to focus on something. Yong-min was hiding behind the tree. Black Scythe told him that it wouldn't matter if he hides himself. Black Scythe told him that there are no exceptions, and he lifted his weapon in the air, and a blade of wind sliced through Yong-min's arm. Blood spurted out from his arm as he groaned loudly. Black Scythe chided him to stop acting like a baby. Ryumin recalled the days when he was bullied, and in his mind, he thought that Yong-min's injuries were nothing compared to the pain he had endured from Yong-min and the other bullies. He persistently slashed Yong-min with his scythe, causing him to groan loudly. Sankyol and Aaron observed the scene with great intensity. Sankyol couldn't fathom that Black Scythe could mercilessly take 2 arms off of an opponent who's already lost the will to fight. After the arms, Black Scythe targeted the leg and continued inflicting injuries. Sankyol watched and thought that it may seem harsh for some people, but to him, he adored that kind of cool-headedness. His eyes were so focused on the scene as he remarked how Black Scythe rivals his president. Once he stopped attacking, Black Scythe asked Sankyol and Aaron if they were all right. Sankyol answered that they were, and it was thanks to him. Black Scythe informed them that they won't have to worry about Yong-min and his friends attacking them. He mentioned that as they can see, the 4 men won't be able to move anymore, so it will be best to go and vote. In unison, they bowed to Black Scythe as a gesture of gratitude. Aaron couldn't help but ask if the men would die. Black Scythe answered that it doesn't matter if they died, and commented that those men were not even on the level of animals. Aaron was caught off guard with his answer. Black Scythe closely observed Aaron's sullen expression and thought that she was far too soft. He wondered why she would even care about those bastards' lives as if she's kind of a saint. He assumed that she's trying to maintain her public image as a celebrity. Sankyol caught his attention and requested permission to ask a question. Black Scythe asked, "What is it?" Sankyol boldly asked why he chose to spare those men, since it shouldn't be a problem in the other world even if he kills them. Yong-min overheard that and his face displayed a horrified expression. Black Scythe confirmed if on Sankyol's question was related to the fact that he didn't kill them. In his mind, he observed that Sankyol was truly acting like Ma Jianrak's right-hand man. He answered that the reason is simple. He gains no benefit from killing them. Sankyol couldn't fully understand the part about having no benefit. Sankyol insisted that still it is not a great idea leaving behind something that could cause trouble in the future. Black Scythe answered, "Trouble?" He glanced at the trembling men and answered, "If those men can still really cause trouble in the future." He added that nothing good comes out of a decreasing population since the number of participants will also decrease because of that. Sankyol seemed to accept that reasoning. He realized that he was right. If the number of participants decreased, the number of places for those who have finished the round will also decrease. He couldn't help but admire Black Scythe's thoughts about those kinds of things. He realized that Black Scythe's understanding of the game is different from others. Sankyol expressed that he fully understands Black Scythe, and moving forward, they will no longer pay attention to the trash human beings. With that, Black Scythe said his goodbye, but Sankyol immediately stopped him. Sankyol told him that if he could give his account number, he would send him compensation in the real world. Black Scythe answered to just forget about it as he continued to walk away. Sankyol couldn't believe that Black Scythe was willing to help without expecting any form of compensation. He decided that he will report the incident to the president right away once he gets back in the real world. While he watches him walk away, someone in the background can be heard groaning in pain. It was Yong-min. Sankyol glared at him with murderous eyes while resisting the urge to kill him. He held back since, as Black Scythe mentioned, that it won't benefit them in any way. So as a form of revenge, Sankyol spit on Yong-min, and then he invited Arin to leave the place. Back into the vast field, players were campaigning for themselves to be voted as the region representative. They all pledged that they are better than the rest. This led to a fight between the players, with one player grabbing another player's collar, while the crowd tried to calm them down. Another player joined the conversation and declared that people who get agitated easily have no right in becoming representative. She volunteered herself to be the representative instead. Another male player butt in the conversation. He boasted that his father is a member of the Congress, so the representative should be him. But people doubted him and the information that he shared. Their heated conversation came to a halt when someone from the crowd called their attention. The one who spoke has a nickname, Mint Chocolate Boy. He reminded everyone that there's only 2 hours left until the voting ends. He told them that they shouldn't be wasting their time like that, and he encouraged them to hurry up and cast their vote. One player asked if he had any suggestion on how they would decide on who to vote for. He confidently answered that he had a good solution. Everyone paid attention as they were all curious to know what it was. He smiled and thought of how those people followed his words intently. He wore a sinister expression on his face as he contemplated the players who once more fell for his words. The people were falling for it again, under the influence of his persuasion rune. When he got the persuasion rune as his random rune fragment, he was disappointed. He looked at the rune with a disgusted expression. The notification window displayed that the persuasion rune increases his chances of persuading the target if they are capable of conversation. The effect does not apply to targets of higher level than the caster. During that time, the persuasion rule seemed worthless since it wouldn't work on monsters incapable of conversation. But soon enough, he found out the way to properly use the rune. When he was in the field, other players were busy killing the goblins on their own while supporting each other by sharing techniques. He told those men that there's a woman who is in a very dangerous situation. He suggested for them to drop what they are doing and leave those goblins behind to help her right away. The men instantly followed what he said and immediately ran towards the woman to help her. Mint Chocolate Boy repeated this method to steal the goblins that were already on the brink of dying to easily reach the requirement of 100 kills. With that, he thought that if everything went smoothly, he would become the region's representative without any problems. In the current situation, he told everyone to decide on the candidates first. He suggested narrowing down their options to roughly 5 people and vote between them. The players agreed that it's not a bad idea. They realized that it makes sense since they could never accomplish anything if they keep asking each other to vote for themselves. Mint Chocolate Boy initiated to narrow down the options first. He asked the crowd if there's anyone that they would like to recommend, they should raise their hand and announce it. A player who was campaigning himself earlier instantly raised his hand, but Mint Chocolate Boy told them that they aren't allowed to recommend themselves. If they do that, then they would have just repeated the same thing as earlier. People began to comment that Mint Chocolate Boy was right, while in his mind, Mint Chocolate Boy thought that it was so easy to persuade those darn losers. The crowd were absorbed in their own thoughts as they tried to figure out who they should recommend since the majority of them didn't know each other, while others are holding back since they don't want others to become the representative except for themselves. Mint Chocolate Boy waited for them. In his mind, it was expected for the crowd to be quiet, and at that rate, the recommendations would narrow down to those who stood out. And then one player raised his hand to recommend Mint Chocolate Boy as a representative. Mint Chocolate Boy thought to himself, bingo. The player who nominated him explained that it's best if the representative is someone who's logical and has leadership skills. He acted as if he couldn't believe that he got nominated, and another player affirmed to him further that he was able to control the situation well. He watched them say nice things about him while he internally laughed and thought about how another idiot is added to the list. He acted nice and thanked the people who thought of him favorably. Another player raised his hand to nominate Black Scythe. He continued to smile as he thought about how it makes sense for Black Scythe to be nominated since he was the one who reached first place in the previous round. Then another player recommended the second placer called, Life is a Documentary. It was followed by another person recommending the third placer called, Black Dragon in My Right Hand. Mint Chocolate Boy announced that they have 4 candidates. Since there is still 1 spot left, he asked them if they have anyone else to nominate. With that, he concluded that there are only 4 candidates, and he instructed that before they vote, the nominees should make a statement. He volunteered to go first. In his mind, convincing those fucking losers is a piece of cake. He started talking when someone told him to cut his bullshit. He was surprised and saw that the person who just spoke was the region rank 2 named Life is a Documentary. Life is a Documentary had an annoyed expression as he uttered that he can't continue listening to the fucking bullshit that Mint Chocolate Boy is spouting. Mint Chocolate Boy asked what he was doing while Life is a Documentary called his name. Life is a Documentary exuded an intimidating aura while he asked Mint Chocolate Boy if he thought that the world is fucking easy. Life is a Documentary asked him if people just do whatever he tells them with just a few words. Mint Chocolate Boy wore a troubled expression as he considered the possibility that Life is a Documentary had figured out his skill. However, he also entertained the idea that it might not be the case. Life is a Documentary was upset as he asked Mint Chocolate Boy who he thought he was to decide the regional representative, and he called him a fucking instigator. Mint Chocolate Boy sternly told him that he had crossed the line. He expressed to him that there's a saying that goes, a person's word is their face and personality. He asked Life is a Documentary if it was a must to choose such hostile words. After he finished speaking, he thought that his words work. But he was surprised when Life is a Documentary continued to curse at him. Life is a Documentary appeared extremely angry and asked if Mint Chocolate Boy dared to lecture him. He threatened Mint Chocolate Boy, warning him about having a death wish. Mint Chocolate Boy is surprised to see that his skill isn't working. Life is a Documentary addressed the crowd as fuckers and told them to forget about the candidates and just vote for him. He threatened to kill them if they didn't. Mint Chocolate Boy used his skill again, and he uttered how Life is a Documentary is a fucking mess. Mint Chocolate Boy asked him if he thought that people would listen to him if he talks like that. He told him to stop embarrassing himself and just turn back. Life is a Documentary remained silent as he wore a grim expression on his face. All of a sudden he slashed a person from the crowd. Mint Chocolate Boy was shocked and he saw blood in front of him. Mint Chocolate Boy an agonizing expression as he was the one who had been slashed in the neck. Blood keeps spilling out of his body. Life as a Documentary reminded him that he told him earlier that he will kill him if he messes with him. Mint Chocolate Boy let out an agonizing noise as his eyes turned white. His body fell to the ground. Life is a Documentary threatened to kill the crowd just like how he killed Mint Chocolate Boy. The crowd panicked. They couldn't believe that Life is a Documentary just killed Mint Chocolate Boy without any hesitation. They branded him as a murderer. Life is a Documentary's blade continued to drip with Mint Chocolate Boy's blood. He raised his dagger to the people and told them, so what? He dared them to come forward if they had a problem. One player pointed a finger at him and told him that he's insane. Life is a Documentary smiled in return and announced that if they're not going to come fight him, he'll go to them instead. With incredible speed, he moved through the crowd, slicing through the people one after another. It seemed like he was on fire for what he's doing. He felt so thrilled and exclaimed that it's the best since there's no police, reporters, or cameras. He rejoiced with the thought that he can kill the people as much as he pleases. His body was covered with blood from the people that he killed. He raised his dagger to the remaining ones and threatened them that he would kill them if they didn't vote for him. The people all wore horrified expressions. He wore a devilish smile, thinking that the people would now vote for him out of fear of what he could do to them, and if he could become a representative that way, his first target would be Black Scythe. He planned to kill him so that he would become rank 1. Meanwhile, Ryuman continued swinging his scythe in the forest to get stronger. Notification windows showed that he had defeated Noel. His current kill count is at 265 over 100. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of the Butcher rune. With that, the 3x experience buff is also applied. He had leveled up. His current level is 16. He looked at his status window and commented how he's just barely level 16 now. He realized that the pace at which he levels up is slower now that his level is high. Even though he killed over 200 monsters in the past 2 hours, he barely managed to level up 6 times. But it's not all bad since the hunting became easier. But it was as expected since he both has the Reaper rune and Butcher rune. With that, his weapon attack and stats doubled. He declared that it's now time to go back. He put away his weapon and went back. The timer hit 0 and the notification window displayed that the voting time had arrived. Ryuman's body was engulfed in golden light. This is a sign that players in the region are being summoned to the starting point. The voting time has arrived. Players in the region were summoned to the starting point. The 4 injured men who fought against Black Scythe have been transported back to the starting point. Their injured state shocked the other players. Then Aaron together with Sankiol and other players also arrived. They were confused about what they saw upon their arrival. Several player corpses scattered on the ground. They asked what had happened. Aaron speculated that the guy standing, covered in blood, was the perpetrator. Ryuman observed that it seemed like Cho Young-sik gained the upper hand again. Cho Young-sik is the boss of the Young-sik gang, and he is the second most talented fighter in the district. It's too bad that his personality is complete trash. Young-sik looked at him with an eerie expression, especially with all those bloodstains on his face and body. Ryuman decided it was better to neutralize a ticking time bomb before it could go off. He stared back at him and decided that moment wasn't the right time yet. Young-sik slowly approached him and asked where he had been since he was waiting for him. Aaron and Sankiol turned to look at Black Scythe. Black Scythe calmly asked Young-sik what he wanted from him. Young-sik answered that as a suggestion. Jungsik, with a smug look on his face, straightforwardly told Black Scythe to be his servant. Black Scythe answered, "Serve you." Jungsik spun his dagger as he answered that he would spare Black Scythe's life if he complied. He was caught off guard when he heard a laughter as a response. Black Scythe asked him if he wanted to start fighting now. Black Scythe smiled at him and told him to kneel, that he should get on his knees and beg, and that's the only way he will let him go unharmed. This prompted Jungsik to label Black Scythe as a crazy bastard. He accused him of not comprehending the gravity of the situation. Jungsik continued talking, but he was cut off mid-sentence when Black Scythe asked if he had difficulty comprehending what had just been said. Black Scythe drew out his weapon and asked if he might find it more satisfying to just die there. Jungsik was caught off guard with Black Scythe's weapon. He internally panicked and wondered where he got the weapon. He started regretting messing with him. Black Scythe, as if taunting him, asked what's wrong with him. He followed it up by saying, "Cat's got your tongue." Jungsik grit his teeth. Then he boastfully introduced himself as Jungsik, the boss of the Jungsik gang. He asked Black Scythe if he thought he would kneel to just anyone. In the height of his emotion, he carelessly swung his emotion and taunted Black Scythe to attack using his fancy weapon. Black Scythe scoffed in response. He observed that Jungsik was short-tempered as usual. He decided to stop mocking him, since it would get complicated when he showed his strength and earned the votes of the players. His plan is to make Jungsik the representative so that he can use him in the third round. Plus, the angel is about to show up anytime soon. As if on cue, the angel appeared and confirmed if all the humans had gathered. Jungsik got distracted. Black Scythe told him that he was lucky. As Black Scythe was about to walk away, he gave advice to Jungsik to make sure who is challenging next time if he doesn't want to die early. Jungsik stood there as if he was frozen. He was seething with anger. At the same time, he also felt relieved. He was acting tough, but deep inside he thought he would have a heart attack. He let Black Scythe go now, but he vowed that Black Scythe will see his powers later. If he becomes the representative, he'll avenge himself for the humiliation. The angel asked the humans if they had decided on their representatives. The angel noticed the corpses and commented that they did more than just discussion in the 3 hours that they had, and she reiterated that it's not her business if the trash humans die or not, and then she asked them if they should proceed with the scheduled voting. Each player had a screen opened in front of them. With that, the vote for the region representative has commenced. Each player may cast one vote, and the player with the most votes will be the region representative. They just need to look at the person that they want to vote for, and players who fail to vote within the 5-minute limit will be eliminated from the round and perish. The timer for the voting had started. One player repeated the instruction, "Look at who I want to vote for." As they looked at their surroundings, their eyes landed on a certain person. Most players were staring at Jungsik, who had a smug look on his face as he felt confident that everyone was looking at him, and all of a sudden he became surprised. He pointed at a woman and called her chubby, cheek-steamed bun. The woman was surprised and confused. He's getting mad at her for not looking at him. He threatened to kill her. The woman defensively told him that she voted for him. Jungsik inspected his surroundings while yelling threats to the people. He observed each movement and yelled to look for someone who turned their heads away. The voting duration had come to an end. The angel announced that the time is up, and she told them that none of them were dumb enough to try to the voting. She clapped her hands as she invited them to tally the votes. A large screen appeared with the results of the voting. In 5th place is Cute Baby Bird with 5 votes, followed by Chubby Cheek Steamed Bun with 6 votes. On the 3rd is Black Dragon in my right with 249 votes, followed by Black Scythe with 2077 votes. And the 1st place is Life is a Documentary with 2412 votes. Jungsik landed in 1st place, but he wasn't happy with the number of votes that he had. On top of that, Black Scythe were ranked as 2nd place. He looked at some players with a furious expression and those players tried to avoid meeting his eyes. He's mad that they didn't vote for him and chose Black Scythe instead. The angel concluded the voting and announced, Life is a Documentary as the region representative. That being the case, the angel gave him authority of command so he can order people around. A window screen displayed that he has become the region representative and he earned the authority of command. This placed a wide smile on Cho Jing-suk's bloody face. He planned to make Black Scythe regret not killing him by commanding everyone to team up to kill Black Scythe. He noticed something on the screen. It showed that the authority of command showed that he can issue commands to players and forcefully control them. Applicable players may not disobey the command under any circumstances. He can only use the skill 10 times. He can only command one player at a time. And the skill does not work with players with a class. He seemed to be disappointed with the conditions, particularly on the fact that players with a class can ignore his commands. The angel asked the humans if they thought that they're done after voting. But that's not the case, since there's a hidden quest on that round. The players couldn't understand what the angel meant. The second round is a sub-quest. A window screen displayed that they should get an advancement item and a class, and they will receive a 50% discount voucher for today's item if they succeed. Senkiel and Aaron seemed confused on what advancement item is or class. The angel informed them that the quest window was set to pop up like that at level 10. A player asked how they are supposed to level up when there are no monsters. The angel had a grim expression as she answered them that the forest is full of monsters. The angel told them not to feel bad since there are only 80,000 people in all regions who were able to advance to a class this round, and she also announced that someone in their region had received a class advancement. The players wondered who it was. The angel hyped them even more when she asked if they should look at the result of the subquest to find out. A large screen displayed the results of the second round subquest. It shows all regions, and the number 1 is Black Scythe, level 16 Reaper, followed by Heavenly Demon, level 10 Dark Knight, and the third place is Stupid Idiots, a level 10 Shaman. And in their region, only Black Scythe had a class. There was a hint of fear from the players when they found out that Black Scythe was the first to advance, and that he's the only one in their region, and on top of that, his class is a Reaper. They stared at him while they gossiped about his class, and one player figured out that maybe it's why he was carrying a scythe earlier. Jungsik is infuriated to lose the chance to command Black Scythe since he already has a class. He thought how unexpected the timing was. The angel announced that in round 2, ranks have been awarded in the order of who completed the subquest the fastest. She looked at the board to announce that the one who changed class in their region Black Scythe. And not only that, but he's also the first place in all regions. She was impressed by this. She even commented on how his class is unique, and his nickname even matched with it. She interrogated him on how he was able to come up with such a nickname. She went to probe further, asking him if he had gained the Reaper class before. Ryuman answered casually that he didn't know he'd get a class that would fit his nickname. The angel suggested the idea that becoming a Reaper must be fate. Ryuman answered, yes. At the back of his mind, he had observed that the angels don't know how the Reaper class is obtained. They only know that it's a unique class. The angel asked if that's what fate is, and she expressed how interesting it was. She continued that it was unexpected that there would only be one person in the region who had switched classes, and she clarified that he's the only one who won't be affected by authority command. The players asked her what she meant when she said Black Scythe won't be affected by the authority command. The angel wondered if she'll continue explaining everything. She proceeded to tell them that the authority of command doesn't apply to humans with a class. Therefore, the region representative cannot command Black Scythe to do as he wished. Also, there are only 10 chances to use the authority of command, so just because one is appointed as a region representative, it does to mean that he has indefinite power. The players understood her explanation, but the explanation infuriated Cho Jung-sik. He didn't want others to know about the conditions of the authority. And then the angel asked if they should reward Black Scythe who obtained his class the quickest. She snapped her fingers. 2 window screens appeared. The first one displayed a message congratulating him for completing the quest as rank 1 in the region, and the second one is a congratulatory message for ranking first in all regions. Ryuman touched the screen to claim his rewards. For being the first in the region, he received a low-rank rare armor, and for being the first in all regions, he received a special award. He is prompted to choose one among the list of rare armor pieces. There is a medieval knight's armor, an expert hunter's leather armor, and a well-ventilated mage's robe. He already knew what to choose. The first choice was too heavy, and the third one is almost useless when it comes to defense, so he picked the second option, which is the expert hunter's leather armor. And then he is tasked to choose one from the list of special rewards. The options are 3 experience buffs that are maintained for round 3, 3,000 gold, and information on the third round. He based his decision in the knowledge that there will be a lot of monsters in the third round. So, the obvious choice is the 3 times EXP buff. The angel announced that the rewards had been distributed. Ryuman's body glowed in gold, and the other players too. The angel announced that everyone can return home, and before they teleport, the angel informs them that the third round is going to be really fun. And with a sinister smile, she told them, I guarantee it. A large screen showed the outcome of round 2. In all regions, there are only 873,500,205 survivors, and in the current region, ESKS 45-5, there are 4,998 survivors. There are other announcements such as, the soul will be transferred to the body in the existing dimension, and on March 1, 2023, the next round will begin. The message ended with congratulating the players for surviving. The last notification showed that the soul will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension, and instantly, a hand suddenly jerked. It was Yong-min who suddenly rose up from his bed screaming. He looked at his hand and was shocked to see that it was still intact. He felt relieved that his arm was still attached. He had expected that as long as he didn't die he would return with a normal body. And then his expression changed to despair. He vowed never to mess with Black Scythe again, or even getting involved in any way with him. Sang-yeol commended Aaron for his hard work. Aaron countered that she did nothing and it was him who actually worked hard. She faced him with a bright smile on her face and thanked him. Sang-yeol seemed to be uncomfortable as he cleared his throat, looked away, and adjusted his tie. He answered that it's something that's expected of him as her manager and bodyguard. Aaron told him that she wants to thank Black Scythe again and asked him if there's a way to do that. He explained that since they don't know his real appearance, they don't have any means to find him. He also observed that Black Scythe wanted to hide his real identity. Aaron confirmed that he really doesn't want his identity to be revealed. Sang-yeol explained that he found out about it when he asked for his account number to compensate him, but judging by the way he immediately refused. Black Scythe knew that his real identity could be tracked through the account number. Aaron understood, but she's not happy about it. Sang-yeol suggested that if she really wants to show gratitude, she should find him in the next round and give him an item. The suggestion made Aaron perk up. Aaron expressed that it was a good idea. She started thinking on how to compensate him well. Their conversation ended with Sang-yeol telling her to rest and they'll see each other in the morning. She told him to take care. Sang-yeol was about to ride the elevator when his phone buzzed. He went inside the elevator and answered the call from President Ma. Sang-yeol noticed that the president hasn't gone to sleep yet. President Ma admitted that he was drinking whiskey as soon as he got back. Sang-yeol congratulated him for switching his class to Dark Knight. President Ma asked about the happenings in their region. Sang-yeol reported that he and Aaron were only able to reach level 8. Midway through, due to them being injured, they were unable to hunt. President Ma answered, "Injured?" Sang-yeol arrived at the parking lot and admitted that he was about to report back about the incident and he asked if it's a good time to talk about it. He mentioned that it's related to Black Scythe. President Ma told him to come to the hotel as he prefers to hear it in person. Sang-yeol told him that he will be there in 20 minutes. Sang-yeol rode his car without noticing that a man was spying on him. The man watched his car leave the parking lot. The man spying on him was Ryumin. Ryumin wondered if Sang-yeol was on his way to Meijyeonggak. 10 minutes ago, Wani was sleeping while sitting on the bed and Ryumin was looking at his stat window. The screen showed that he has to think of the target he'd like to track. He pictured Sang-yeol and announced his name. The window screen displayed that the name and face have been matched, and the tracking of the target's location has commenced. And then, the window showed that the target's location had been found, and he's 9 meters away. Ryumin noticed that he's quite close and wondered if he's in the penthouse. All of a sudden the location became 23 meters away, then it changed to 56 meters away. He noticed the change in the location, and judging by how it's changing rapidly, he concluded that Sang-yeol must have taken the elevator. He wondered where he's going so early in the morning, and he entertained the possibility that perhaps it could be towards Meijyeonggak's location. He immediately wore his jacket and headed straight into the door to confirm his assumption. He appreciated how it was a good thing that he decided to track him as soon as he returned. The full moon is covered with clouds. It blocks the moonlight from shining. Meijyeonggak was appreciating the sky as he thought that it's the perfect night to chase after someone. He decided to endure it for now since he needs to listen to the report first. He thought of Black Scythe and wondered what kind of player wouldn't know him when he's someone who achieved rank 1 in both the first and second rounds. He taps his finger on the arm of the couch as he felt uncomfortable with the news related to the rank 1. He started formulating assumptions such as Black Scythe initiating a fight with his subordinate. If that's the case, he knew he wouldn't sit idly since messing with his right-hand man is the same as challenging him. He wore a serious expression on his face as he contemplated not letting anyone block his way, even if that person happened to be the rank 1. He sensed something in the area. His right-hand man is standing outside the door. Sang-yeol knocked and asked if he's inside. He told him to come in. He stood up and they greeted each other. Sang-yeol told him that they can still see each other all because of President Ma. President Ma told him that he didn't even do a thing, and they weren't even in the same region. Sanchio bowed to him to express his gratitude as he felt motivated just because of the existence of President Ma. President Ma commented on how good he is with his flattery. Sanchio confidently answered that it's not flattery but the truth, and he congratulated him for his survival. President Ma commented that round 2 was like taking a candy from a baby. Sanchio congratulated him again on his class advancement. He revealed that he was just lucky, but Sanchio proceeded to say that luck is also a skill, and he highlighted that being the second and the third is not easy. He added that there is no greater honor to him than being able to serve someone like President Ma. President Ma placed his glass on the table and remarked to Sanchio that he must need something from him, judging by the way he was buttering him up. So he asked Sanchio if what he senses is right, that he wants something. Sanchio got nervous and asked how he obtained an advancement item. President Ma told him that it's nothing. The item just dropped when he was hunting the monsters. He concealed the fact that it's thanks to his Dark Knight run that he received as his random rune fragment. During that time, the angel told them to look at their inventory to see the present that she prepared. Upon checking his inventory, he saw that he received the Dark Knight rune which raises all stats and envelopes the weapon with a dark aura that damages the enemies. It can automatically advance to Dark Knight unique class when he hits level 10. He still seemed confused about it, but he took note of the important details. He realized that he was lucky during the first round for being granted a cheat level item as his random rune. However, even to a subordinate that he values like a family, he can't reveal important information, since he knew that a person can always change at a moment's notice because that's the nature of human beings. President Ma changed the topic and directly asked who it was that hurt him. With a serious expression he asked if it was Black Scythe. Sanchio seemed to be surprised by his assumption and immediately corrected him. He told him the fact that Black Scythe was the one who saved his life. President Ma asked him to tell the details. President Ma asked him to confirm if he almost died because of the thugs that were after the actress. Sanchio answered that if Black Scythe hadn't shown up, they could have lost their lives. He told him that Erin might have survived, but she has suffered psychological damage that would prevent her from continuing her work in the entertainment industry. President Ma seemed to be thinking deeply. Not only did he almost lose his precious subordinate, but his business was almost foiled as well. President Ma asked what happened to those thugs, and assumed that they had been killed. Sanchio explained that though Black Scythe gave them pain on the level of death, he did not in fact kill them. President Ma inquired about the reason, and Sanchio quoted Black Scythe, saying, "There is no benefit in killing them." The rationale was that decreasing the total population also reduces the surviving population. President Ma agreed that it's not wrong, but he's concerned about what those thugs will do in the future. As he took a sip of his whiskey, he reflected that it was thanks to Black Scythe that his subordinate and possessions remained intact. He acknowledged that he owed him a debt. He expressed that he should compensate Black Scythe. Sanchio explained that he did bring up that topic, but Black Scythe told him that it wasn't necessary, and then immediately left. President Ma was a bit surprised to hear that the compensation was denied. He assumed that it could be because Black Scythe is afraid of having his identity exposed. He labeled him as a cautious man. It seemed that their conversation had reached its end as both men stood up. President Ma instructed Sanchio that if he met Black Scythe in the next round, he should extend his gratitude to him. He's sincerely grateful to the person who saved both Sanchio and Erin. Sanchio assured him that he will relay it. In addition to that, President Ma instructed Sanchio to keep tabs on Black Scythe to see if there's any way that they can help him. This is because President Ma isn't the type to leave unpaid debts. Sanchio answered, "As you wish, sir." Before President Ma leaves, he actually remembered to ask something important. With an intimidating eye, he asked for the nicknames of those thugs. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ryuman hid behind a tree. He surveyed the area while thinking how Sanchio is such a loyal dog. He went straight to Gion Rock as soon as he made it back to reality, even if it's late at night. Since he had already confirmed the location, he decided to go back. He knew that he'd only draw suspicion if he hung around. He hailed a cab. In his mind, he appreciated the coincidence that a celebrity sponsored by Giant Rock is Lee Ing in the same apartment as him. He took a mental note to thank his little brother. Had they not handed out rice cakes, they would have never run into Aaron, and he would have never learned that Sanchio and Aaron are connected. He was about to open the door of the cab when he thought that if he properly leverages their connection as neighbors, it will help in earning Giant Rock's trust. Though he still needs to evaluate if he should bring Giant Rock on the 20th round or not, he knew how good Giant Rock's Dark Knight rune was. It's good that it can be called a cheat, however there are downsides such as no advancement rune and being forced to advance into a night. But the biggest downside is that in order to use Dark Aura, a power of Dark Night, they need to charge up an exclusive mana called Dark Mana. And this Dark Mana cannot be acquired through ordinary means. In a way, it's an ability fit for someone with a psychopathic hobby like Gun Rock. Ryuman thought that it would be dangerous to have a psychopath as a comrade, so he decided that for now he'll keep him as a candidate and use him however he can. He noted that there are also other talented individuals. He pictured a girl with green power. He arrived at his apartment and decided to start working once the sun rose. Later that day at a convenience store, the man at the counter seemed to be lost on what he needed to do. He's worried that the revenue is going to plummet in half. All of a sudden his daughter showed up in the door. He greeted his daughter named Julie. She asked her dad why he was sighing so loud. He explained that the lottery ticket sales have been fully suspended. Julie asked him for the reason that it happened abruptly. He explained that the government has made a reasonable excuse, but apparently they say it's because of the players. The government took into consideration that they know nothing about the abilities of the players. Julie recalled that there was news about a man who won the lottery 4 consecutive times. Her dad expressed that things are already difficult because of rent, labor cost, and he wondered what he should do. Julie assured him not to worry because she will graduate soon and she will help out. She wondered if it would be better to get a part-time job and add the income to their household. Her dad answered that he will think about the money and she should just focus on her studies. He praised her good grades and inquired if she has no plans to go to college since her dream is to become a doctor. She admitted to her dad that she gave up that dream. She told him that school does not matter in the current situation. Her dad became sullen and agreed to her. He expressed that money isn't the main problem since if things go poorly, Julie could die in the next round. He apologized to her daughter and explained that he was all over the place lately. Julie held her dad's hand and told him that he doesn't need to apologize since none of it was his fault. She smiled at him and assured him that she's okay. She happily told him that she survived round 2 and even got a class. To explain that to him, she extended her hand and placed it in front of her dad's forehead and green light with circular patterns appeared. Her dad's body glowed in green. Her dad was shocked and asked what she just did. She explained that it's a skill called Bless that she got from obtaining a class called Buffer. It slightly increases stats. They say that it has a reinvigorating effect on people. Her dad seemed pleased and praised her ability. He confirmed that his body, in fact, felt energized. She happily told him that she'll regularly cast the skill on him. She encouraged her dad to cheer up, and her dad smiled brightly. The door of the convenience store opened. The man on the counter seemed to recognize Ryuman who just entered the convenience store. Julie whispered to her dad to ask if he knew the man who just entered. Her dad told him that he's the winner. He elaborated that he was talking about the first place winner who guessed the same number on 100 tickets. Ryuman greeted the man on the counter and asked if he remembers him. He added that he is the guy who bought 101 worth of lottery tickets. The man admitted that he remembers him and then asked what he was there for. Ryuman's next move caught the man by surprise. Ryuman apologized and the man asked what's going on all of a sudden. He explained that he saw the news and that because he won first place consecutively, the selling of NATO lottery tickets has been discontinued. He sincerely apologized for unintentionally causing damage to the store. Julie watched the whole scene. The man told him that it's not his fault and it's not like they will starve to death by not being able to sell lottery tickets anymore. Ryuman rummages in his bag while saying that it doesn't sit right with him since it feels like they have been affected because of him, and that is why he would like to give them compensation, even if it's just a small amount. The man at the counter asked what was on the envelope. Ryuman replied that it's 10 million won, which shocked both the father and daughter. The man refused to accept the money. Ryuman insisted for them to take it. Ryuman immediately left. The man seemed burdened with the money. Julie offered to run and return it. The man gave her the envelope. Julie had caught up with Ryuman. She yelled for him to stop. Ryuman turned to look at her. Julie seemed to know his name, so he asked who she could be. Julie told him that they were in the same class, but Ryuman seems to be confused with this information. Julie asked him if he's saying that he doesn't even know that they were in the same class together. Ryuman apologized and told her that he's not good with faces, though of course he's lying. He knew about Min Julie. She's in the same class as him and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also has the unique class Buffer. He learned for the first time that she was in the same class as him back then, and he was really surprised that fate existed. The reason why he met Julie for the first time under the pretense of it being coincidence is to bring her to his side. Julie invited him to go somewhere to talk. Ryumin accepted the offer. They sat on a bench in a park under the bright, clear blue sky. Julie gave him the envelope. He asked if that's the money that he just gave. July told him that they can't accept that much amount, so she insisted for him to take it back. Ryumin knew that 10 million won is an amount that can be quite burdensome. He intentionally gives knowing that they wouldn't take it, since no matter how difficult her circumstances are, she's the type of person who can't live with debt. She's still holding the envelope, so she urged him to take it since her arm is starting to hurt. Ryumin declined and explained that as he told the owner earlier, that is the money he has because he felt sorry for causing damage. It's the least that he can do for his conscience. Julie told him that the amount is too large. Ryumin countered that no matter how large the amount is, he would still want them to take it, otherwise he would feel bad and would keep thinking about it. Julie insisted that it's still too much and burdensome. In his mind, Ryumin thought that it's exactly the reason why he's giving it to her. He asked Julie to send a message to the owner. That's not that much money to him, so they should take it without feeling burdened. Julie asked him if he was always this stubborn. Ryumin stood up and bid goodbye, but Julie told him to wait. She told him that 10 million won is too much, so she'll just accept 1 million won. He asked her if she's allowed to decide on that. He suggested that she should ask the owner of the convenience store. Julie told him that her dad will definitely feel uncomfortable with that amount of money. Ryumin said that it's his first time knowing that her dad is the convenience store owner. He told her that he goes to the convenience store often. He finds the coincidence fascinating. Julie admitted that it's fascinating for her as well, especially the fact that the first NATO winner is a friend from her class. The word friend seemed to have struck Ryumin. Julie asked him if he really did not know that she was in his class. She told him that she knew him as soon as he walked into the convenience store. Ryumin apologized and explained that he's not really good with faces, and Ryumin added that it was the first time they had talked. Julie looked sullen because of him learning her name for the first time. Ryumin apologized. Julie blushed and remained silent. Ryumin felt bad for pretending not to know her, but he has to do it so that she would be interested in him. Julie stood up and reiterated that her name is Min Julie, and she's in the same class as him. She stood really close to him and told him that's her face. She asked him if he would remember it. Ryumin smiled at her and said yes. This made Julie silent as her face became red. Suddenly, reality hits her. Funnily, she's introducing herself to a classmate and graduation is just around the corner. Ryumin answered that at least he already knows, and told her that it's not like they will lose all communication after graduation. Situation. And with that, Ryumin asked for her number. Julie was surprised. Ryumin asked if there's something wrong with asking for her number. He expressed that he doesn't think that there's anything weird about asking a classmate for their number. Julie agreed and she asked for his phone so she could type in her number. She blushed while doing it, and then she handed back the phone. Ryumin told her that it's fate that they met that way, so they should contact each other from then on. Julie stuttered in saying yes. Ryumin informed her that he'll get going because there's something urgent that he needs to do. When he's in a distance from her, Julie remembered that she's still holding the envelope, so she yelled for him to wait, but Ryumin just waved goodbye at her. In the end, she wasn't able to return the envelope. Her face turned red and she clutched her chest when she thought about how he asked for her number. Her heart keeps pounding. She knew that he asked her as a friend, but she couldn't help her reaction since she likes him. She recalled the first time they encountered each other. They met by chance. She saw him being bullied, and she called the police to report it. She did not know if she had done it out of pity, or because as the one who reported the incident, she felt responsible to see it through till the end, so she followed him to make sure he made it back home safely. But when she saw Ryumin working at his part-time job as if nothing happened, he learned that he's a stronger person than he seemed to be, and that was the start of her taking an interest in him. However, he didn't have the courage to speak to him. After that, she recognized that her feelings for him grew so much that she couldn't even approach him. So, she never would have expected that they would encounter each other again. She decided that she will be brave now. She sees it as a rare chance given to her by the heavens. She can no longer pretend not to know him after receiving the 10 million won. She smiled brightly while wondering if she should invite him to go eat somewhere. Ryumin is on his bed while texting. He's chatting with Julie, who invited him for lunch. He told her he's available and he'll pay for the food, but Julie insisted on paying. He was expecting that she would think that she owes him something and not that she immediately offered to buy him lunch. That's a good sign. It will be easier for him to make her his ally if he naturally becomes friendly with her. He decided to save Julie and take her to the 20th round. Wani is sitting on the couch when he leaves his room. Wani asked him where he's going and he told her that he's going to meet a friend. Wani asked if the girl is a friend. He asked him if he can't meet with girls. Ryuman told his brother that he's going to eat lunch outside. Wani seemed to be dumbfounded and realized that maybe his brother is going out on a date. Ryuman and Julie met up at a steakhouse. Ryuman asked her if she likes steak. She answered yes, and Ryuman encouraged her to eat a lot. She couldn't help but blush. She never thought she'd eat alone with him, and so she thinks it's one of her best days. They continued eating in silence. Julie felt that the atmosphere was getting awkward, so she felt pressure to say something. She asked him how he won the Natto lottery 4 times in a row. He told her that he just got lucky when he saw it in his dream. She couldn't believe it. Then she probed on how much money he earned because of the dream. Ryuman casually answered that he won't have to worry about money for the rest of his life, though he admitted that what he needs to worry about is his life. Julie then asked him about his experience on the first round. She asked him if killing goblins was difficult for him. He answered that it took him ages. She asked for the region that he was in. He told her that he couldn't remember that much, but he knew that the final number was 5. Julie told him that hers ends at 7. She expressed that it was such a shame that they won't be able to meet in the other world. Ryuman, in his mind, thought that she doesn't need to be disappointed since they will definitely meet. The regions integrated with each other after the survivors decreased in number. She asked for his level. He told her that he's at level 10. She expressed that she's on the same level. She asked for his class and he told her that he doesn't have a class yet. She told him that she was lucky enough to get a class change item. Her class is called Buffer. Ryuman pretended not to know about it. He asked if it's something like giving buffs in-game. In his mind, he's thankful that she's a buffer again. She excitedly asked him if he wanted to see it. She explained that the buff is called Bless that increases every stat. He told her that he'd like to see it. She extended her hand and a green pattern appeared in front of it. Notification windows showed that Bless has raised all his stats by 50% and the duration of the Bless is for 3 hours. He showed that he's amazed by the skill. In his mind, he expected that from a unique skill, since the effects are quite good. He had observed that the skill's effectiveness will double when she reaches max level, so it will increase by 100%. Well, that's for when she reaches the max level. Still, he felt relieved to receive the buff, especially because he wanted to meet with her for that reason. Ryuman recalled that the reward he received from the first class change, subquest, was a random gold pouch. As the name suggests, it's a pouch that gives a random amount of gold, and it's affected by luck stat. Therefore, he'll be able to receive more gold with a higher luck stat. He told her that the effects are good, and he thanked her. She happily answered that he just needs to tell her if he needs buff. She assured him that casting it doesn't take any effort on her part. He asked her about what she wanted to tell him. She remembered about it. And then she proceeded to thank him for the 10 million won, and that her dad wants to extend his gratitude as well. She told him that he will pay her no matter what. He asked if that's what she really wants to say. He reminded her that she doesn't need to worry about it. She told him that since he doesn't have money, it could be something else. And she remembered something. She brought out a glowing item, and he asked her what it was. She narrated that she got it while hunting, and if he won't accept money, then at least he would accept the item. She encouraged him to take it by saying that she's being sincere so he shouldn't think about rejecting it. They finished lunch. She told him that it was great, and they should see each other again. He agreed and told her to stay safe in the next round. She happily agreed that they both should stay alive and see each other. Ryuman was alone in the park. He pulled out his inventory screen. He looked at the item that Julie gave him. It was a low-grade purple magic crystal. It's a beautiful purple stone with subtle mana. He didn't expect to receive such a gift from her. He took it out of the inventory. He doesn't have any idea on what it does due to the limited description that it had, but he knew that once he had reached level 20, he'd understand how rare the item is. The combination function unlocks when a player reaches level 20. With it, the player can combine a weapon with a magic crystal. Additional options can be assigned as well. There are 7 colors of magic crystals: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, deep blue, and purple. Red is for damage, orange is for strength, yellow increases luck, green increases dexterity, blue increases intelligence, dark blue reduces the damage taken, and purple magic crystal is the rarest of them all. It has the lowest probability of appearing and increases all stats. He felt lucky to have gotten hold of the crystal without any effort. He was goofy enough to realize that his luck stat in real life is pretty high. He had decided to use the crystal once he reached level 20. Looked at his screen and saw that the bless had 30 minutes left. He wondered if he should open the gold pouch before his buff expires. But before that he remembered that he needs to start boosting his stats with his butcher rune. He took out a plastic packet from his bag. This contained 100 mealworms. The butcher rune increases his stats by 1% every time he kills a target, and that counts for insects as well. The only requirement is that it needs to be a living thing. There aren't any insects in the other world, so he had no choice but to kill monsters. Luckily that's not the case in the real world. He placed the plastic packet on the ground. He uttered sorry as he lifted his foot to stomp on the insects. The window showed his kill count, which was at 45 over 100, and all stats had increased by 45% due to the effect of butcher rune. And then, an updated window showed up. His kill count is already at 67, and all stats increased by 67% due to the effect of butcher rune. And the last window showed another updated data. His kill count has reached 100 over 100. All stats have increased by 100% due to the effect of butcher rune. And then he opened his status window. He saw that his luck points increased to 45. He's positive to have good results to look forward to. Next, he opened his inventory and pulled out the random gold pouch. This is a rare consumable item that gives a random amount of gold between 1 and 9,999. It is required to be used before the next round. The user should be above beginner rank. It is influenced by luck stat. Ryumin knew that his luck is at the highest at the moment, so he thought that this is the right time. He used the gold random pouch. He stared at it while wondering how much he would receive. Since it's so random, he could have the same stat and get a different amount of gold every time. Depending on how lucky he was in the past, he was able to receive gold in the range of 3,000 to 6,000. Suddenly Ryumin wore a surprised expression. Notification window showed that he used a random gold pouch. Another window appeared, and it states that he got 9,999 gold. He's happy that he received the max amount. He finds it worth it to receive the blessing. Then he looked at his total gold. It's 16,249 gold, and that should be more than enough to get an epic item. The item that he wants will come out in 2 weeks, so for now, he decided to keep the gold in safety. Back to their apartment, Ryumin announced that he's back. Wani was holding his smartphone when he called out to his older brother. Wani approached Ryumin and excitedly asked about his date. Ryumin seemed to be confused by his question. Wani asked him if he went out on a date with Fling. Ryumin told him to stop talking nonsense and he asked him what he had for lunch. Wani answered that he ordered black bean noodles. Ryumin responded that he should have gotten something nicer. Wani pouted and asked what was wrong with his choice of food. He said that he wanted to eat it so much. Ryumin silently agreed, recalling that it was just a month ago when they were barely scraping by. On that topic, he remembered his Bitcoin investment that had gone up to $150 million, and just like in his previous attempts, the market would likely crash in 2 weeks, and he'd be sure to dump his account then. A nice car was shown on TV, and he realized that he should get a driver's license. Ryumin took the written driver's license exam. He wondered how many times he had taken the test. He decided to do it half-heartedly and just go. Immediately, he's done. The proctor was confused when he stood up. When the proctor checked his computer, he saw that the student who just left got a 95 in a short amount of time of taking the test. He expected to pass, but it took 4 days for the license to be released. And then, it was finally time. He held his smartphone and declared that it's time to part ways with Bitcoin. He kept snickering while he's on his phone, and Juani asked him if something good happened. He answered that he just sold all his Bitcoin. Juani asked how much it had grown and Ryumin informed him that it's $300 million. Juani was so shocked with the huge amount that he almost spilled his coffee. He couldn't believe it. He knew that his brother's initial capital for the investment was only $60 million, and he was so surprised that it grew to $300 million. He couldn't get over his shock. Just a month ago, he wanted to stop his brother, and now it had turned into a significant amount of money. Ryumin told him that he didn't expect it to get that big. In his mind, he only expected 280 million since that was the amount on the previous attempt. Wani asked him if he's going to withdraw everything now, and Ryumin confidently answered him yes. Wani commented that it was a good idea, but he was on for another surprise. His brother declared that it's time to start investing in stocks. Wani seemed like he was about to cry with his brother's decision. He asked him what he's planning when he knew nothing about stocks. Ryumin told him not to worry. To assure his younger brother, he told him that he saw it in a dream. Wani asked him if he saw another premonition saying that it's stocks this time. Ryumin narrated that the dream told him that if he buys it now, it will hit big. Wani had no other option but to support his brother. At the back of his mind, Ryuman doesn't blame Woonie for being nervous. But Ryuman is confident in his knowledge about the future, and then he decided to invest in stocks. He chose the company that is on the 85th place on Kosdaq, and it's worth around 900 million. It's called the Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation. Heavenly Demon Consulting is a company under Giant Rock's ownership. Though it hasn't risen to major prominence yet, it will formulate a special system after round 4, and it will experience skyrocketing growth. Ryuman rationalized that there's no reason not to invest knowing that it will hit big. He thought that if he can grab a chunk of shares and gain operational control, he'll be able to greatly benefit by exerting influence as a major shareholder. He decided that first, he'll invest $280 million and obtain 31% of ownership. As he was about to do it, he heard his brother murmuring. Wani was praying so hard for his dream to be right. It was a funny sight. And then he successfully finished the transaction. Next on his list is to buy items. The sun has set. It was already midnight, and yet Ryuman decided to open the shop window. While laying on his bed he scrolled on the available items. He's aware that he saved up gold today. He chose the equipment tab. He commented how players can buy common skills and items as long as they have gold. He finds it really convenient. Though the available items and skill are all on normal rank, it's not like there's no way to purchase rare and epic items. There is a thing called today's item. It's a function where you can buy a random item that changes daily. Normally it's hard to get what you want since you don't know what item will be available, but Ryuman knows that he has a different case since he knows the future, and that day, he knew that the epic item that he needs will be out. It's called the Skeletal Necklace. It has plus 3% INT and plus 1% attack speed per enemy killed maxed at 25% and is effective until end of round. It is being sold for 4,600 gold. Ryuman was a little excited when it dropped, since it's an item that increases intelligence and attack speed, and it's quite cheap for its effects. He decided to use something once he had confirmed that the item he wanted was already available. He opened his inventory and took out the item 50% discount voucher that he received for completing the advancement quest. He planned to purchase the necklace after using the 50% discount voucher. He clicked buy and was surprised to see that he still has 13,949 gold. He sat up as he couldn't believe that he still has quite a lot of gold left. He started planning for his next purchase. Initially, he was going to go for a set of normal equipment with the remaining gold, but he thought that if he saved up 6,000 more gold, he could buy another common skill. And that's better since a common skill beats normal equipment. Now he's motivated to earn 6,000 gold quickly. The players arrive at the otherworld. One player can be heard complaining about being dragged back into the otherworld again. Since they have arrived in a village area and not the forest this time, the players were curious about their location. They looked at their surroundings and noticed that the buildings of the village were destroyed. A player commented that it's not a village but ruins. One player noticed that the village is surrounded by fortress walls, and in the center of the village there is a glowing purple crystal. They started wondering what the third round was going to be. Ryuman understood that it's an unfamiliar place, and everyone looked anxious. He thought that at least Cho Young-sik would be relatively normal. People also started noticing and whispering about Jung-sik. They talked about their region representative, who has a nickname Life is a Documentary, who is also a gang boss. They recalled how he waved a dagger and threatened everyone in the region into voting for him. Another player boldly expressed that Black Scythe should have been the representative and not the murderer. The player beside him asked him not to be loud, cautioning that they might face consequences of authority of command if he heard them. The man didn't care enough because he thought there's nothing to fear when the authority of command can only be used 10 times. Life is a Documentary. Heard them, which made him scream and curse at them. Players asked why he was cursing and commented that he acted as if people didn't swear because they were unable to. This angered Life is a Documentary. He pointed to the crowd and screamed, asking for the bastard who kept running his mouth. The players acted like they didn't hear him. He's infuriated as the scenario he was expecting unfolded, all because the angel informed everyone about the authority of command. All of a sudden a person came forward and greeted, Life is a Documentary with a bow. That person was Hwang Yongmin. Someone who knew him asked what he was doing. With enthusiasm he addressed Life as a Documentary but later on called him by his real name, Jung-sik of the Jung-sik gang. Jung-sik asked if he's part of the family. Yongmin answered that he's not part of it yet. He introduced himself as a young man in his 20s who hopes to become a gangster. Jung-sik uttered, "What?" The fact that a person wants to become a gangster was stuck in Jung-sik's mind, and he wondered what kind of insane bastard he is. Young-min passionately told him that he idolized Jung-sik and he really wanted to join his gang. Jung-sik was about to ask him why, but he was cut off mid-sentence. When all of a sudden, Young-min knelt to the ground and pledged that he will serve him for the rest of his life. He pleaded with him to take him under his wing. This made Jung-sik grin. In his mind, he thought he had already seen many kinds of lunatics, and yet it's his first time encountering one like that. He liked his spirit. Jung-sik instructed Young-min to stand up, and he asked the kid if there's something wrong in his eyes and if he can't see his ruined reputation, yet he still wants to serve him. Young-min passionately answered that he didn't care about that since he has deep respect for him. He promised that if he will be taken in, he won't care what other people will say about him. Jung-sik seemed to be pleased and decided that he will take responsibility for him and raise him. Young-min eagerly bowed at him to show his appreciation and how honored he felt. People started gossiping about them. They couldn't believe that he just teamed up with life as a documentary. They consider him being insane. But you know what they say, birds of the same feather flock together. Riemann blended into the crowd, observing. It was fortunate that Young-min teamed up with Jung-sik, just as he had expected based on past occurrences. The angel appeared and confirmed if all humans had gathered. The angel scanned the crowd and commented, how there are 90 less people present. The players were confused on what she meant by that. All of a sudden, a notification screen appeared. It contains the details of the third round. The main quest is to protect the relic for 3 hours. Their region only has 4,900 participants left, and only 1,225 can finish the quest. Now that they have confirmed that there are less people, they started wondering how it happened. The angel told them that there's no way that humans would just suddenly drop dead. It looks like humans fought each other in the real world old. The angel even expressed that she will be worried sick on how humans fight each other. One player seemed distressed and encouraged everyone to look at the number of participants that could finish the round. They all became distressed and worried upon seeing it. The number of who can finish has been reduced to 1/4. The player reported to the angel about the possibility of an error in the system. The angel laughed when she heard that the humans thought it was an error. She told them that it's not an error. She told them that they looked flustered because there are less people who will be able to finish. She suggested to them that maybe they're forgetting something. She informed them that only half may survive each round, but everyone survived the last round. So, it just makes sense that only 1/4 would survive in the third round. The players wore a horrified expression. Before they could complain, the angel said that there's nothing unfair about it. She reminded them that all they have to do is work hard and be in the top 25%. With that, she proceeded in explaining the third round. She informed them that monsters from her army will appear from the castle gates every 30 minutes, and those monsters will target the relic in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 waves, and everyone has to work together to protect the relic. The players will receive an additional reward if they protect the relic for 3 hours. However, if they are unable to protect it, they will receive a massive penalty. Finally, regardless of whether they have succeeded in protecting, each one of them will be ranked by the number of monsters they defeated. She set their expectations that many more monsters than usual could appear due to the nature of the round. Jung-sik had a grin on his face when he thought that what he just needs to do is kill lots of monsters. He expected for the round to be easy since he had the authority of command. The angel almost forgot another important thing. She asked if Life is a Documentary was the chosen representative last round. The angel explained that he can use his authority of command from then onward. But she knows everyone is curious about what will happen if he dies. She explained that if the representative dies from a monster of natural causes, the seat becomes empty. But she asked them, what if he gets killed by another player? The angel answered that if that were to happen, the killer is immediately made the region representative, and they receive full uses of authority of command. People started glaring at him, not hiding the evil intentions that they thought of. The angel clapped her hands and announced that the monsters would appear in 10 minutes. She advised them to work together for 3 hours and survive. She gave them a smile while saying, though I'm not sure if you'll be able to. Jung-sik cursed loudly, infuriated by the information revealed by the angel. He grits his teeth as he feels an ominous presence behind him. The players were prepared to attack him. He drew out his dagger and yelled for those bastards to come at him. He declared that he will take them on. The players appeared to be confident to fight him. One player told him that he's acting like he's strong when he can only use the authority command for 10 times. Another player confirmed, if he understood the angel right, that whoever kills the representative would be able to take his place. Another player suggested that it would be better if he's the representative. They stopped when they saw Black Scythe confidently approaching them. Jung-sik felt threatened and asked what Black Scythe plans to do. Black Scythe came closer to him and told him that he shouldn't be afraid and he's only there to talk. Jung-sik denied that he's afraid. He told him to say what he came there to say. He tried to warn Black Scythe not to ask him to bow his head, but he was cut mid-sentence. Black Scythe told him that he had a suggestion. Black Scythe empathized with him, saying that he sees that he's in a difficult position right now. Looking seriously, he suggested that he will protect him. Jung-sik was baffled. So Black Scythe explained that he will protect him so that other players won't target him. Simply say, he will take responsibility for him and escort him one-on-one. The players were confused about what they heard, and they realized that if they wanted to kill Jung-sik, they would have to face Black Scythe as well. The players were at a loss on what to do. Jung-sik realized that just the name Black Scythe would be revered. Because of the reactions of the players, he was tempted to accept the offer, but he knew there would always be a price to pay. He asked Black Scythe what he wanted in return. Black Scythe answered that it was nothing much, just for him to follow all his commands. That's the condition. Jung-sik was surprised to hear that. He concluded that Black Scythe wants him to be his subordinate. Since he's doubtful, he asked for the reason on why Black Scythe is making the offer. Unfortunately for him, Black Scythe can't tell him. He clarified what type of commands Black Scythe would give, but Black Scythe couldn't tell him either. Instead, he made it clear that he needs Jung-sik to follow the command unconditionally. That idea didn't sit well with Jung-sik. He cursed him in his mind. But he started wondering what if he said no. He also thinks that Black Scythe will attack him. Black Scythe urged him to choose and reminded him that other people are also waiting for his response. He seemed to have a hard time deciding, and then he expressed his rejection of the offer. Ramin expected this to happen since there's no way a bastard like him would let go of his pride that easily. The players mocked him for his decision. Had he accepted, he'd be able to hunt safely. Another player suggested that it could be because his pride was hurt when he was told to follow orders. They commented that his pride is more important than his life, or maybe they think lowly of the other players. Ryumin had observed that it's progressing exactly as it did in his previous life. He knew what exactly to do next, and that is to draw the line completely. Black Scythe accepted Jung-sik's decision and declared that he won't pay attention anymore. He reiterated that whether he dies or not, it will be completely out of his business. The players seemed to be thrilled when they heard Black Scythe won't care anymore. They're elated at the thought that they can target the bastard as they please. Upon hearing that, Jung-sik started wondering if he should have just accepted the offer. The notification window appeared to announce that Wave 1 will begin shortly. Another one showed up, which states that the players should be prepared for the appearance and disappearance of monsters and protect the relic. A follow-up window showed that in 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters are taken care of, the Wave 2 will begin. Someone from the crowd encouraged everyone to protect the relic. The timer started. Jung-sik understood that he can't fight together with those who are targeting him. He wondered where he's going. Black Scythe kept walking towards an empty alley. Jung-sik followed him. He wondered if Black Scythe is planning to fight alone and if he's going to the entrance. Immediately, Wave 1 started. The doors are slowly opening. The window screen showed that there are 4,900 players and 9,800 weakened goblins. The vicious-looking goblins started crowding in the small opening of the door. Jung-sik felt terrified when he found out the number of the monsters entering the village. The notification window showed that, due to the nature of the round, the goblins are at a third of their usual strength. The last message says, "We wish you for your success." Jung-sik thought it was crazy. He ran as he decided to hide and observe the situation. He entered a house and ascended the stairs. He wondered why Black Scythe wasn't moving. He theorizes that Black Scythe would fight the goblins alone at the entrance. He had observed that even if the entrance is narrow, it's wide enough for at least 10 people to go through. He wondered if Black Scythe is that confident to take on 10 goblins alone. He reached the top and opened a door. He watched Black Scythe wait for the incoming goblins. Jungsik thought that he's crazy. He assumes Black Scythe is bluffing just because his level is a bit high. He thought that it's useless for him to watch Black Scythe since Black Scythe will just fight for a bit and then run away later on. The fight between the goblins and Black Scythe had started. Black Scythe swung his scythe and sliced multiple goblins at once. His attention shifted to something. There were several goblins who leapt towards him. As a counterattack, he leapt and swiftly sliced them up with an incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, Jungsik realized that Black Scythe is really strong. He wondered if it's because he already reached level 16, that's why he gained that strength. He realized that it isn't the best time for him to be watching. He has decided to hurry and raise his level to become stronger. He turned to the other side of the village and expected the fight between the players and goblins to be intense. Players are gathered around the relic, they work together to protect it, they communicated where to block and what entrance had been breached. Jungsik came out of hiding and decided to kill the goblins. He looked at goblins as a way to gain experience. He challenged the goblin, and it came straight to attack him. But before the goblin in front of him reached him, he felt something behind him. He hit it first, before it had a chance to harm him. He smiled proudly for what he has done. Because of the rune of detection, he knew their movement path in advance, so he thought things would be easy. All of a sudden, he saw a blade on his peripheral. He tried to evade it, but his ear got hit. He turned to see that it was an arrow. He kept looking on where it was fired, since he hasn't seen a goblin that fires arrows. This made him angry. He looked for the bastard who fired it. He thought that even if he doesn't know who it is yet, if later he caught him, he vowed to end them. All of a sudden, a player stabbed him in his side. He groaned while the player was thrilled for landing a blow on him. This fueled his anger, and he gripped the end of the spear that penetrated his body. He pulled it so that the player holding it would come close to him as he prepared to stab the player with his dagger. And he stabbed right into the chest of the player. He pulled out his dagger and yelled, "Die, you son of a bitch." Out of the blue, he saw an arrow pass through that made him stop moving. He turned to see where it was fired and saw the bastard. Since the archer is from a distance, Jungsik used the spear that was used to stab him. The archer prepared to release an arrow. But before he could fire his arrow, the spear had already penetrated his head and blood splattered, gushed out. Jungsik covered his wound with his hand. He realized that he had to be more worried about the players rather than the goblins. Because of that, he regretted being the region's representative. He cursed being a region representative, and if had a choice, he would gladly hand it to someone else. He started wondering if his decision not to accept Black Scythe's offer was wrong, but he stands by his principle to have pride, and vowed that he will never be an underling. He walked around while thinking of a solution, a way to hunt without having to be wary of players, and he noticed a bastard aggressively killing a goblin. He was able to recognize him. "It's the current region rank 3 called Black Dragon in my right arm." Jungsik grinned upon knowing that he's there. He approached him. "Black Dragon in my right arm," asked who he was. Jungsik pointed a dagger at him and commanded him to protect him. Meanwhile, a notification screen shows that the effect of Skeletal Necklace increases attack speed by 25%. Ryuman continues to slay all the goblins. Another notification screen shows that he has defeated the goblin. His current kill count is at 502 over 100. 3 buffs were applied. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect of Butcher Rune. He also received additional 3.33 gold. Ruman checked his status window. He's almost close to his goal, which is 2,000 gold. He smiled, thinking about how easily he could collect 2,000 gold during the second wave. He had made up his mind to save more gold in the round and buy 2 common skills. His goal was to obtain the Heart's True Thoughts rune. As he was looking at the screen, the goblins sneaked behind him. He sensed it, and he slayed all the zombies. The other zombies stopped from attacking him. He asked them if they're not coming, so instead Black Scythe rushed forward to attack them. Meanwhile, at the other side of the map, the players seemed to notice that there's something wrong. The zombies were glowing in yellow. A notification screen displayed that they have succeeded in blocking the first wave. The players rejoiced and let out a sigh of relief. The number of players that survive is 3,933 and the dead players are 967. As a reward, the surviving players have been given 500 gold. One player announced that he will rest before the next wave starts. With 967 that died, Ryumin thought that even if the goblins are weakened, they can't be ignored. Ryumin went around looking for someone, and he found him, Youngsik. Ryumin expected that Youngsik would have a hard time surviving the round. Youngsik cursed. He's surrounded by players. The players are not killing the goblins, instead, they are only after him. One player bravely attacked him, but that player was crushed by Black Dragon in my right arm. Youngsik was thankful that he had those bastards to protect him because of the authority of command. Because of them, he managed to survive the first round. Youngmin asked if he's okay. Youngmin followed him, even though he did not use command authority on him. Youngsik's wound hurt and he groaned in pain. He realized that he's bleeding heavily. He started to wonder if he'll be able to survive in his state. He grits his teeth and had the resolve to tenaciously survive. He willed to survive the round to show off. Their attention shifted to the entrance. The second wave is about to start. 3,933 players versus 7,886 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins are at a third of their usual strength. The goblins started running towards Black Scythe. With a serious expression, he did not hesitate to slice the goblins with his scythe. He continued to attack multiple goblins at the same time. The bodies of the dead goblins are piling up on the ground. The notification screen shows that he has reached level 20. His rank has risen from apprentice to regular. He can now use the combination function. He wipes his sweat as he rejoices in reaching level 20. He's aware that he can now use the combination function to create unique items that can't be obtained in the store. Another window screen showed up. First is an announcement that because of his rank increase, the insignia of death has been strengthened. Second screen shows that the insignia of death increased from 100 to 120. Additionally, the Reaper exclusive skill Night of Death has been learned. Night of Death effect is that in a radius of 500 meters, darkness energy is cast, creating an artificial night. The next skill will be learned at level 40. Ryumin was happy about the additional damage from the insignia of death. He also liked the Night of Death, since it synergizes well with the Reaper rune because it gets stronger at night. When Reaper rune is used during the day, weapon attack is doubled, and when used at night, attack speed is also increased by 50%. While staying still at night greatly reduces the chance of an enemy detecting the caster. Right after he finished checking the screen, the goblins came rushing to attack him. He welcomed them with a smile, as he was eager to use his new skill. He activated a Night of Death and Darkness, made the goblins stop moving, and he slayed them all. He was not detected by the goblins as he continually slaughters them. The goblins didn't know what hit them until the scythe struck. After a series of quick attacks, his foot gracefully landed on the ground. The screen appeared to inform the players that they have succeeded in blocking the second wave. There were 3,343 surviving players, while 590 players died. As a reward, the surviving players have been given 500 gold. Ryumin considered buying some common skills while resting. He opened the shop screen and searched for a particular common skill. He bought presence detection. With that skill, the player can identify all targets within a 30-kilometer radius. He used the skill and saw that it's only him and the goblin corpses. He thought of saving up another 20,000 gold. The third wave has begun. There are 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The players continuously fought until the notification screen appeared again. They had successfully blocked the third wave. The fourth wave immediately began with 3,001 players versus 6,002 hobgoblins. Youngmin continued to fight with all his might. So are the other players. And then the screen appeared indicating that they had succeeded in blocking the fourth wave. Youngsik looked exhausted. Just one more hour left. He knew that if he can last for an hour, he'll be able to live. He used up all his authority commands, but as long as he has those bastards protecting him, he will be safe. The fifth wave started. There are 2,700 players versus 10,800 Knoll. Youngsik was shocked to see 10,000 and he wondered why there were so many. Due to the nature of the Knolls are at a third of their strength. The players engaged in an intense fight with the Knolls. Youngsik took this as an opportunity to set a record. He vowed to get stronger, and when he does, he'll rip the throats of the people who look down on him. He was drawn to the groans of pain emanating from the injured people. He saw that the players whom he asked to protect him were being attacked by other players just to get to him. He pulled his guards in front of him and instructed them to block the attacking players. His guards were instantly killed. With most of his bodyguards dead, he felt cornered. He internally cursed that he's fucked, and he started running away. The players chased after him. He ran with all his strength while thinking that he just only needed to survive the wave. And then he reached the entrance where Black Scythe is waiting for the gnolls. He ran to Black Scythe and told him that he accepted his offer. He promised that he will do whatever he says just so he could earn his protection. He did not receive any response from Black Scythe. He screamed at him, saying that he's accepting the offer, but Black Scythe cut him off mid-sentence with, "I react." He reminded him that he already mentioned it earlier that he will no longer pay attention. Whether Jungsik lives or dies, he has to deal with it by himself. Jungsik insisted that he's going to become his underling. He couldn't understand why Black Scythe would refuse. Black Scythe answered that he doesn't need an underling who doesn't even have authority of command. Jungsik was infuriated when he got what he meant. That Black Scythe is saying that he has no use for him. He regretted not accepting the offer earlier. One player asked if they saw how Black Scythe rejected Jungsik's offer. Another player expressed how relieved he felt. He was worrying what they would do if Black Scythe agreed to protect Life is a documentary. Life is a documentary that is bleeding heavily. A player announced that they can now kill him to their heart's content. Jungsik announced that if he dies, he'll kill at least one of the players who ganged up on him. All of a sudden, Yongmin showed up. Yongmin asked if he's tired and told him that he would help him. Jungsik forgot about him. He grinned and promised him that if he gets out of this alive, he will take good care of him. Unexpectedly, Yongmin delivered a powerful punch to his face. Jungsik crashed into the ground because of that powerful blow. He rubbed his cheek and groaned in pain. Yongmin wore a devilish grin as he told Jungsik that he will kill him so that he can die comfortably. Jungsik was about to curse at him, but he was instantly grabbed by his shirt. Yongmin landed another punch at his face. With an intimidating presence, he continued to punch Jungsik. Before he landed the punch that could end Jungsik, he stopped his fist right in front of his face. His nose was profusely bleeding, and he couldn't open his one eye. His pride couldn't take that he's being betrayed. Yongmin ended him with a powerful kick. Notification window appeared to announce that the region representative Life is a documentary has been murdered. The power of the representative is passed on to the murdered. Player Yongmin is hailed as the new region's representative. Yongmin celebrated his win. He has received the command of authority, and he thought about controlling Co Aaron as he pleased. He glanced at Life as a documentary's body and, in his mind, vowed to put the command to good use. He added that all this happened because the boss of the gang kept running away. He smirked at him while marking him as an embarrassment. Young men addressed the players in the area to ask them if they saw him beating up Life as a documentary and seek confirmation that there's a good chance of winning. The crowd couldn't seem to fully absorb the whole incident. They appeared to be scared of young men. One player thought of how he killed a person with just bare hands. Some had goosebumps. A player asked what happened since they remembered young men sucking up to the gangster. They wondered if he planned to betray him from the start. They expressed that they're scared. And they can't accept that such a person became a regional representative. Someone from the crowd announced that the region representative has changed. Yongmin smirked. He understood that the players are after him now. He thought that it was unfortunate, but he already has a solution to get out of the problem. He started running away. He went to Black Scythe. Black Scythe asked him what was wrong. Yongmin asked him if he saw the message and excitedly announced that he's the new region representative and he has the authority command. Black Scythe responded, so Yongmin expressed that he will accept the offer that Black Scythe gave to Life as a documentary. Simply put, he'll do everything he says in exchange for his protection. Yongmin was confident his idea will work since the reason that Jungsik was rejected is because he didn't have the authority of command. But now that he's the new region representative and hasn't used the command yet, he thought that there's no way for Black Scythe to reject him. Black Scythe told him that he didn't like his attitude. Yongmin didn't understand what he meant. So Black Scythe told him that if he gets on his knees, he'll consider the offer. Yongmin insisted that he had the authority to command. Black Scythe expressed that he really didn't care, and told him that he's misunderstanding something, but the one who loses out on that is him. Black Scythe told him again if he wants his protection, he should get on his knees and beg for it. Young-min felt pressured to make a choice as the other players were closing in. He looked at Black Scythe and dropped to his knees. He promised him that he will do everything he says and begged him to take him as his underling. Black Scythe stared at him while he begged. Deep inside him, Black Scythe had seen the scene so many times he's sick of it. However, unlike Jung-sik, he knew Young-min could be useful. He accepted the deal, and Young-min enthusiastically thanked him. Black Scythe told him to stop and told him that he doesn't want to see his pitiful self anymore. Young-min understood. Black Scythe walks past the kneeling man, to face the players who are after him. Since the players witnessed the deal, the players talked among themselves and one player suggested for them to attack all at once. The scared player voiced out that Black Scythe can take on many opponents at the same time. He expressed that they have no chance against that kind of monster. Black Scythe told them that he will help them decide. He gave them two choices. They can either give up on being the representative and go back to hunting the monsters or die at his hand. He pointed his scythe at them. He told them that if possible, he'd recommend the first option. But the latter one is fine for him as well, because he will no longer view anyone who wields a sword against him as a human. The players collectively swallowed nervously in fear. A lot of the players choose out. Young-min was impressed. Everyone backed off because of Black Scythe. Young-min was smiling as he thought Black Scythe was a fearsome foe, but a reliable ally. Ryumin observed his surroundings and concluded that the round was slowly coming to an end. Players are still fighting the gnolls, but they'll soon clear the fifth wave. However, he thought that it would be upsetting to end things that way. He is called Young-min. Young-min answered him enthusiastically. Black Scythe told Young-min to do what he promised. Young-min confidently told him to give him a command. Black Scythe told him to use all 10 of his command of authority and break the relic. Young-min was baffled. He knew that if the relic breaks, they would all receive a massive penalty. His expression changed enthusiasm to anger. He wondered why would Black Scythe wanted that, and he's worried that if he used all his command, he won't be able to turn Aaron into his slave. He politely asked Black Scythe why. Black Scythe told him to shut up and do what he's told. He tried to negotiate and asked if he could only use 9 out of the 10 commands. Black Scythe told him that he won't repeat what he said, and if doesn't want to die, he should decide fast. Young-min told him that he will do it. Black Scythe informed him that he will instruct him on who to use his authority of command on. Black Scythe recited the names Shim Sung-yu, Small Chili Pepper, Don't Bother Me, Spring, Summer, Autumn. He instructed young men to order those 10 people to break the relic. Young man was surprised. All of his friends are on the list. He wondered if Black Scythe did that on purpose. His friends told him not to do it. He apologized to them and shrugged. He explained that it's Black Scythe told him and ordered them to break the relic. All the players received a notification that the relic is being attacked. They were all surprised, and when they turned to see what was happening, there were 10 people hitting the relic. They yelled at them to stop what they're doing. They hurriedly moved towards the relic to stop those 10 players. The notification window informed everyone that the relic has been broken, the main quest has failed. As a penalty for failing, for 30 minutes, the proxy of divine retribution will be summoned. The players don't have any idea on what that is. Another screen showed up instructing them to survive against proxy divine retribution. Until the time runs out, the round will not end. They wondered if it's something like a boss. A notification window appeared indicating, Hidden Subquest. Ryumin smiled. The Round 3 subquest is to survive against the proxy divine retribution. The reward is 3,000 gold, and the countdown has begun. The players' attitudes seemed to change when they saw the reward. The quest reward is 2,000 gold, but if they finish the subquest, they will get 3,000 gold, which the majority of them thinks that it's more profitable. Black Scythe expected this, which is why he asked Young-min to break the relic, but he didn't want to break the relic himself. The notification screen appeared to announce that it has confirmed that the relic broke because of the players who attacked it. Those 10 players will be given a penalty. The stats of those players will fall to 50% permanently. The players couldn't accept it since they just did what they're told to do. They directed their anger at Young-min. Young-min stuttered in saying sorry to them. He explained that no one knew about the penalty. Another notification screen appeared and it showed that the one responsible for not being able to protect the relic is the region representative, who will also be penalized, and his stats permanently decreased to 50%. He was so angry that he kicked the wall while screaming and cursing loudly. Ryumin watched them. He knew permanent stat drops are directly correlated to survival, which makes it fatal. He decided to get ready to catch the agent of divine punishment. He opened the shop to purchase normal items with extra gold. He chose the assassin's hood, which is a normal helmet used by an assassin. It will reek blood if not washed. It gives 20 defense and plus 3 agility. He also bought astute long boots, which is a pair of black, clingy long boots. It looks stuffy, but it's surprisingly comfortable to wear. It has 15 defenses and plus 2 on agility, and plus 5% on speed. He knew that even the slightest boost in stats would make the sub-quest easier. He proceeded to do a combination. He placed an item and combined it with a mana stone. The combination was successful. It is called the Skull Bone Necklace, which adds 1 in all stats. Ryumin planned to insert 1 mana stone on each piece of equipment, and he got another successful combination. The outcome was a seasoned hunter's leather armor, which adds 1 damage reduction. He made another combination called Grim Reaper's Scythe. This adds 2 on strength. He knew that a lowest grade mana stone won't be much help to him, but he thought it's better than nothing. The players were gathered in the center of the village. They felt an ominous presence and wondered if it's the start. They were getting nervous. One player encouraged everyone to hold on until the end of the 30 minutes. Another player suggested that I keep running away to survive. Ryumin countered them in his mind. He knew it wouldn't be easy to run from their opponent. In his last life, around 500 out of 2,700 survived. Simply trying to survive is difficult. Originally, the Agent of Divine Punishment is a monster who can barely be caught up to by putting 5 level 40 players against it. But Ryumin planned to receive a huge reward by killing it. The dark sky shattered and a yellow light escaped through the crease. Ryumin has the title he acquired from killing the angel named Briel. The title is first ever Angel Slayer and it doubles 1 stats when fighting divine types, and the Agent of Divine Punishment is a divine type. Everyone looked at the sky as the Agent of Divine Punishment descended. Majority of the players thought it would be easy and they could simply run away from it to survive. Yongmin expressed that he got scared earlier, but now that he saw the enemy, it seemed like he became lax. The diviner enemy's staff has a circular end with a bell in the middle. It took a few steps, it raised its staff, and it hit the ground with an impact, and instantly a light that seemed like a barrier appeared. The light extended to a portion of the village, and notifications showed that the Agent of Divine Punishment had casted a restriction field. The players touched the barrier, and another notification displayed that they won't be able to exit the area unless the caster disarms it. The players panicked now that they can't leave. Another notification showed that the stats of the players inside the field have dropped by 50%. The players hit the barrier in an attempt to get out. Ryumin had observed that almost 300 people were caught inside the barrier. It was a shame, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to save those 300 people. The divine enemy spread its angel wings, and from its wings it created several needle-like blades that covered the sky. Ryumin knew it was the cue to start. Instantly the angel released the blades to the direction of the players. The players tried to run away, but a lot of them were injured from it. Some groaned in pain. Some complained that it's impossible to dodge since it's hard to follow with the naked eye. The angel released more blades, and it rained down on the people inside the restriction field. After being locked in there, dodging the arrows of light is nearly impossible. On the other hand, you can simply say that if you successfully dodge those, then it's not a big deal. Ryumin ran and seized the opportunity while everyone was still distracted. As he expected, while the enemy is hunting the humans, it's not paying attention to its backside. He planned to ambush the divine enemy as soon as the barrier was lifted. The barrier is slowly dissipating and Ryumin knows it's the perfect chance. He didn't worry that the enemy would turn around since the enemy doesn't have ears. He ran until he was 5 meters away from the enemy. He activated the insignia of death as he plans to land a fatal blow for the first attack. The divine enemy sensed him, but it was already too late. Ryumin's scythe landed on the enemy's face. The divine enemy screamed loudly. The scythe landed perfectly as it hit the enemy right into the eye. Ryumin kept a distance from the divine enemy. Because of the insignia of death, the enemy's health was reduced to 60%. Ryuman had observed that just one attack cuts its stamina by 40%, so it wasn't so bad. He ran away thinking that the enemy would be planning to cast a restriction field to find him, and he was right. The agent of divine punishment has casted a restriction field. It's all according to Ryuman's plan. He knew that as soon as it realized that it didn't catch him inside the restriction field, it would immediately lift its field. He saw an opening and ran towards the agent of divine punishment. He plans to take the other eye. He jumped to hit it in the eye, and the agent of divine punishment screamed loudly. It continued screaming while Ryuman landed safely on the ground. The agent of divine punishment casted the restriction field again, and the stats of the players inside were reduced to 50%. Ryuman was caught inside, but he didn't care. Without its eyes, Ryuman described it as a glorified sandbag. It continued to scream while it launched several arrows. It looked like it was planning to kill Ryuman by shooting arrows of light in all directions, since it can't see anything. He activated his Knight of Death and stood behind the agent of divine punishment. Darkness covered its arrows, and the agent of divine punishment seemed to be confused. Ryuman knew that the light cannot overcome darkness, as it was how the other world is programmed. From its backside, he leaped into the air. Wearing a serious expression as he lifts his scythe, he declared that he will end it now. With his scythe in hand, Ryuman slashed the wing of the divine punishment agent. The divine dude groaned in pain as the wing hit the floor. Determined, the divine enemy geared up for a counterattack, lifting its staff. But Ryuman was on fire. Quicker than you could blink, he swung his scythe again, catching the divine agent off guard. Another groan escaped as the divine punishment thing struggled to keep up. Stepping back like a boss, Ryuman floated into the air, getting ready for round 2. Guess what? He went for the wing again. Yeah, that divine agent must have hated its wings by the end of this. Another groan, and wing number 2 hit the dirt. Ryuman floated back down, chilling by the fallen wings. Just to rub it in, he checked the divine agent's stamina. Turns out, it was running on fullies, only 10% left. The divine punishment guy was in for a rough day, so Ryuman, being the smart guy he is, decided it was time to pull a tactical retreat from the divine punishment agent. Gotta keep that distance, you know. But then, notification time. The agent's got this fancy passive skill called Last Radiant Flare that turns it into Mr. Invincible. Now our man Ryuman's watching as the divine agent goes all glowy, yellow for its body and ominous purple for its staff. He recalls something about a phase when stamina hits rock bottom. If only he'd gone for the throat earlier, the agent would have pulled a Houdini on him. The divine punisher screams like it's auditioning for a heavy metal band, and suddenly it's raining small circular purple warp holes, lightning strikes, the whole show. Ryuman, being the wise dude, keeps his distance and enjoys the divine fireworks. They call this attack the Last Radiant Fire, and it's got a timer displayed on a handy notification screen. Countdown starts at 50 seconds. Drama, right? 30 seconds in, static around the agent, and at 10 seconds, things get real. Last 5 seconds, the staff goes all out with more lighting. The last second rolls in, and Ryuman's got this smug smile on his face. Mr. Invincible state. Disarmed. Seizing the golden moment, Ryuman bolts in from behind. Determination etched on his face, he lifts that scythe high. One mighty swing and off goes the head from the divine body. Talk about a grand finale. So after Ryuman pulled off the ultimate divine punishment showdown, a bunch of windows popped up to shower him with rewards and glory. First, the confirmation that he successfully murdered the divine punishment agent. Cue applause. 3 notifications in a row announcing level up vibes. 8,200 gold coins jingling in his pocket, and as a cherry on top, an extra bonus gold coin of 4,000. Cash rules everything around him, right? But the real icing on the cake, the title. The opposer of divine punishment. Fancy, huh? Check out the perks. Damage from divine types reduced by a whopping 80%. Now, that's a game changer. But wait, there's more. A screen reveals the title deets. To bag this fancy title, you gotta be the first to off the divine punishment agent. And the sweet effect? Reduce divine damage. Simple as that. Oh, and the goodies keep rolling in. Condensed ether, anyone? Ryuman snags that as a reward for being the Divine Slayer. Why? Because that stuff is the holy grail for crafting god rank items. But hold on, there's a cherry on the cherry, the Rune of Radiance. This little gem is automatically embedded into Ryuman's body. It's like a tattoo but with magical perks. Boosts intelligence by 1, and cranks up the divine type skills by 1% for each level. Ryuman's rocking level 30, so that's 30 more IQ points and a 30% boost to divine awesomeness. So, with that sweet Rune of Radiance in tow, Ryuman was grinning ear to ear. No need to worry about boosting his intelligence for a while. Life's good. But hold up. A notification screen crashes the party in the main square, announcing to all the players that they've aced the subquest. 3,000 gold coins, baby. Cue the celebrations. As the players high-fived for surviving, all eyes were on Black Scythe. Gossip was buzzing about how this dude single-handedly took down the Divine Punishment agent. Monster vibes, they said. Someone even called him a beast. The chatter took a pause when the angel, Olive, apparently, chimed in. She was beyond thrilled, claiming Ryuman as the first human she ever genuinely acknowledged. Ryuman? Well, he was too busy checking his own notifications to care. Olive, feeling all playful, suggested an interview, asking Ryuman about his divine killing spree. Dude wasn't having it. Annoyed, he threw a straight-up answer without even looking at her. Killed it because he wanted to. Olive the angel doubted that logic. After all, just clearing the stage would have earned him a reward. But nope, Ryuman had to go. All murder spree. He explains cool as a cucumber that if he didn't, people would have been massacred. Players eavesdropping on this deep convo suddenly had a change of heart. Ryuman wasn't just a badass, he was a hero. One player even admitted he thought strong guys would be jerks, but Black Scythe? Decent dude. But the angel couldn't wrap her celestial mind around a human saving his kind. She found humans strange, 1 minute tearing each other apart, the next living in harmony. Ryuman, deep in thought, figured it was normal, especially coming from a narcissistic angel. Olive, still confused, praised the crowd for surviving but threw a reality check their way. Too soon to relax, folks. The game ain't over till it's over. So, Olive, the angel in charge, decided it was result checking time. A massive screen popped up, displaying the overall results for round 3. No surprise, Black Scythe dominated all zones, slaying a whopping 3,631 enemies. Dude was on fire. The second and third ranks went to Shitty Idiots and Heavenly Demon, both level 13 badasses. In Ryuman's specific zone, he still reigned supreme, with Insanchio and Seo Aaron trailing behind. Players were shook, Black Scythe's level and score seemed too good to be true. Some even wondered if he got some secret XP boost, but guess what? Ryuman's notifications stole the show. First, congrats for ranking first in all zones. Second, more congrats for topping their specific zone. Now the real deal, a reward selection box and an intermediate grade rare ring selection coupon. Fancy, right? Options for the ring were the Ring of Rushing Winds, Ring of Azure Magic, and Ring of Resistance. Ryuman, not impressed by the names, went with the Ring of Resistance. Boosts luck by 4, resistance by 35%, and durability at 450. It's the status effects, stay away kind of bling. Then another screen, more decisions. 50% stat boost buff for round 4, 4,000 gold, or intel on round 4. Ryuman, knowing the drill, skipped the triple experience option. After all, round 4 isn't a monster catching fiesta, and snagged 2,400 gold. But Olive, with her sinister grin, asked the players if they checked their rankings. Cut line at 1,225. Players, horrified, claimed the system goofed. They wanted a recount, couldn't believe their low rank despite monster-slaying glory. The drama continues. The angel declared it was insect squashing time for those outside the magical top 1225. With a snap of her fingers, bodies started fading away, players groaning and yelling for salvation. The screen confirmed the end of round 3, with 214,007,550 survivors overall and, in the specific zone, just 1,225. Round 4 set to kick off at midnight on April 1, 2023. Back in the real world, Seo Aaron jolted awake. Looking at her hand, She couldn't believe she made it through round 3. But that's not all. She scored a summoner class. Excitedly, she summoned a fairy, a winged cutie that perched on her shoulder. In round 3, these fairies acted as shields and bodyguards, helping her survive. And the shocker? She's ranked 3rd. With a mana stone in her inventory, she wondered if Black Scythe would fancy it as a gift. Meanwhile, across town, a table lamp got on the receiving end of some serious aggression. A loud yell and it flew across the room. Huang Yongmin was in a fit of rage.
The previous part ended with the scene of Huang Yongmin receiving a phone call. As soon as he saw the name of the caller, Yongmin turned pale because the caller was Kim Sung-han. Yongmin thought he was doomed. He clenched his teeth and pressed the answer button. He gently replied, "Sung, is that you?" When he heard Yongmin's voice, Kim Sung-han was so angry that his hand holding the phone was shaking. Then there was a furious face and a loud shout from Kim Sung-han, "Yongmin, don't pretend with me, it's all because of you that we lost everything. Why did you dare to use the command authority to make your friends do that?" Yongmin hurriedly explained that he had no other choice. If he didn't do that, he would be beheaded by Black Scythe. After hearing Yongmin's explanation, Sung-han didn't agree and said, "You should have died at the hands of Black Scythe, rather than hurting your friends." This made Yongmin startled. He continued to defend himself, "You bastard, this is not fair to me either. My score was reduced because of being the area representative. Don't you guys see that?" Hearing that, Sung-han became even more angry. He yelled, "We were exploited by you, so we all lost our scores. If you weren't greedy for the title of area representative, this wouldn't have happened. You are a traitor who betrayed your friends." At this point, Sung-han told Yongmin not to call him ever again, whether in reality or in the other world. Just pretend that they don't know each other, because if he saw Yongmin's despicable face, Sung-han might kill him. The call ended with the two of them cursing each other. After 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Yongmin sighed and thought he didn't do anything wrong. He was also a victim. He pressed the phone frantically, trying to contact his friends. Yongmin planned to contact other friends to crush that bastard. But all the numbers Yongmin could call couldn't be reached. He was abandoned. In a fit of rage, Yongmin threw his phone and shouted, "You damn friends! Why does this whole world want to go against me? Sung-han, what did you say? If you meet again, you will kill me. Do you want to challenge me? I will kill you all in the next round of the game. Just wait for it." The next morning at the Imperial Hotel, An came to see Ma Jiangrok. "I'm glad you were able to get through the 3rd round from that god, Director An." "Yes, it was just a lucky thing, sir. What did the 3rd round in your area go through, Director?" "Well, because of my area, a lot of spirit stones were destroyed, so a god of punishment appeared. Fortunately, Black Scythe was able to handle it, otherwise we would all have died." "So what level are you at now, and do you have a profession yet?" "Yes, I'm at level 11 and have the profession of knight, sir. And of course, Deaf Letter Corin is also at the same level as me, but her profession is summoner." Hearing the word summoner profession, Ma Jiangrok also felt a bit surprised, unexpected. I didn't think she could have that profession." "Yes, sir, at first I was a bit surprised, but she summoned a spirit beast that could buff shields for other players. Thanks to that, I also got her support to get through the 3rd round easily." "Oh, that's great, Director An. Just maintain a good relationship with Miss Corin as it is now. If you like her, you can also improve your relationship by dating her. By building a good relationship with someone, you will be able to see their strengths and weaknesses. And of course, I won't interfere with the relationship between the two of you. Do you understand what I mean?" But An said no. "I still don't understand what you mean, Mr. Chairman." This honesty of An made Ma Jiangrok a little surprised. He smiled and continued, "It's been a long time since I've seen you react so strongly, Director An. You don't have to be so tense. Just let things happen naturally." Hearing this, An also breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, sir. Miss Corin will never have feelings for me." "Why do you think so?" "You are very reliable and masculine." But on said no, she always keeps a distance from me and often calls me a lucky bodyguard. Hearing this, Ma Jiangrok just smiled. Well, that's fine. What's the urgent news that you need to report to me? Hearing this question, he bowed his head and saluted. First of all, I have to apologize to you, Mr. Chairman, because in the third round I couldn't support Black Scythe, and I couldn't send your thanks to him either. Then why couldn't Director and do that? I'm sure you ran into some problem, right? And after more than 30 minutes of telling Ma Jiangrok all the details of his area, he fell into deep thought. You said that the God of Punishment was really very strong? At first I thought it was just a normal thing. I didn't expect it to be so strong, and Black Scythe still managed to kill it? Yes, sir, he killed the God of Punishment with his super skills. That means he knew in advance what was going to happen, so Black Scythe really didn't need my help. My help only made him feel more annoyed. Hearing this, Ma Jiangrok fell into deep thought. So Black Scythe has strength and skills far superior to other players. He is so strong that I feel ashamed. Because I think I'm very powerful with this Dark Knight profession. Black Scythe, I really want to meet you when the areas are merged. Thinking of this, Ma Jiangrok just sighed. In general, this is not the fault of Director On. So you don't have to feel guilty. And what about the information of those thugs? What have you investigated? On heard that and continued to say honestly, first of all, he has a nickname called Young Min, assuming that name is his real name. Then there are dozens of names like that in the whole country, but if we narrow down the search range in Seoul and in the age range from 15 to 30, there are only 5 people left. As for the location and details of each person, the detective needs about a month to determine everything. Hearing this, Ma Jiangrok was also a bit satisfied. A month is fine. Then we won't have to worry about this until the 4th round is over. Yes, sir, I will continue to follow up on this matter, Mr. Chairman. How much gold did you get after the 3rd round ended? About 10,000 gold, Mr. Chairman. Then you have gone halfway. There is a basic skill in the store called tracking. You should learn it as soon as you have 20,000 gold. It will help you a lot in the future. Yes, sir, I understand. But I have one thing I forgot to tell you. Last month, a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company. Which company of mine are you talking about? It's the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company, the company that you are using all your strength to develop, sir? Oh, how much percentage of Heavenly Demon's shares does he own now? Please don't be too surprised. The number has reached 31%, sir. What? You said an individual owned 31% of Heavenly Demon's shares? That's right, sir. At first I thought I was seeing things, but when I confirmed it, it was indeed 31%. Ma Jiangrok fell into deep thought again. The Heavenly Demon Company has a market value of about 900 billion won, so 31% means that person invested 280 billion won, a person who owns a huge amount of money. Why didn't I know that? Could it be the work of one of my brothers? No matter what the case, owning 31% of the company's shares, that person could have the power to control the company's shareholders. Thinking of this, Ma Jiangrok took out his phone and asked more. So Director On, what is the contact information of that big shareholder? At this time, in Ryu Min's room, he was lying on the bed holding his phone and thinking, it was time for him to contact me. I can't contact him first, because I need to keep the face of a big shareholder of the company. He was very focused on waiting for Ma Jiangrok's phone call. Suddenly bang, his beloved younger brother Ryu Gun opened the door and asked him what level he was at. With a bruise on his face, Ryu Min gently said, "Brother, can you knock before entering the room, brother?" But Ryu Gun didn't care and continued to ask about his brother's level. I heard that there is a rich guy who boasts that he is very strong and superior to others. He also has a level far beyond other players. I asked him what level he was and he answered level 11. And he also has a profession. Hearing the number level 11, Ryu Min sighed. I have surpassed level 11, so don't worry too much about it. Really, brother? What level are you at now, brother? Hearing this question, Ryu Min also had a bit of difficulty answering. What should I say? If I tell the truth, it will be a big trouble. After thinking, he also answered level 12. Hearing Ryu Min's answer, his younger brother Ryu Gun was happy and admired. Is that really true, brother? So you have a profession already, right? Of course I do, sister. What is your profession then? I'm really excited about it. But Ryu Min said no, that's a secret that needs to be kept. This made Ryu Gun very disappointed. How cruel is his brother? Why keep a secret from this poor sister? What a hateful brother. After saying that, Ryu Won also angrily left the room. Ryu Min on this side also received a phone call as expected. Here it is. Hello, I'm listening. Yes, I'm Ryu Min, what's up? The other end of the line greeted. Hello, I'm Ma Jiangrok, the executive director of Heavenly Demon Company. At this point, he also felt the fish bite. It's best to follow the events of the past. I can raise the company up, then I can also bring it down, you understand? On this side, Ma Jiangrok continued, I heard from my subordinates that last month you invested a lot of money in our Heavenly Demon Company. Because you have become the largest shareholder of the company, I want to meet you in person, can I? I'll invite you to a meal as a welcome gift. After getting his confirmation that there was no problem, Ma Jiangrok proposed Friday this week. But he also realized that Friday this week was a very important day for him to own a very rare item in the store, so he proposed to Saturday. That way, the two of them agreed to meet on Saturday this week. He also understood that Ma Jiangrok would call him today, because he became the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Company, so he would definitely pay attention to him, and meeting in person was something inevitable. And although this meeting was very important, the top priority was still the very rare items in the store. Having the power, everything will be easier to talk. Ryu Min refused to meet Ma Jiangrok on Friday because he will do something very important. Let's see what is important. Runes are important in this game, and there are many ways to get runes. They can be found in certain places, in certain game rounds. Or they could be a special reward for an important event. They can also fall from on top of boss monsters when defeated by the player, or from on top of ordinary monsters in some extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. That's what many players know, but there is one way that very few people know. It is that players can earn runes in real life. Right now Ryu Min is going to a warehouse alone to fulfill his purpose. He went inside and went up the stairs. He knew that the conditions for runes to appear were complicated. Finding a place to hide, Ryu Min stared at the warehouse door, because soon a guy named Jang Seokyeon would appear here. The nickname Jang Seokyeon is also his real name. Ryu Min will never forget the name Jang Seokyeon because he is the criminal who kidnapped Ryu Min's dear brother. In one of the previous regressions, Jang Seokyeon kidnapped Ryu Min's younger brother. He held a threatening knife and demanded to pay a corresponding price for Ryu Min's brother's life. What this kidnapper wants to know is hidden information that many other players don't know. Ryu Min replied, "How can there be such nonsense? How can I know such information?" Hearing that, Jang Seokyeon laughed loudly as if hearing a joke from a professional actor. Immediately his eyes turned cold and coldly said, "Don't lie to me. I know you are fake regression." Ryu Min was speechless and was shocked when someone learned his biggest secret. As if reading Ryu Min's inner thoughts, Jang Seokyeon gave him the answer right after that. He said, "You wonder why I know, right? I have runes reading my inner thoughts. I used it to test your sister's thoughts." Of course, I know what you're thinking right now. Not knowing how Ryu Min saved his brother and killed Jang Seokyeon, the two brothers helped each other leave the warehouse, and after that incident Ryu Min sought revenge on Jang Seokyeon from the 11th regression to now. And Ryu Min's work today is completely free of personal grudges, but Ryu Min is determined to get the runes to read his mind before that kidnapper. Not long after Ryu Min arrived at the warehouse, the door was again opened, a man entered and on his shoulder he also squeezed a woman. The poor girl was thrown to the ground but could not make a sound or resist because her hands were tied and her mouth was also covered with tape. While the girl was trembling and scared, the kidnapper removed the tape and said to the girl, "I will let you talk, but do not call for help, you understand?" Just being able to talk about the girl who begged him to spare her. "Shit, I let you open your mouth and just say those nonsense things? Say something else." Jang Seok-hyun coldly replied. He continued to quip, "Save me, I have a small child, I will give you money." "I don't want to hear that boring stuff." "I'm sorry," the little girl said sorry. Jang Seok-hyun threw away the tape and asked what was the girl apologizing for. The girl knelt in front of him and replied tremblingly, "You did this because the day before my eyes were looking at you very rude, right?" Jang Seok-hyun's face turned ferocious and approached the girl and said, "That's right, why did you do something that you feel guilty about, bitch? You know my mood was very bad that day, you know that." On the evening of 2 days ago, Jang Seok-hyun was walking down the street thinking which woman to choose. Just a woman could help him solve all his problems. In front of him, a beautiful girl is staring at his phone. This will be his goal today. The girl walked away and just focused and telephoned without knowing someone was following behind her. The girl entered an alley with no light. Jang Seok-hyun observed that there were very few people here. It was time to act. Jang Seok-hyun's footsteps became faster. Immediately after he appeared in front of the girl, Jang Seok-hyun's whole body emitted a blinding light that made the girl startled to drop the whole phone. She screamed, "My eyes! I can't see anything! Who are you?" He brought his criminal hand close to the girl. The girl's shirt was torn. 2 buttons fell down near the phone. So scared of being touched by a pervert that she screamed in panic. After committing the crime, Jang Seok-hyun left with a smiling face and a relaxed mood. He liked this feeling and was pleased because in the current world situation, no one could handle what he wanted to do. He remembered his dark past. His previous life was very boring. Even if he died, no one cared. And when you appeared, he was lucky to have glowing runes, which can make the body glow and blind the opponent. With this runes, he has a lot of ways to find fun. Jang Seok-hyun entered a cafe in a happy mood. The hostess greeted him with a friendly smile, which made Jang Seok-hyun very surprised and excited because this is a beautiful girl. He went to the counter and ordered a large glass of Americano. The payment for the bill was 5,000 won. He started to talk to the girl and asked her if she was a new employee because he had come here many times but had never seen her here. The girl sighed, very sorry for not recognizing him. All the part-time employees have already quit their jobs. Because the world is getting strange, no one wants to work part-time. Jang Seok-hyun agreed with the girl's point of view because they could die at any time, so no one would waste time working part-time. He started flirting with the girl, complimenting her young and beautiful and asking her age. When she said she was 32 years old, Jang Seok-hyun immediately determined this girl was not a player. Jang Seok-hyun said that he liked her and wanted her phone number. This made the girl a little shy and didn't know how to answer. She could only look at him directly. Seeing that the girl was not acting up, Jang Seok-hyun started to feel angry, which made her try to feel anxious. He couldn't control his emotions and said, "Why did you make that face? Do you hate my face so much?" These questions, the girl was completely confused. Then he shouted, "Are you disgusted by the spot on your face? Damn it, it's so annoying. Don't drink that coffee anymore, just give me my money back." After saying that, he punched his face down at the coffee shop. At Jang Seok-hyun's scheming attitude, the trembling girl returned him 5,000 won. It can be seen that she was very scared when her hands were sweating. As fast as the tip of the money on hand was taken, Jang Seok-hyun angrily left that place. He murmured, "You bitch, just because you're beautiful, you dare to despise others. I will make you pay for looking down on me with that fucking look." The next day, Jang Seok-hyun hid himself in the place where the girl went to work and then caught her from behind and attacked her with a baseball bat. Back to the present, the victim girl was kneeling down begging Jang Seok-hyun. He told her not to look down on others just because of her appearance. She said she understood and promised not to do it again. He shook his head disapprovingly because he thought she wasn't sincere when she said those things. The girl was shocked to hear that. Jang Seokyeon immediately pushed the girl down, preparing to commit an offense. She tried not to have the strength to resist and was even tied with her hands. He grabbed her hand and said that he knew she was only pretending to be sorry to be released. In the meantime, a figure appeared behind them. Jang Seokyeon's face turned evil and the evil hand turned to the girl. "You know the mistake, so you will pay for it. Be good, honey, you should stay there," Jang Seokyeon told the girl. "You stay where you are. Understand?" A voice from behind startled Jang Seokyeon. He was surprised because he thought that there were only 2 people in this warehouse. There were no other people. He turned his head to look and wondered, is this guy a detective? Jang Seokyeon stood up and shouted, "Fuck, who are you?" Not interested in Jang Seokyeon's question or the girl's. Ryu Min still slowly approached and said to Jang Seokyeon, "Don't say vulgar words, very quickly you will have to moan a lot." Jang Seokyeon was amazed at the strange man's costume. What was that big scythe? And also the white mask. Who was this bastard after all? Looking at Ryu Min, Jang Seokyeon confounded that he was a crazy guy who liked to play cosplay. Ryu Min held up the black scythe and said, "Do you draw like you don't understand the situation? In your opinion, the top one on me is like a cosplay toy?" After saying that, Ryu Min strongly cultivated the scythe to create a bar wind that blew the dust under his feet. Jang Seokyeon realized that the man in front of him was a real weapon, which made him nervous and asked if Ryu Min was a player. At Jang Seokyeon's stupidity, Ryu Min didn't care but looked at the girl and said she could leave here. This was her only chance. The girl's whole body trembled before she could run, when an angry shout said, "What? Says who?" from Jang Seokyeon's side is for her to be scared. At the same time, Ryu Min wiped straight to Jang Seokyeon. His speed was too fast for the enemy to react, and 0.5 seconds later, the pick net attacked Jang Seokyeon's balls very hard. A terrible pain spread throughout his body, causing Jang Seokyeon to collapse, his hands clutching his trousers and accompanied by a scream that wanted to tear his throat. After attacking, Ryu Min just stood looking at him and said softly, "I said you would moan and curse a lot." Once again Ryu Min looked at the girl and told her to leave quickly. "This place already had me handle this idiot." Immediately the girl ran towards the door, before leaving unaccustomed to thanking this masked hero. Watching the girl leave, Jang Seokyeon was not strong enough to stand in the way because the pain between her legs was too terrible. Ryu Min looked down at the person who had kidnapped his brother in the past. He chuckled and told him, "There are only 2 of us left here, right?" Having just been beaten and despising being looked down upon, Jang Seokyeon screamed at Ryu Min, "You dog, I will kill you." Ryu Min remained calm in the face of Jang Seokyeon's frenzy, saying, "I like your tough attitude. Keep it up until the game ends, because if you quit early, there will be no fun." Jang Seokyeon yelled, "You dog," and charged at Ryu Min with a weapon. He continuously aimed for Ryu Min's weak points, but Ryu Min's reflexes were incredibly sharp, and all of Jang Seokyeon's attacks completely missed their target. At this point, Jang Seokyeon began to feel bewildered, his face dripping with sweat. "What the hell is this? This bastard is dodging all my attacks. How is that possible?" While dodging the attacks, Ryu Min said, "I didn't expect you to bring a goblin's dagger too. Interesting." Feeling that Jang Seokyeon's stabs and slashes lacked any combat skills, Ryu Min swung his sickle, creating a beautiful crescent moon that cut through Jang Seokyeon's right arm. His right hand disappeared, and a stream of blood spurted from the amputated arm, accompanied by a painful scream echoing throughout the warehouse. After the attack, Ryu Min coldly asked Jang Seokyeon in a chilly tone, "Does it hurt?" "I haven't even started yet." Hearing Ryu Min's words, Jang Seokyeon's whole body trembled, his face pale with fear. Ryu Min's figure suddenly blurred like an illusion. He then glided past Jang Seokyeon, and another stream of blood spurted out, followed by another tragic scream. Because of his speed, he created an illusion. At this point, we can see that Jang Seokyeon is also very resilient. Despite losing both hands, he didn't lie down screaming but thought, "At this rate, this madman will kill me. If I want to survive this hellish place, I have to blind him." Thinking quickly, Jang Seokyeon yelled, "Die, you bastard," and his body glowed to create an opportunity to escape. But he quickly became flustered because nothing happened after his scream. His face was stunned and terrified because he didn't understand what had happened to his power. Sweat beads appeared. Ryu Min didn't care about Jang Xiaqian's power. He thought to himself, "You can try to shine as many times as you like, it's useless. Because no light is permitted in front of the Knight of Death." I knew this guy would use this skill, so I used the skill Knight of Death beforehand. Even if I didn't use that skill, I would have cut off his wrists and ankles first. Thinking of this, Ryu Min once again swung his weapon, preparing for the next attack. This made the opponent flinch. A gust of wind passed by, a perfect moon shape. The attack swept across both of Jang Xiaqian's legs, and blood spurted out from there. The attacked person had no time to react. This time, Jang Xiaqian fell to the floor, in great pain. Ryu Min just stood there watching. Jang Xiaqian crawled on the floor and looked at the masked man with utter terror, crying and saying, "You're a demon, why are you treating me like this? Why?" Immediately after, the black sickle swung high and stabbed into his leg. Ryu Min replied, "Why do humans exterminate pests?" Then the sickle was pulled out along with a stream of blood. He answered his own question, because their existence only harms others. "Damn it, you're a mad god." Ryu Min wanted to see how long Jang Xiaqian could maintain his tough attitude. The continuous attacks afterwards made Jang Xiaqian scream in pain. He lay powerless on the pools of blood, his body completely drained of strength. He wondered, "Why is this madman doing this to me? Do we have any grudges? This is really unfair. It's so fucking painful." At this point, he knew he couldn't survive this place, so instead of being tortured and dying slowly in pain, he wanted to commit suicide. Make that decision, Jang Xiaqian decided to free himself by biting his tongue. His eyes closed tightly and his tongue protruded from his teeth. Just as his teeth were about to bite down, a sickle was placed under his chin to prevent it. Jang Xiaqian looked up in astonishment and wondered, "Why won't he let me commit suicide?" Ryu Min's cold eyes stared straight at Jang Xiaqian and said, "What? Planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you go? Until you kneel and beg me to release you, you're not allowed to die." The sickle stabbed into his body again. Then, continuous wounds appeared on Jang Xiaqian's body. He lay in pain on the floor, his eyes lifeless, thinking, "I have to make this pain stop." He begged to be killed. "Please. Kill me, please." Ryu Min asked back, "What did you say? Are you serious?" Jang Xiaqian's eyes pleaded for release from this suffering. Ryu Min answered Jang Xiaqian's question, "You don't know why I have to do this, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." "Actually, we can't be considered complete strangers. Jang Xiaqian, here's the thing, we've met before." Hearing this, Jang Xiaqian was astonished as to how this man knew his name. He tried to ask, "Don't tell me you're related to that woman." Ryu Min denied, "No, I have nothing to do with her." "So why are you doing this?" "You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me to tell you the hidden information." Jang Xiaqian was very confused. "I did that, but I don't remember." Ryu Min said, "Of course you don't remember. After all, it's a future event that hasn't happened yet. For me, this is in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will get the Rune of Inner Thoughts." "The Rune of Inner Thoughts, what is that?" Ryu Min continued, "There is a rune hidden here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when you hear the true voice of another person. The voice comes from the heart, sincere and not deceitful. If I hadn't shown up here, you would have harassed and threatened that woman, and she would have used her true voice to beg you to spare her. You would have obtained the Rune of Inner Thoughts and used it to commit horrific crimes in the future." Jang Xiaqian had nothing to say in response to the information Ryu Min told him. "This has been verified many times through my regressions, and even if not, your 12 previous sentences have shown that you are a despicable person who deserves to die." Hearing Ryu Min say this, he knew that his chance for release had come, so he begged to be killed once more. "If I deserve to die, then please kill me quickly." Ryu Min said, "No, I won't touch you," which shocked Jang Xiaqian. Immediately after, he put the sickle into Jang Xiaqian's mouth to prevent him from releasing himself. He coldly told Jang Xiaqian that he would sit here and watch him slowly suffocate and die. While his body was unable to move, many thoughts appeared in Jang Seokyeon's head. I told him to kill me, this is too painful, don't you want the rune of inner thoughts? Don't you want to hear the true voice from my heart? In despair, he shouted in his heart, why won't you let me open my mouth to speak? Suddenly a voice appeared next to him, why won't I let you speak? It's because I want to try the rune of inner thoughts. Jang Seokyeon stared at Ryu Min, what? Ryu Min explained, sorry, but I've already got the rune of inner thoughts. Don't you remember? You sincerely begged me to kill you, from your very heart. At that time, the rune responded to your true voice. Then a notification appeared, you have elicited your target's true voice. The trigger condition has been met. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this location. The rune will automatically be implemented on the player's body. Now let's look at the attributes of this rune, the rune of inner thoughts. Effect, read the thoughts of the target in front of your eyes. If you observe your target, you can even faintly read their inner intentions. Can only be read when you are at most 30 meters away. Back to Ryu Min, he now communicates with Jang Seokyeon without needing him to open his mouth to talk, just thinking in his heart. Ryu Min said, I'll check a bit to see how it is. And as you see, the rune really works very well. Jang Seokyeon thought, you've got what you want, so please kill me, I beg you. No, I can't kill you easily, then it wouldn't be fair to your victims in the past and future. Jang Seokyeon's breathing became more and more difficult. In despair, the last thoughts in his head were cursing Ryu Min. A few minutes later, Jang Seokyeon finally breathed his last breath. His body stopped trembling. At this point, he had to pay for his crimes. Ryu Min stood up and looked at the cold corpse on the floor. He's dead, there are no witnesses, but I need to clean up this mess. I'll use the skill I just learned this time. The skill Erase Traces. Effect, erase all traces of the scene including corpses, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Right after you used the skill, streams of light turned into characters and entered the corpse lying on the floor. Then, there was no then, everything had disappeared, everything was so clean that not even dust remained. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ryu Min thought it was best not to leave a mess behind. He took off his mask, a satisfied smile on his lips because he had what he needed tonight. Tomorrow was the time for him to meet Ma Jianrock. The next morning at the place where the two Ryu Min brothers were staying, as he stood in front of the mirror eating seriously, a voice from behind came, whoa. The person who just spoke was his younger brother, Ryu Won. This was the first time he saw his older brother in formal attire. He asked, Hyung, do you have a date today? He looked at his younger brother who seemed surprised and replied, why a date? Ryu Won said, you don't usually wear such formal clothes. Ryu Min replied, it's an important occasion, I'm meeting a business partner. Hearing this, Ryu Won hastily asked, you're going into business? Ryu Min nodded, while his younger brother seemed worried. Last time he invested everything in stocks and now he is getting into business. What if he fails? He will be very disappointed. These were the thoughts going on in Ryu Won's head. Ryu Min smiled faintly, looking at his younger brother who was worried about him, not their financial situation. To reassure his younger brother, he smiled brightly and said to Ryu Won, I'll let you in on the details if the meeting goes well. Don't worry too much. You trust your brother, right? Ryu Won immediately replied, I trust you. Who else can I trust besides you? Ryu Min continued, then be patient and wait at home. It's very dangerous outside due to the presence of players. Yeah, I've seen the news. They mention that players are causing trouble by using their abilities to commit crimes. There are even reports of criminals escaping from prisons in other countries. Right. Even criminals were given the chance to become players if they fell within the age range. Not only that, Ryu Min knew what would happen next. The population was decreasing every month, while the players were getting stronger. It would be strange if everything remained the same. But this is just the beginning. In the future, there will come a time when ordinary people are hunted without hesitation and treated as slaves by players. Indeed, an era where players rule supreme, disregarding laws and regulations. Thinking about these things, Ryu Min was determined, I must significantly increase my strength and further enhance the reputation of the Black Scythe, before the world falls into complete lawlessness. These were just fleeting thoughts. Before putting on his shoes, Ryu Min advised his younger brother, anyway, be careful when venturing outside. Most players after round 3 have jobs, so the overall strength of the players has improved. It has even become more dangerous. Understood. By the way, when will you tell me about your job? That's a secret. I'm curious. Ryu-min pinched the nose of his adorable younger brother and said, I'll let you know soon, so please don't ask anymore. I'm going out for lunch with my business partner. Don't wait for me, just eat. Treat yourself to something more expensive than black soybean noodles, okay? Sometime later, Ryu-min stood in front of a hotel. He had a feeling, as expected, he asked me to meet him here. Just like how the home team has an advantage in soccer. The place Ma Jiangrok picked for lunch is known for being a hotel under the Osen Group. In truth, though, it's one of Jiangrok's hotels. This is confidential information, of course. I should be the only one aware of this. At most, only close relatives or intimate acquaintances of Ma Jiangrok would know. So, using this information to impress Ma Jiangrok is very important. To show my own value. Ryu-min approached the reception desk, trying to appear uncertain with a bit of innocence. Hello. I have an appointment and was asked to inform the reception when I arrived at the hotel. The receptionist greeted and spoke in a friendly manner. You're referring to the appointment with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting, right? Correct. Ryu-min nodded in confirmation. The CEO will arrive soon. Would you like to wait in the waiting room over there? We will guide you when he arrives. Yes, thank you. After bowing politely, Ryu-min awkwardly walked to the waiting room and sat down to wait for Ma Jiangrok. Perfect. Now I just need to space out a bit, and look like I'm out of my league. While waiting, he looked at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, his mouth slightly agape, like a curious fool. Whoa, that chandelier is so cool, this is part of creating an image for various random situations. Then, when the lobby door opened, and Sang-cheol walked in, Are you Mr. Ren? Oh, yes. Hello, Ryu-min pretended to be surprised, and even Sang-cheol, with his stern demeanor, seemed surprised to see the person in front of him. And Sang-cheol asked Ryu-min, Have we met before? At the Galleria Forest. Oh. Yes. I think I saw you when I was moving upstairs. Weren't you standing next to actress Seo Arin? Immediately, Sang-cheol bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle and apologized for the previous misunderstanding. Although he appeared apologetic on the outside, his true feelings were different. Why does this guy who looks only 20 years old, could be an investor of 280 billion won? This is really hard to believe. No emotions appeared on Ryu-min's face, but he knew when Sang-cheol was on guard. Isn't this a natural reaction? A person of my age could hardly possess such wealth. However, Ryu-min had no obligation to convince Sang-cheol at this time. After all, the person he needed to talk to was Ma Jiangrok. Of course, Ryu-min knew how to react in this situation. He smiled shyly and said, Oh, it's okay. You didn't know, so it's understandable. I also didn't know that the CEO of Heavenly Demon lived upstairs in consulting, and Sang-cheol explained in embarrassment. Oh. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the CEO. Then he said solemnly, I apologize for the late introduction. I am director in Sang-cheol. The president will be a little late, so I arrived first. He invited Ryu-min into the room and waited together for Ma Jiangrok. Ryu-min nodded in agreement. Stepping into a luxurious dining room, Sang-cheol invited him to sit while waiting, then Sang-cheol stepped outside while Ryu-min was watching. Ryu-min was sure that he was reporting to Ma Jiangrok. Ryu-min immediately used the rune of inner thought and read everything he wanted to report. I just met the investor. He's young. He doesn't look fit for his position. Perhaps the investor sent him as a substitute. Be careful, as there might be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The message from the text translated directly into Ryu-min's thoughts. Ryu-min smiled because all of this was as he predicted. Ma Jiangrok had let Sang-cheol meet him first. With Ma Jiangrok's meticulous self-management skills, it would be hard for him to be late for such an important appointment. At this moment, a noise interrupted his train of thought. A tall, handsome man in a luxurious suit walked into the dining room. It was none other than Ma Jiangrok. He greeted, Hello, I am Ma Jiangrok, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. I am Ryu-min. Quickly standing up, Ryu-min reached out to shake hands with Ma Jiangrok. He invited Ryu Min to sit down and asked Sang Cheol to sit by his side. He's including Sang Cheol in the meeting without even asking me first? It looks like he's trying to subtly take the initiative. Ma Jiangrok confidently smiled. Before we discuss business, let's have a meal. We have prepared a set menu, but I'm not sure if it suits your taste. As long as it's provided in a high-end hotel like this, no matter what I eat, it will be delicious. Soon after, the dishes were brought in as directed by Ma Jiangrok. Soup, cold dishes, grilled fish, Korean beef, braised ribs, stone pot rice, bibimbap. From the presentation to the food, everything was meticulously detailed. After tasting the food on the table, Ryu Min immediately praised that the dishes were very delicious. This made Ma Jiangrok very pleased. Ma Jiangrok ate while thinking, Managerin was right. It's hard to believe that he invested 280 billion won himself. He looks too young. Even if he had the money, he doesn't seem to have the mettle. He's definitely working for someone. Who sent him here? His older brother, or his uncle? I need to find out. Thinking about it, he said, I was very surprised when I first saw you, Mr. Ryu. I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. He then asked about Ryu Min's age. Ryu Min, holding a cup of tea, briefly replied that he was 20 years old. This surprised director Ma Jiangrok, even though he had mentally prepared himself. He chuckled awkwardly, 20 years old? I'm 29, it's nice to meet someone in the same age group. Yes. I'm also very happy to meet you, Ryu Min cheerfully replied. Ma Kyungrok continued to probe Ryu Min, how did you accumulate such a significant fortune at such a young age? Perhaps you are a descendant of a conglomerate family? Ma Kyungrok's frankness was quite clear. Ryu Min denied this with a cheerful attitude, not at all, I was just an ordinary student until just recently. Ma Jiangrok expressed doubt, until recently? Ryu Min felt the need to switch to the main topic and continued, have you read any news articles recently? Confused, Ma Kyungrok asked, what do you mean? Ryu Min continued, did you see the article about a millionaire who hit the jackpot 5 times in a row overnight? Oh, yes. I saw it. Ryu Min's lips curled into a light smile as he said, that's me. I am the winner of 4 consecutive lotteries. Hearing this, both Ma Jiangrok and Sang Cheol were surprised. This time, they were genuinely surprised by the young man in front of them. Is that true? Are you the person who caused such a sensation a few months ago? Yes, that's true. The two finally understood how Ryu Min could have accumulated such a fortune at a young age. But Ryu Min, according to the article, that amount is said to be 70 billion won. How did you invest 280 billion won? I learned about Bitcoin. Ryu Min smiled and answered. Ma Jiangrok asked further, just Bitcoin? Is that all? Ryu Min nodded in confirmation. Anyone who knows about Bitcoin knows that it is unstable. It's a miracle that couldn't be achieved without considerable courage and boldness. Seeing Ryu Min, who was completely different from the image in his head, Ma Kyungrok couldn't help but be amazed. That's truly amazing. How did you have the courage to invest 70 billion won in Bitcoin? I wouldn't be able to do that. Aha! Perhaps Sang Cheol felt dissatisfied when his CEO belittled himself, so hearing this, he frowned and unexpectedly interjected, you must have been extremely lucky. Ryu Min immediately countered, it wasn't luck. Sang Cheol looked at him with a displeased expression, I read an article. It said that you predicted the lottery numbers in your dream. If that's not luck, then what is it? I didn't have a dream. After saying that, Ryu Min looked at Ma Jiangrok and made a decision, this is the only thing I can do to gain Jiangrok's acceptance and turn him to my side. Finally, Ryu Min said something that surprised the two people in front of him even more, this is the first time I've ever revealed this to others. I have something called the Rune of Future Vision. What? As expected, both Ma Jiangrok and Sang Cheol were astonished by the information they just heard. Not letting them continue to ask questions, Ryu Min continued to say, it's a rune that lets me see a few years ahead.
In other words, a seer that can see the future.
Ryu Min revealed some details of the 4th round to Ma Jiangrok to persuade him to join his side, but Ma Jiangrok still had doubts about the truth. Ryu Min assured him that everything would be fine after the fourth round ended. He took out his phone and called someone. A while later, in a neighborhood, Min Yuri hurried to the meeting place to meet someone. She was worried that she would be late with the current speed. Time was running out, and the traffic light was red. She muttered in her head, come on, change. What could this be about? Why did he suddenly call and say that he had something to tell me? When her vision cleared, she noticed a shiny sports car parked in front of her. She wondered, what's the deal with that car? What kind of careless person would park in such a narrow space? The window of the Lamborghini Aventador sports car slowly rolled down. Yes, that's right, the driver of the car was Ryu Min. He smiled and greeted the girl. Min Yuri felt embarrassed when she saw Ryu Min stick his head out of the car window. The light turned green and she quickly crossed the street and went straight to Ryu Min. Is this your car? He smiled and replied, yes. I'm sorry for squeezing it into this tight spot. I was going to park somewhere else, but the situation forced me to bring it here. He invited her to get in and talk while driving. Although she was a bit flustered, she agreed to get in. Min Yuri got into the Lamborghini. The car roared as they sped up on the road. Despite the loud engine noise, the interior of the car was surprisingly quiet and comfortable. It was like a peaceful paradise. With her eyes wide open in amazement, Min Yuri explored the luxurious interior of the supercar. It was also dazzling as its exterior. She said this was the first time she rode a car like this. Ryu Min also confirmed that this was the case for him too, because he had just bought it. Min Yuri turned to look at Ryu Min's handsome face and wondered, how much does a car like this cost? Not much. Around 900 million. Hearing the number 900 million, she was slightly shocked. 900 million? And no, it's not that expensive. Do you know how many convenience stores you can open with 900 million? He casually told her, compared to the money he won in the lottery, this is not a big amount. Hearing that, she fell into a deep thought. That's right, Min is a rich guy with a whopping 70 billion won. I feel like we live in different worlds. A difficult silence enveloped them, and Min Yuri could hear her heart pounding. Does it feel like we're dating? She blushed even more when she thought of that. Feeling embarrassed, Min Yuri avoided eye contact and instead focused on the scenery outside the window. Suddenly Ryu Min broke the silence in the car. Honestly, there's something I need to confess to you. Min Yuri's mind exploded. What? A confession? Her face turned even redder than before. Startled, Min Yuri turned her head to Ryu Min when he mentioned the confession. Saying those words in the situation of being with a girl was very easy to misunderstand. Seeing Min Yuri's face turn red and her awkward state, he explained, this is not the kind of confession you think, so please don't misunderstand. Realizing that she had thought too much, she laughed awkwardly. Who would misunderstand? But the shame made her want to find a mouse hole and hide in it. Min Yuri turned her head away from the window, hoping to hide her embarrassment. She didn't know that her face was as red as a beet. She asked again, so what do you want to confess? The cold young man continued, I told you before that I dreamed of the lottery numbers, right? Yeah, you did. But the truth is, it wasn't just a dream. It was information I got from the rune of the future. Although he made it up, it had some truth to it. After all, he had knowledge of the future. The rune of the future is a rune that shows me the future. That's why I got the seer class. Seer, Min Yuri blinked, looking like a curious rabbit. With a pure admiration on her face, Min Yuri couldn't help but clap her hands and praise. This is so cool. Becoming a prophet, isn't that a unique and amazing job? Huh? I guess? She continued, that's great. The rune of the future sounds amazing too. Thank you for being honest with me. Even among friends, it's hard to open up about things like this. Min Yuri's excitement was contagious, making Ryu Min a bit stunned by her unexpected reaction. Well, you also revealed that you're a supporter. It's fair that we share these things with each other. Fair? As if. I didn't tell you my rune. Since we're on the topic, should I tell you about my rune? No, it's okay. During the first round, I got the rune of protection. It creates a thin shield around me, and each person within a 10-meter radius gets their own layer of protection. So, if there are 5 people, there will be 5 layers of protection. She didn't know that Ryu Min already knew this information, so Min Yuri enthusiastically shared the details. Now we're even, right? It feels wonderful as if we've confided our secrets to each other. Haha, is that so? But why did you share such important information? Maybe it would be better to hide it if possible. Keeping it a secret was weighing on my mind, and if I didn't share it right now, you might not believe what I'm about to say in the future. Huh? What do you mean? What do you want to tell me? The Lamborghini Aventador was still running fast on the road, while inside the car, Min Yuri's eyes widened in surprise as she asked Ryu Min, "So, what's the mission of the fourth round?" After confirming with Min Yuri, he advised her to be careful. You never know how the other players around you might act, so always be alert. Okay, I will. Min Yuri nodded, a faint smile appeared on her face. Even though you shared this with me, I'm still very grateful. It feels like you entrusted me with something personal. At the same time, a feeling of shame overwhelmed her. Could he have the slightest feeling for me? She wondered if his words came from personal emotions or not. If only that was true, it would be wonderful. Min Yuri sneaked a glance at Ryu Min sitting in the driver's seat with the eyes full of thoughts of a girl in love. Ryu Min took Min Yuri home and he also returned to his house, after the date on the car. After changing clothes and returning to his room, Ryu Min fell into a deep thought because he discovered the truth through the rune of inner thought that Min Yuri had feelings for him. I can't believe Min Yuri liked me all that time, I didn't know at all. No wonder she always treated him kindly. Feeling both embarrassed and confused, Ryu Min shook his head, trying to dismiss those thoughts. Though it's kinda flustering, it might just be for the better. If she liked Ryu Min, wouldn't it be beneficial to have her on his team? She'll believe his prophecies more easily, as well. Ryu Min sighed lightly, feeling the burden lifted off his shoulders. He didn't have much going on in the real world this month. Ryu Min threw himself onto the bed, unable to bear the fatigue waiting for him in the next round. Taking advantage of the necessary rest, Ryu Min quickly fell asleep. Time quickly passed by, and there were only 5 minutes left until midnight on April 1st. It was an important day to enter the other world. Ryu Min, in the safe room, meticulously checked his equipment and patiently waited. Before entering the other world today, he purchased an epic item from today's item section. Shadow Gloves of Darkness, category, Gloves, rank, epic, effect, strength +5, agility +4, weapon semi-transparency, only applies at night, durability, 1000 out of 1000, usage restrictions, regular rank and above, description, gloves that are shrouded in the night's darkness and are able to become invisible. The equipped weapon will become semi-transparent. And the price was 8,000 gold coins. Looking at the equipment attributes, he thought to himself, it has high stats, and the semi-transparent weapon option is quite useful too. It'd be more effective if used in combination with the Knight of Death skill. The knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. This time his younger brother had learned how to knock. Hyung, it's time. His brother had a worried look on his face and asked, do you feel confident in your strategy this time? I will find out when I give it a shot, but Hyung, you are a prophet. You have some knowledge about round 4. Knowing and acting are two different things. Hearing his brother's answer, he became more worried, his face showed it clearly. You have to come back alive, okay, Hyung? Feeling his brother say something unlucky, Ryu Min made an angry face. Don't say unlucky stuff like that. That's a death flag right there. Finally, the room was left with only Ryu Min, who gradually fell asleep. Round 4 was considered the death round. When Ryu Min fell asleep, Black Scythe woke up. Damn it. There it goes again, a frustrated scream echoed in the space of round 4. Hwang Yongmin was once again summoned to another world, opening his status window. The window announced his status, punishment is being carried out, all stats permanently reduced by 50%. Just as he suspected, the curse was not broken. This was the consequence of betraying Jo Young-sik, his role model. But the losses did not stop at his statistics. He not only lost his stats, but also his power and even his friends. I don't even have 10 of command tokens left. How do I clear round 4? Young-min was worried and cautious around. Those aiming for the zone rep position could come after me, or some former friends could come for revenge. He looked up at the scenery of round 4, and wondered where the hell they were. A white land with no horizon in sight. It was completely contrasted with the grasslands and green forests that they had been summoned to until now. What the hell kinda quest is it that we gotta start in this shitty-ass place? All of the white color around here makes me feel like a lab rat. Hwang Yongmin's eyes focused on a familiar figure. His face was tense because it was Black Scythe. That damn bastard. He must have known everything would be like this. He remembered the words and actions of Black Scythe. He manipulated others to destroy the relic, and suspiciously even killed the agent of divine punishment without hesitation. He looked at Black Scythe with hateful eyes and thoughts, if I had the power, I would smash that bastard's face right now, but it's no use to keep focusing on what I can't change. If I want to save my life, I have no choice but to join hands with the devil. Those were the thoughts that quickly flashed through his head. Yongmin slowly approached and greeted Black Scythe. Black Scythe asked, "What is it?" Yongmin tried to smile. "Our agreement from last round still stands, right?" Black Scythe was curious. "What agreement?" Yongmin continued, "Didn't you say you'd guard me if I became your subordinate?" A faint smile appeared on Black Scythe's lips. "I don't need a subordinate like you anymore." To Yongmin's surprise, Black Scythe continued, "You don't even have command tokens anymore. What's the point of having a zone rep without command tokens? Not to mention, most of the players have chosen their classes by now. Having command tokens wouldn't be much use anyway."
So, you no longer hold any value. You're just a walking target, and the reality hits Yongmin. A sense of terror shows on his face. He realized that he did fuck up big time. Thank you for watching. We're hoping for your support. Please don't forget to subscribe for more content like this.